Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Title: The Collected Poems. Author: Sylvia Plath. Contents: 1. Contents. 2. Introduction. 3. Poems 1956-1963. 1. 1956. 1. Conversation among the ruins. 2. Winter landscape with rooks. 3. Pursuit. 4. Bucolics. 5. Tale of a tub. 6. Southern sunrise. 7. Channel crossing. 8. Prospect. 9. The Queen's complaint. 10. Ode for Ted. 11. Fire song. 12. Song for a summer's day. 13. Two sisters of Persephone. 14. Vanity Fair. 15. Strumpet song. 16. Tinker Jack and the Tidy Wives. 17. Fawn. 18. Street song. 19. Letter to a purist. 20. Soliloquy of the solipsist. 21. Dialogue between ghost and priest. 22. The glutton. 23. Monologue at 3 a.m. 24. Miss Drake proceeds to supper. 25. Recantation. 26. The Shrike. 27. Alicante lullaby. 28. Dream with clam diggers. 29. Wreath for a bridal. 30. Epitaph for fire and flower. 31. Fiesta melons. 32. The goring. 33. The beggars. 34. Spider. 35. Spinster. 36. Rhyme. 37. Departure. 38. Modeling. 39. Resolve. 40. Landowners. 41. Ella Mason and her 11 cats. 42. Crystal gazer. 43. November graveyard. 44. Black rook in rainy weather. 2. 1957. 1. 45. The snowman on the moor. 2. 46. Mayflower. 3. 47. Sow. 4. 48. The everlasting Monday. 5. 49. Hardcastle crags. 6. 50. The thin people. 7. 51. On the difficulty of conjuring up a dryad. 8. 52. On the plethora of dryads. 9. 53. The other two. 10. 54. The lady and the earthenware head. 11. 55. All the dead deers. 12. 56. Natural history. 13. 57. Two views of Withens. 14. 58. The Great Carbuncle. 15. 59. Words for a nursery. 16. 60. The Disquieting Muses. 17. 61. Night Shift. 18. 62. Ouija. 19. 63. On the Decline of Oracles. 20. 64. Snake Charmer. 21. 65. A Lesson in Vengeance. 3. 1958. 1. 66. Virgin in a Tree. 2. 67. Perseus, the Triumph of Wit over Suffering. 3. 68. Battle scene from the comic operatic fantasy The Seafarer. 4. 69. Jadwiga on a red couch among lilies. 5. 70. A Winter's Tale. 6. 71. Above the Oxbow. 7. 72. Memoirs of a Spinach Picker. 8. 73. The Ghost's Leave-Taking. 9. 74. Sculptor. 10. 75. Full Fathom 5. 11. 76. Lorelei. 1278, mussel hunter at Rock Harbor. 1379, moonrise. 1480, frog autumn. 1581, in Midas country. 1682, incommunicado. 1783, child's park stones. 1884, owl. 1985, whiteness I remember. 2085, fable of the rhododendron stealers. 2186, the death of myth-making. 2287, Green Rock, Winthrop Bay. 2388, the companionable ills. 2489, I want. 2590, poems, potatoes. 2691, the times are tidy. 1959. 192, the bull of Bendilaw. 293, the eye mote. 394, Point Shirley. 495, goatsucker. 596, watercolor of Grantchester Meadows. 697, a winter ship. 798, aftermath. 899, two views of a cadaver room. 100, suicide off Egg Rock. 101, the ravaged face. 102, metaphors. 103, Electra on Azalea Path. 104, the beekeeper's daughter. 105, the hermit at outermost house. 106, man in black. 107, old lady's home. 108, the net menders. 119, magnolia shoals. 120, the sleepers. 111, Yaddo, the grand manor. 112, medallion. 113, the manor garden. 114, blue moles. 115, dark wood, dark water. 116, Polly's tree. 117, the Colossus. 118, private ground. 119, poem for a birthday. 1 2, dark house. 3 Maenad. 4 the beast. 5 flute notes from a reedy pond. 6 witch burning. 7 the stones. 120, the burnt-out spa. 121, mushrooms. 1960. 122, your. 123, the hanging man. 124, stillborn. 125, on deck. 126, sleep in the Mojave Desert. 127, two campers in cloud country. 128, leaving early. 129, love letter. 130, Maji. 131, candles. 132, a life. 133, waking in winter. 1961. 134, Parliament Hillfields. 135, Whitson. 137, Zookeeper's wife. 138, facelift. 139, morning song. 140, barren woman. 141, heavy women. 142, in plaster. 143, tulips. 144, I am vertical. 145, insomniac. 146, widow. 147, stars over the Dordogne. 148, the rival. 159, Wuthering Heights. 160, blackberrying. 161, Finisterre. 162, the surgeon at 2 a.m. 139, last words. 20, 140, the moon and the yew tree. 21, 141, mirror. 22, 145, the babysitters. 7, 1962. 1, 157, New Year on Dartmoor. 2, 158, Three Women, a poem for three voices. 3, 159, Little Fugue. 4, 160, An Appearance. 5, 161, Crossing the Water. 6, 162, Among the Narcissi. 7, 163, Pheasant. 8, 164, Elm. 9, 165, Event. 10, 166, Apprehensions. 11, 167, Burke Plage. 12, 168, The Other. 13,
Imagine it, helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. 126, 117, 127, 118, 128, 119, 129, 130, 130, 121, 131, 122, 132, 123, 133, 124, 134, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 129, 139, 130, 140, 131, 141, 132, 142, 133, 143, 134, 144, 125, 135, 126, 136, 127, 137, 128, 138, 120.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Just how guilty are we when the ceiling reveals no cracks that can be decoded? When washbowl maintains it has no more holy calling than physical ablution, and the towel dryly disclaims that fierce troll faces lurk in its explicit folds? Or when the window, blind with steam, will not admit the dark which shrouds our prospects in ambiguous shadow? 20 years ago, the familiar tub bred an ample batch of omens, but now water faucets spawn no danger. Each crab and octopus scrabbling just beyond the view, waiting for some accidental break in ritual to strike, is definitely gone. The authentic seed denies them and will pluck fantastic flesh down to the honest bone. We take the plunge. Underwater, our limbs waver, faintly green, shuddering away from the genuine color of skin. Can our dreams ever blur the intransigent lines which draw the shape that shuts us in? Absolute fact intrudes even when the revolted eye is closed. The tub exists behind our back. Its glittering surfaces are blank and true. Yet always the ridiculous noob flanks urge the fabrication of some cloth to cover such starkness. Accuracy must not stalk at large. Each day demands we create our whole world over, disguising the constant horror in a coat of many-colored fictions. We mask our past in the green of Eden, pretend futures shining fruit can sprout from the navel of this present waste. In this particular tub, two knees jut up like icebergs, while minute brown hairs rise on arms and legs in a fringe of kelp. Green soak navigates the tidal slosh of seas breaking on legendary beaches. In faith, we shall board our imagined ship and wildly sail among sacred islands of the mad, till death shatters the fabulous stars and makes us real. 8. Prospect. Among orange tile rooftops and chimney pots, the fen fog slips, gray as rats, while on spotted branch of the sycamore, two black rooks hunch and darkly glare, watching for night with absinthe eye cocked on the lone late passerby. 9. The Queen's Complaint. In ruck and quibble of courtfolk, this giant hulked, I tell you, on her scene. With hands like derricks, looks fierce and black as rooks. Why, all the windows broke when he stalked in. Her dainty acres he ramped through, and used her gentle doves with manners rude. I do not know what fury urged him slay her antelope who meant him naught but good. She spoke most chiding in his ear, till he some pity took upon her crying. Of rich attire he made her shoulders bare, and solaced her, but quit her at cock's crowing. 100 heralds she sent out to summon in her sleight all doughty men, whose force might fit shape of her sleep, her thought. None of that greenhorn lot matched her bright crown. So she is come to this rare pass, whereby she treks in blood through sun and squall, and sings you thus: how sad, alas, it is to see my people shrunk so small, so small. 10. Ode. For Ted. From under crunch of my man's boot, green oat sprouts jut. He names a lapwing, starts rabbits in a rout, legging it most nimble to sprigged hedge of bramble. Stalks red fox, shrewd stoat. Loam humps, he says, moles shunt up from delved worm haunt. Blue fur moles have. Hefting chalk-hulled flint, he with rock splits open knobbed quartz. Flayed colors ripe and rich, brown, sudden in sunglint. For his least look, scant acres yield. Each finger-furrowed field heaves forth stalk, leaf, fruit-nubbed emerald. Bright grain sprung so rarely, he hauls to his will early. At his hand's staunch hest, birds build. Ringdoves roost well within his wood, sure songs to suit which mood he saunters in. How but most glad could be this Adam's woman, when all earth his words do summon, leaps to laud such man's blood. 21 April, 1956. 11. Fire Song. Born green we were to this flawed garden, but in speckled thickets, warded as a toad, spitefully skulks our warden, fixing his snare, which hauls down buck, cock, trout, till all most fair is tricked to falter in split blood. Now our whole task's to hack some angel shape worth wearing, from his crabbed midden, where all's wrought so awry, that no straight inquiring could unlock shrewd catch, silting our each bright act back to unmade mud cloaked by sour sky. Sweet salt's warped stem of weeds we tackle towards way's rank ending. Scorched by red sun, we heft globed flint, racked in veins barbed bindings. Brave love, dream not of staunching such strict flame, but come, lean to my wound, burn on, burn on. 12. Song for a Summer's Day. Through fen and farmland walking, with my own country love, I saw slow flocked cows move, white hulks on their day's cruising. Sweet grass sprang for their grazing. The air was bright for looking. Most far and blue aloft, clouds steered a burnished drift. Larks nip and tuck arising, came in for my love's praising. Sheen of the noon sun striking, took my heart as if it were a green-tipped leaf, kindled by my love's pleasing, into an ardent blazing. And so, together, talking, through Sunday's honey air, we walked, and still walk there out of the sun's bruising, till the night mists came rising. 13. Two Sisters of Persephone. Two girls there are. Within the house one sits, the other without. Day long a duet of shadow and light plays between these. In her dark wainscoted room, the first works problems on a mathematical machine. Dry ticks mark time as she calculates each sum. At this barren enterprise, rat-shrewd go her squint eyes, root-pale her meager frame. Bronzed as earth, the second lies, hearing ticks blown gold, like pollen on bright air. Lulled near a bed of poppies, she sees how their red silk flare of petalled blood burns open to sun's blade. In moments helping, addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. On that green altar freely become Sun's bride, the latter grows quick with seed grass. Couched in her labor's pride, she bears a king. Turned bitter and sallow as any lemon, the other, rye virgin to the last, goes graveward with flesh laid waste, worm husbanded, yet no woman. 14. Vanity Fair. Through frost-thick weather this witch sidles, fingers crooked, as if, caught in a hazardous medium that might, merely by its continuing, attach her to heaven. At eye's envious corner, crow's feet copy veining on stained leaf. Cold squint steals sky's color, while brute of bells calls holy ones, her tongue backtalks at the raven cleaving furred air. Over her skull's midden no knife rivals her whetted look, divining what conceit waylays simple girls, church-going, and what heart's oven craves most to cook batter, rich in strayings, with every amorous oaf, ready for a trinket to squander owl hours on brocken bedding, flesh unshriven. Against virgin prayer this sorceress sets mirrors enough to distract beauty's thought. Lovesick at first fond song, each vain girl's driven to believe beyond heart's flare, no fire is, nor in any book proof. Sun hoists soul up after lids fall shut. So she wills all to the Black King. The worst sloven vies with best queen over right to blaze as Satan's wife. Housed in earth, those million brides shriek out. Some burn short, some long, staked in pride's coven. 15. Strumpet Song. With white frost gone, and all green dreams not worth much, after a lean day's work, time comes round for that foul slut. Mere brute of her takes our street until every man, red, pale, or dark, veers to her slouch. Mark, I cry, that mouth made to do violence on, that seamed face askew with blotch, dint, scar, struck by each dour year. Walks there not some such one man as can spare breath to patch with brand of love this rank grimace, which out from black tarn, ditch, and cup into my most chaste own eyes looks up? 16. Tinker Jack and the Tidy Wives. Come, lady, bring that pot, gone black of polish, and whatever pan this mending master should trim back to shape. Ill correct each mar on silver dish, and shine that kettle of copper at your fireside bright as blood. Come, lady, bring that face, fallen from lustre. Time's soot in bleared eye can be made to glister for small charge. No forms gone so awry, crook back or bandy leg, but Tinker Jack can forge beauty from hag. Whatever scath fierce fires wrought, Jack will touch up and fit for use. What scar's been knocked into cracked heart, Jack shall repair. And if there be young wives still blithe, still fair, whose labors not yet smoked their fine skin sear, from their white heat, before he part, let Jack catch fire. 17. Fawn. Haunched like a fawn he hooed, from grove of moonglint and fenfrost, until all owls in the twigged forest flapped black to look and brood on the call this man made. No sound but a drunken coot lurching home along river bank. Stars hung water-sunk, so a rank of double-star eyes lit boughs where those owls sat. An arena of yellow eyes watched the changing shape he cut, saw hoof harden from foot, saw sprout goat horns, marked how God rose and galloped woodward in that guise. 18. Street Song. By a mad miracle I go intact among the common rout, thronging sidewalk, street, and bickering shops. Nobody blinks a lid, gapes, or cries that this raw flesh reeks of the butcher's cleaver. its heart and guts hung hooked and bloodied as a cow's split frame, parceled out by white-jacketed assassins. Oh no, for I strut it clever as a greenly escaped idiot, buying wine, bread, yellow-casked chrysanthemums, arming myself with the most reasonable items to ward off at all cost suspicions roused by thorned hands, feet, head, and that great wound squandering red from the flayed side. Even as my each mangled nerve end trills its hurt out above pitch of pedestrian ear, so, perhaps, I, knelled dumb by your absence, alone can hear sun's parched scream, every downfall and crash of gutted star, and, more daft than any goose, this cracked world's incessant gabble and hiss. 19. Letter to a Purist. That grandiose colossus who stood astride the envious assaults of sea, essaying, wave by wave, tide by tide, to undo him, perpetually, has nothing on you, O my love, O my great idiot, who, with one foot, caught, as it were, in the muck-trap of skin and bone, dithers with the other way out in preposterous provinces of the madcap cloud-cuckoo, agop at the impeccable moon. 20. Soliloquy of the Solipsist. I walk alone. The midnight street spins itself from under my feet. When my eyes shut, these dreaming houses all snuff out. Through a whim of mine, over gables the moon's celestial onion hangs high. I make houses shrink and trees diminish by going far. My looks-leash dangles the puppet people, who, unaware how they dwindle, laugh, kiss, get drunk, nor guess that if I choose to blink, they die. I, when in good mooder, grass gives green, blazon sky blue, and endow the sun with gold. Yet in my winteriest moods I hold absolute power to boycott color and forbid any flower to be. I know you appear vivid at my side, denying you sprang out of my head, claiming you feel love fiery enough to prove flesh real, though it's quite clear all your beauty, all your wit is a gift, my dear. 21. Dialogue between ghost and priest. In the rectory garden on his evening walk paced brisk Father Sean. A cold day, a sodden one it was, in black November. After a sliding rain, dew stood in chill sweat on each stalk, each thorn. Spiring from wet earth, a blue haze hung caught in dark-webbed branches like a fabulous heron. Hauled sudden from solitude, hair prickling on his head, Father Sean perceived a ghost shaping itself from that mist. "How now?" Father Sean crisply addressed the ghost, wavering there, gauze-edged, smelling of wood smoke. "What manner of business are you on? From your blue pallor, I'd say you inhabited the frozen waste of hell, and not the fiery part. Yet, to judge by that dazzled look, that noble mien, perhaps you've late quitted heaven." In voice furred with frost, ghost said to priest, "Neither of those countries do I frequent. Earth is my haunt." "Come, come," Father Sean gave an impatient shrug. "I don't ask you to spin some ridiculous fable of gilded harps or gnawing fire. Simply tell, after your life's end, what just epilogue God ordained to follow up your days. Is it such trouble to satisfy the questions of a curious old fool? In life, love gnawed my skin to this white bone. What love did then, love does now, gnaws me through." "What love," asked Father Sean, "but too great love of flawed earth flesh could cause this sorry pass? Some damned condition you are in. Thinking never to have left the world, you grieve as though alive, shriveling in torment thus to atone as shade for sin that lured blind man. The day of doom is not yet come. Until that time, a crock of dust is my dear home. "Fond phantom," cried shocked Father Sean, "can there be such stubbornness? A soul grown feverish, clutching its dead body-tree like a last storm-crossed leaf? Best get you gone to judgment in a higher court of grace. Repent, depart, before God's trump-crack splits the sky." From that pale mist, Ghost swore to priest, "There sits no higher court than man's red heart." 22. The glutton. He, hunger-stung, hard to slake, so fit it is for my black luck, with heat such as no man could have and yet keep kind, that all merits in being meat seasoned how he'd most approve. Blood's broth, filched by his hand, choice wassail makes, cooked hot, cupped quick to mouth. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Better that every fiber crack and fury make head, blood-drenching vivid couch, carpet, floor, and the snake-figured almanac vouching you are 1,000,000 green counties from here, than to sit mute, twitching so under prickling stars, with stare, with curse blackening the time goodbyes were said, trains let go, and I, great magnanimous fool, thus wrenched from my one kingdom. 24. Miss Drake proceeds to supper. No novice in those elaborate rituals which allay the malice of knotted table and crooked chair. The new woman in the ward wears purple, steps carefully among her secret combinations of eggshells and breakable hummingbirds, footing sallow as a mouse between the cabbage roses which are slowly opening their furred petals to devour and drag her down into the carpet's design. With bird-quick eye cocked askew, she can see in the nick of time how perilous needles grain the floorboards and outwit their brambled plan. Now through her ambushed air, a-dazzle with bright shards of broken glass, she edges with wary breath, fending off jag and tooth, until, turning sideways, she lifts one webbed foot after the other into the still, sultry weather of the patient's dining room. 25. Recantation. Tea leaves. I've given up, and that crooked line on the Queen's palm is no more my concern. On my black pilgrimage, this moon-pocked crystal ball will break before it help. Rather than croak out what's to come, my darling ravens are flown. Forswear those freezing tricks of sight, and all else I've taught, against the flower in the blood. Not wealth nor wisdom stands above the simple vein, the straight mouth. Go to your greenhorn youth before time ends, and do good with your white hands. 26. The Shrike. When night comes black, such royal dreams beckon this man, as lift him apart from his earthwife's side, to wing, sleep-feathered, the singular air, while she, envious bride, cannot follow after, but lies with her blank brown eyes starved wide, twisting curses in the tangled sheet with taloned fingers, shaking in her skull's cage the stuffed shape of her flown mate. Escaped among moon-plumaged strangers, so hungered she must wait in rage until bird-racketing dawn, when her shrike face leans to peck open those locked lids, to eat crowns, palace, all that night-long stole her mail, and with red beak spike and suck out last blood drop of that truant heart. 27. Alicante. Lullaby. In Alicante they bowl the barrels, bumblingly over the nubs of the cobbles, past the yellow paella eateries, below the ramshackle back-alley balconies, while the cocks and hens in the roof gardens scuttle repose with crowns and cackles. Kumquat-colored trolleys ding as they trundle, passengers under an indigo fizzle needling spumily down from the wires. Alongside the sibilant harbor, the lovers hear loudspeakers boom from each neon-lit palm, rumbas and sambas no ear-flaps can muffle. O cacophony, goddess of jazz and of quarrels, crack-throated mistress of bagpipes and cymbals, Let be your conbrios, your capriccinos, crescendos, cadenzas, prestos, and prestissimos. My head on the pillow, piano, pianissimo, lullaid by susurrus lyres and viols. 28. Dream with clam diggers. This dream budded bright with leaves around the edges, its clear air winnowed by angels. She was come back to her early sea-town home, scathed, stained after tedious pilgrimages. Barefoot she stood, in shock of that returning, beside a neighbor's house with shingles burnished as glass, blinds lowered on that hot morning. No change met her. Garden terrace, all summer tanged by melting tar, sloped seaward to plunge in blue. Fed by white fire, the whole scene flared welcome to this roamer. High against heaven, gulls went wheeling soundless over tidal flats where 3 children played, silent and shining on a green rock bedded in mud, their fabulous heyday endless. With green rock gliding, decked forth in cockle shells, they sailed till tide foamed around their ankles, and the fair ship sank, its crew knelled home for dinner. Plucked back thus sudden to that far innocence, she, in her shabby travel garb, began walking eager toward water, when there, one by one, clam-diggers rose up out of dark slime at her offense. Grim as gargoyles from years spent squatting at sea's border, in wait amid snarled weed and rack of wave, to trap this wayward girl at her first move of love. Now with stake and pitchfork they advance, flint eyes fixed on murder. 29. Wreath for a bridal. What though green leaves only witness such pact as is made once only? What matter that owl voice soul yes, while cows utter low moos of approve? Let sun surpliced in brightness stand stock still to laud these mated ones, whose stark act all coming double luck joins. Couched day-long in cloisters of stinging nettle, they lie, cut grass assaulting each separate sense with savor. Coupled so, pure paragons of constance, this pair seek single state from that dual battle. Now speak some sacrament to parry scruple, for wedlock wrought within love's proper chapel. Call here with fly-in colors all watchful birds to people the twigged isles. Lead babble-tongues of animals to choir. Look what thresh of wings wields guard of honor over these. Starred with words, let night bless that luck-rooted mead of clover, where, bedded like angels, 2 burn one in fever. From this holy day on, all pollen blown shall strew broadcast so rare a seed on wind, that every breath, thus teeming, set the land sprouting fruit, flowers, children most fair in legion, to slay spawn of dragon's teeth. Speaking this promise, let flesh be knit, and each step hence go famous. 30. Epitaph for fire and flower. You might as well haul up this wave's green peak on wire, to prevent fall, or anchor the fluent air in quartz, as crack your skull to keep these 2 most perishable lovers from the touch that will kindle angels' envy, scorch and drop their fond hearts, charred as any match. Seek no stony camera eye to fix the passing dazzle of each face in black and white, or put on ice mouth's instant flare for future looks. Stars shoot their petals, and suns run to seed, however you may sweat to hold such darling wrecks hived like honey in your head. Now in the crux of their vows hang your ear, still as a shell. Hear what an age of glass these lovers prophesy, to lock embrace secure in museum diamond for the stare of astounded generations. They wrestle to conquer cinder's kingdom in the stroke of an hour, and hoard faith safe in a fossil. But though they'd rivet sinews in rock, and have every weathercock kiss hangfire, as if to outflame a phoenix, the moment spur drives nimble blood too quick for a wish to tether. They ride night-long in their heartbeat's blazing wake, until red cock plucks bare that comet's flowering. Dawn snuffs out stars' spent wick, even as love's dear fools cry evergreen, and a languor of wax congeals the vein, no matter how fiercely lit. Staunch contracts break and recoil in the altering light. The radiant limb blows ash in each lover's eye. The ardent look blackens flesh to bone and devours them. 31. Fiesta melons. In Benidorm there are melons, whole donkey carts full, of innumerable melons, ovals and balls, bright green and thumpable, laced over with stripes of turtle dark green. Choose an egg shape, a world shape, bowl one homeward to taste in the white-hot noon. Cream-smooth honeydews, pink-pulped whoppers, bump-rinded cantaloupes with orange cores. Each wedge wears a studding of blanched seeds or black seeds to strew like confetti under the feet of this market of melon-eating fiesta-goers. 32. The goring arena. Dust rusted by 4 bulls' blood to a dull redness. The afternoon at a bad end under the crowd's truculence. The ritual death each time botched among dropped capes, ill-judged stabs. The strongest will seemed a will toward ceremony. Obese, dark-faced in his rich yellows, tassels, pompons, braid, the picador rode out against the 5th bull to brace his pike and slowly bear, down deep into the bent bull-neck. Cumbrous routine, not artwork.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Instinct for art began with the bull's horn lofting in the mob's hush. A lumped man-shape. The whole act formal, fluent as a dance. Blood faultlessly broached, redeemed the sullied air, the earth's grossness. 33. The beggar's nightfall. Cold eye neither disheartens these goatish tragedians who hawk misfortune like figs and chickens, and, plaintive against each day, decry nature's partial, haphazard thumb. Under white wall and Moorish window, grief's honest grimace, debased by time, caricatures itself and thrives on the coins of pity. At random, a beggar stops among eggs and loaves, props a leg stump upon a crutch, jiggles his tin cup at the goodwives. By lack and loss, these beggars encroach on spirits tenderer than theirs, suffering toughened beyond the fetch of finest conscience. Nightfall obscures the bay's sheer, extravagant blue, White House and almond grove. The beggars outlast their evilest star, wryly and with a perfidious verve baffle the dark, the pitying eye. 34. Spider, Anansi, black busybody of the folk tales. You scuttle out on impulse, blunt in self-interest, as a sledgehammer, as a man's bunched fist. Yet of devils the cleverest, to get your carousals told. You spun the cosmic web. You squint from center field. Last summer I came upon your Spanish cousin, notable robber baron, behind a goatherd's hut. Near his small Stonehenge above the ant's rout, 1/3 ant size, a leggy spot. He tripped an ant with a rope scarcely visible. About and about the slope of his redoubt he ran his nimble filament, each time round winding that ant tighter to the cocoon, already veiling the gray spool of stone, from which coils caught ants waved legs in torpid warning, or lay still, and suffered their livelier fellows to struggle. Then briskly scaled his altar, tiered with tethered ants, nodding in a somnolence appalling to witness. To the barbarous outlook, from there chose his next martyr to the gross cause of concupiscence. Once more, with black alacrity bound round his prisoner. The ants, a file of comers, a file of goers, persevered on a set course no scruple could disrupt, obeying orders of instinct till swept off stage and infamously wrapped up by a spry black deus ex machina. Nor did they seem deterred by this. 35. Spinster. Now, this particular girl, during a ceremonious April walk with her latest suitor, found herself of a sudden intolerably struck by the birds' irregular babble and the leaves' litter. By this tumult afflicted, she observed her lover's gestures unbalance the air, his gait stray uneven through a rank wilderness of fern and flower. She judged petals in disarray, the whole season sloven. How she longed for winter then! Scrupulously austere in its order of white and black, ice and rock, each sentiment within border, and heart's frosty discipline exact as a snowflake. But here, a burgeoning, unruly enough to pitch her 5 queenly wits into vulgar motley, a treason not to be borne. Let idiots reel giddy and bedlam spring, she withdrew neatly. And round her house she set such a barricade of barb and check against mutinous weather as no mere insurgent man could hope to break, with curse, fist, threat, or love either, dear either. 36. Rhyme. I've got a stubborn goose whose guts honeycombed with golden eggs, yet won't lay one. She, addled in her goose-wit, struts the barnyard like those taloned hags who ogle men and crimp their wrinkles in a grin, jangling their great money-bags. While I eat grits, she fattens on the finest grain. Now, as I hone my knife, she begs pardon, and that's so humbly done, I'd turn this keen steel on myself before profit by such a rogue's act. But how those feathers shine! Exit from a smoking slit her ruby dregs. 37. Departure. The figs on the fig tree in the yard are green. Green also the grapes on the green vine, shading the brick-red porch tiles. The money's run out. How nature, sensing this, compounds her bitters. Ungifted, ungrieved, our leave-taking. The sun shines on unripe corn. Cats play in the stalks. Retrospect shall not soften such penury. Sun's brass, the moon's steely patinas, the leaden slag of the world, but always expose the scraggy rock spit shielding the town's blue bay, against which the brunt of outer sea beats is brutal endlessly. Gull-fouled, a stone hut bears its low lintel to corroding weathers. Across the jut of ochreous rock, goats shamble, morose, rank-haired, to lick the sea salt. 39. Resolve. Day of mist, day of tarnish, with hands unserviceable. I wait for the milk van. The one-eared cat laps its gray paw, and the coal fire burns outside. The little hedge leaves are become quite yellow. A milk film blurs the empty bottles on the window-sill. No glory descends. 2 water drops poise on the arched green stem of my neighbor's rose-bush. O bent bow of thorns! The cat unsheaths its claws. The world turns today. Today I will not disenchant my 12 black-gowned examiners or bunch my fist in the wind's sneer. 40. Landowners. From my rented attic with no earth to call my own except the air motes, I malign the leaden perspective of identical gray brick houses, orange roof tiles, orange chimney pots, and see that first house, as if between mirrors, engendering a spectral corridor of inane replicas, flimsily peopled. But landowners own their cabbage roots, a space of stars, indigenous peace. Such substance makes my eyeful of reflections a ghost's eyeful, which, envious, would define death as striking root on one land tract, life its own vaporous wayfarings. 41. Ella Mason and her 11 cats. Old Ella Mason keeps cats, 11 at last count, in her ramshackle house off Somerset Terrace. People make queries on seeing our neighbor's cat haunt, saying, something's addled in a woman who accommodates that many cats. Rum and red-faced as a watermelon, her voice long gone to wheeze and seed, Ella Mason, for no good reason, plays hostess to Tabby, Tom, and Increase, with cream and chicken gut feasting the palates of finical cats. Village stories go that in olden days Ella flounced about, minx thin and haughty, a fashionable beauty, slaying the dandies with her emerald eyes. Now, run to fat, she's a spinster whose door shuts on all but cats. Once, we children sneaked over to spy Miss Mason napping in her kitchen paved with saucers. On antimacassars, tabletop, cupboard shelf, cats lounged brazen, one gruff-timbered purr rolling from furred throats. Such stentorian cats! With poke and giggle, ready to skedaddle, we peered agog through the cobwebbed door straight into yellow glare of guardian cats crouched round their idol, while Ella drowsed, whiskered with sleek face, sly wits, Sphinx queen of cats. Look, there she goes, Cat Lady Mason. We snickered as she shambled down Somerset Terrace to market for her dearies, more mammoth and blousy with every season. Miss Ella's got loony from keeping in cahoots with 11 cats. But now, turned kinder with time, we mark Miss Mason blinking green-eyed and solitary at girls who marry, demure ones, lithe ones, needing no lesson that vain jades sulk single down bridal nights, accursed as wildcats. 42. Crystal Gazer. Gerd sits spindle-shanked in her dark tent, lean face gone tawn with seasons, skin worn down to the knuckle-bones at her tough trade. Without time's taint, the burnished ball hangs fire in her hands, a lens, fusing time's 3 horizons. 2 enter to tap her sight, a green pair, fresh-leaved out in vows. Come tell how we shall do together, well or ill. Gerd slants a look at each, most dear, each to the other, fit fibre for stern weather.
In moments, helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Slowly she spins the ball. I see 2 stalwart apple trees, coupled by branches intertwined, and, springing all about, staunch saplings. To this house thriving days will bring crops increase, and harvest fruit follow on kind wind. No hardship, then? He asks. Well, take, whatever trials to come, so say true. His bride echoes his word. At that, Gerd whirls the ball ablaze. Rough storm, she grants, may wreak some havoc on tender limb, and yet strengthen that orchard thereby. Their small price paid, these wedded ones walk forth into sun-moneyed air, quickened to savor their span of flourishing. Aloof, squatting mummy-wise, Gerd scans that clairvoyant courts which once, at her own wishing, exacted her first simple sight for this strict second. Then, a free-gadding hoyden, Gerd had craved to govern more sight than given to a woman by wits alone. To foresee her lover's faith and their future lot, she braved church curse to ken that crooked oath whereby one hires a demon. A flash like doom-crack rent nights black. God's work stood anchored in that glare, focusing all time's day-suns in one. So beggar Gerd might aim her look at Gorgon prospects with power to strike to stone hearts of those who pierced time's core. What Gerd saw then engraved her mind, plague-pitted as the moon, each bud shriveling to cinders at its source, each love blazing blind to its gutted end, and, fixed in the crystal center, grinning fierce, Earth's evergreen death's head. 43. November Graveyard. The scene stands stubborn. Skinflint trees hoard last year's leaves, won't mourn, wear sackcloth, or turn. To elegiac dryads, and dour grass guards the hard-hearted emerald of its grassiness. However the grandiloquent mind may scorn such poverty.
No dead men's cries flower forget-me-nots between the stones paving this grave ground. Here's honest rot to unpick the heart, pare bone free of the fictive vein. When one stark skeleton bulks real, all saints' tongues fall quiet. Flies watch no resurrections in the sun. At the essential landscape, stare, stare till your eyes foist a vision dazzling on the wind. Whatever lost ghosts flare, damned howling in their shrouds across the moor, rave on the leash of the starving mind, which peoples the bare room, the blank, untenanted air. 44. Black Rook in rainy weather. On the stiff twig up there hunches a wet black rook, arranging and rearranging its feathers in the rain. I do not expect a miracle or an accident to set the sight on fire in my eye, nor seek any more in the desultory weather some design, but let spotted leaves fall as they fall, without ceremony or portent. Although I admit I desire, occasionally, some back-talk from the mute sky, I can't honestly complain. A certain minor light may still lean incandescent out of kitchen table or chair, as if a celestial burning took possession of the most obtuse objects now and then, thus hallowing an interval, otherwise inconsequential, by bestowing largesse, honor, one might say love. At any rate, I now walk wary, for it could happen, even in this dull, ruinous landscape, skeptical, yet politic, ignorant of whatever angel may choose to flare suddenly at my elbow. I only know that a rook, ordering its black feathers, can so shine as to seize my senses, haul my eyelids up, and grant a brief respite from fear of total neutrality. With luck, trekking stubborn through this season of fatigue, I shall patch together a content of sorts. Miracles occur, if you care to call those spasmodic tricks of radiances miracles. The wait's begun again, the long wait for the angel, for that rare random descent. A selection of 50 early poems. The 50 poems printed here are a selection from Sylvia Plath's work produced mainly in the 3 or 4 years preceding 1956. Many of them were written as class assignments for her English professor at Smith College, Alfred Young Fisher, and the typescripts bear his profuse and detailed comments. In most cases, she seems to have followed his textual suggestions. Bitter strawberries. All that morning in the strawberry field, they talked about the Russians. Squatted down between the rows, we listened. We heard the head woman say, "Bomb them off the map." Horseflies buzzed, paused, and stung. And the taste of strawberries turned thick and sour. Mary said slowly, "I've got a fella old enough to go, if anything should happen." The sky was high and blue. 2 children laughed at tag in the tall grass, leaping awkward and long-legged across the road. The fields were full of bronzed young men, hoeing lass, weeding celery. "The draft is past," the woman said. "We ought to have bombed them long ago." "Don't," pleaded the little girl with blonde braids. Juvenilia. Her blue eyes swam with vague terror. She added pettishly, "I can't see why you're always talking this way." "Oh, stop worrying, Nelda," snapped the woman sharply. She stood up, a thin, commanding figure in faded dungarees. Businesslike, she asked us, "How many quarts?" She recorded the total in her notebook, and we all turned back to picking. Kneeling over the rows, we reached among the leaves with quick, practiced hands, cupping the berry protectively before snapping off the stem between thumb and forefinger. Family reunion. Outside in the street, I hear a car door slam, voices coming near, incoherent scraps of talk, and high heels clicking up the walk. The doorbell rends the noonday heat with copper claws.
a second's pause. The dull drums of my pulses beat against a silence wearing thin. The door now opens from within. Oh, hear the clash of people meeting, the laughter and the screams of greeting. Fat, always and out of breath, a greasy smack on every cheek from Aunt Elizabeth. There, that's the pink, pleased squeak of Cousin Jane, our spinster with the faded eyes and hands like nervous butterflies. While, rough as splintered wood, across them all, rasps the jarring baritone of Uncle Paul. The youngest nephew gives a fretful whine and droos at the reception line. Like a diver on a lofty spar of land atop the flight of stairs I stand. A whirlpool leers at me, absorbent as a sponge. I cast off my identity and make the fatal plunge. Female author. All day she plays at chess with the bones of the world. Favored, while suddenly the rains begin, beyond the window, she lies on cushions curled, and nibbles an occasional bonbon of sin. Prim, pink-breasted, feminine, she nurses chocolate fancies in rose-papered rooms, where polished highboys whisper creaking curses, and hothouse roses shed immoral blooms. The garnets on her fingers twinkle quick, and blood reflects across the manuscript. She muses on the odor, sweet and sick, of festering gardenias in a crypt, and, lost in subtle metaphor, retreats from gray child faces crying in the streets. April 18. The slime of all my yesterdays rots in the hollow of my skull. And if my stomach would contract because of some explicable phenomenon such as pregnancy or constipation, I would not remember you. Or that, because of sleep, infrequent as a moon of green cheese, that because of food, nourishing as violet leaves, that because of these, and in a few fatal yards of grass, in a few spaces of sky and treetops, a future was lost yesterday, as easily and irretrievably as a tennis ball. Gold mouths cry. Gold mouths cry with the green young certainty of the bronze boy, remembering 1,000 autumns, and how 100,000 leaves came sliding down his shoulder blades, persuaded by his bronze heroic reason. We ignore the coming doom of gold, and we are glad in this bright metal season. Even the dead laugh among the goldenrod. The bronze boy stands knee-deep in centuries, and never grieves, remembering 1,000 autumns, with sunlight of 1,000 years upon his lips, and his eyes gone blind with leaves. Dirge for a joker. Always in the middle of a kiss came the profane stimulus to cough.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Behind mock ceremony of your brief lurked the burlesque instinct of the ham. You never altered your amused belief that life was a mere monumental sham. From the comic accident of birth to the final grotesque joke of death, your malady of sacrilegious mirth spread gay contagion with each clever breath. Now you must play the straight man for a term and tolerate the humor of the worm. To Eva descending the stair, a villanelle. Clocks cry, stillness is a lie, my dear. The wheels revolve, the universe keeps running. Proud you halt upon the spiral stair. The asteroids turn traitor in the air, and planets plot with old elliptic cunning. Clocks cry, stillness is a lie, my dear. Red the unraveled rose sings in your hair. Blood springs eternal if the heart be burning. Proud you halt upon the spiral stair. Cryptic stars wind up the atmosphere. In solar schemes the tilted suns go turning. Clocks cry, stillness is a lie, my dear. Loud the immortal nightingales declare, love flames forever if the flesh be yearning. Proud you halt upon the spiral stair. Circling zodiac compels the year. Intolerant beauty never will be learning. Clocks cry, stillness is a lie, my dear. proud you halt upon the spiral stair. Cinderella. The prince leans to the girl in scarlet heels, her green eyes slant, hair flaring in a fan, of silver as the rondo slows, now reels begin on tilted violins to span the whole revolving tall glass palace hall, where guests slide gliding into light like wine. Rose candles flicker on the lilac wall, reflecting in a million flagons shine. And gilded couples all in whirling trance follow holiday revel begun long since. Until near 12, the strange girl all at once, guilt-stricken halts, pales, clings to the prince. As amid the hectic music and cocktail talk, she hears the caustic ticking of the clock. Jilted. My thoughts are crabbed and sallow, my tears like vinegar, or the bitter blinking yellow of an ascetic star. Tonight the caustic wind, love, gossips late and soon, and I wear the wry-faced pucker of the sour lemon moon. While like an early summer plum, puny, green and tart, droops upon its wizen stem my lean, unripened heart. Sonnet to Eva. All right, let's say you could take a skull and break it the way you'd crack a clock. You'd crush the bone between steel palms of inclination, take it, observing the wreck of metal and rare stone. This was a woman, her loves and stratagems betrayed in mute geometry of broken cogs and discs, inane mechanic whims, and idle coils of jargon yet unspoken. Not man nor demigod could put together the scraps of rusted reverie, the wheels of notched tin platitudes concerning weather, perfume, politics, and fixed ideals. The idiot bird leaps up and drunken leans to chirp the hour in lunatic 13s. Bluebeard. I am sending back the key that let me into Bluebeard's study. Because he would make love to me, I am sending back the key. In his eyes' darkroom, I can see my X-rayed heart, dissected body. I am sending back the key that let me into Bluebeard's study. Aquatic nocturne. Deep in liquid indigo, turquoise slivers of dilute light quiver in thin streaks of bright tinfoil on mobile jet. Pale flounder waver by tilting silver. In the shallows, agile minnows flicker gilt. Grape blue mussels dilate, lithe and pliant valves. Dull lunar globes of bulbous jellyfish glow milk green. Eels twirl in wily spirals on elusive tails. Adroit lobsters amble darkly olive on shrewd daws. Down where sound comes blunt and wan, like the bronze tone of a sunken gong. Notes to a neophyte. Take the general mumble, blunt as the faceless gut of an anonymous clam, vernacular as the strut of a slug, or small preamble by snail under hump of home. Metamorphose the mollusk of vague vocabulary with structural discipline, stiffen the ordinary malleable mask to the granite grin of bone. For such a tempering task, heat furnace of paradox in an artifice of ice. Make love and logic mix, and remember, if tedious risk seems to jeopardize this, it was a solar turbine gave molten earth a frame, and it took the diamond stone a weight of world and time being crystallized from carbon to the hardest substance known. Metamorphoses of the moon. Cold moons withdraw, refusing to come to terms with the pilot who dares all heaven's harms to raid the zone where fate begins. Flings silver gauntlet of his plane at space, demanding satisfaction. No duel takes place, the mute air merely thins and thins. Sky won't be drawn closer, absolute, it holds aloof, a shrouded parachute always the same. From the falling man who never will abstain from asking, but inventive, hopes. In vain challenges the silent dome. No violation but gives dividends of slow disaster. The bitten apple ends the Eden of bucolic Eve. Understanding breaks through the skull's shell, and like a cuckoo in the nest, makes hell for naive larks who starve and grieve. What prince has ever seized the shining grail, but that it turned into a milking pail? It's likely that each secret sought will prove to be some common parlor fake, a craft with paint and powder that can make Cleopatra from a slut. For most exquisite truths are artifice, framed in disciplines of fire and ice, which conceal incongruous elements, like dirty socks and scraps of day-old bread and egg-stained plates. Perhaps such sophistry can placate us, but yet the perverse imp within will probe beneath the fringes of forbidden robe, seduced by curiosity, until in disenchantment our eyes glut themselves on the clay toes and short club foot, which mar the idol's sanctity. The choice between the mica mystery of moonlight or the pockmarked face we see through the scrupulous telescope is always to be made. Innocence is a fairy tale. Intelligence hangs itself on its own rope. Either way we choose, the angry witch will punish us for saying which is which. In fatal equilibrium, we poise on perilous poles that freeze us in a cross of contradiction, racked between the fact of doubt, the faith of dream. Dialogue en route. If only something would happen, sighed Eve, the elevator girl ace, to Adam the arrogant matador, as they shot past the 49th floor in a rocketing clock case, fast as a fallible falcon. I wish millionaire uncles and aunts would umbrella like liberal toadstools in a shower of Chanel, Dior gowns, filet mignon and walloping wines, a pack of philanthropical fools to indulge my extravagant wants. Erect in his folderol cloak sham, Adam the matador cried, "Oh, may G-men all die of the cholera, and my every chimerical dollar breed innumerable bills bona fide, a hot hyperbolical joke," said Eve. I wish venomous nematodes were bewitched to assiduous lovers, each one an inveterate gallant, with Valentino's crack technical talent for recreation down under the covers. Erotic and elegant episodes. Adam, that simian swell, with his modish opposable thumb, oh, for ubiquitous free aphrodisiacs, and for pumpkins to purr into Cadillacs, and voluptuous Venus to come waltzing up to me out of her cockle shell. Breaking through gravity's garrison, Eve, the elevator girl ace, and Adam, the arrogant matador, shot past the 94th floor to corral the conundrum of space at its cryptic celestial origin. They both watched the barometer sink as the world swiveled round in its orbit, and thousands were born and dropped dead, when from the inane overhead, too quick for the pair to absorb it, came a gargantuan galactic wink. To a jilted lover, cold on my narrow cot I lie, and in sorrow look through my window square of black. Figured in the midnight sky, a mosaic of stars diagrams the falling years, while from the moon my lover's eye chills me to death with radiance of his frozen faith. Once I wounded him with so small a thorn, I never thought his flesh would burn, or that the heat within would grow until he stood incandescent as a god. Now there is nowhere I can go to hide from him. Moon and sun reflect his flame.
In moments, helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. In the morning, all shall be the same again. Stars pale before the angry dawn. The gilded cock will turn for me the rack of time until the peak of noon has come, and by that glare my love will see how I am still blazing in my golden hell. The dream last night, he said. I slept well except for 2 uncanny dreams that came before the change of weather, when I rose and opened all the shutters to let warm wind feather with wet plumage through my rooms. In the first dream, I was driving down the dark in a black hearse with many men until I crashed a light,
and right away a raving woman followed us and rushed to halt our car in headlong course. Crying, she came to the island where we stopped, and with a curse demanded that I pay a fine for being such a rude assailant and damaging the whole unseen lighting plant of the universe. Behind me then I heard a voice warning me to hold her hand and kiss her on the mouth, for she loved me, and a brave embrace would avoid all penalty. I know, I told my friend, but yet I waited to be fined and took the woman's bright subpoena while she washed the way with tears, then drove to you upon the wind. I do not tell you the nightmare which occurred to me in China. Sonnet. To time. Today we move in jade and cease with garnet, amid the ticking, jeweled clocks that mark our years. Death comes in a casual steel car, yet we vaunt our days in neon and scorn the dark. But outside the diabolic steel of this most plastic-windowed city, I can hear the lone wind raving in the gutter, his voice crying exclusion in my ear. So cry for the pagan girl left picking olives beside a sun-blue sea, and mourn the flagon raised to toast 1,000 kings, for all give sorrow. Weep for the legendary dragon. Time is a great machine of iron bars that drains eternally the milk of stars. The trial of man. The ordinary milkman brought that dawn of destiny, delivered to the door in square hermetic bottles, while the sun ruled decree of doomsday on the floor. The morning paper clocked the headline hour. You drank your coffee like original sin, and at the jet-plane Eminger of God's roar, got up to let the suave blue policeman in. Impaled upon a stern angelic stare, you were condemned to serve the legal limit and burned to death within your neon hell. Now disciplined in the strict ancestral chair, you sit, solemn-eyed, about to vomit, the future an electrode in your skull. April. Obeyed. Worship this world of watercolor mood in glass pagodas hung with veils of breen, where diamonds jangle hymns within the blood, and sap ascends the steeple of the vein. A saintly sparrow jargons madrigals to waken dreamers in the milky dawn, while tulips bow like a college of cardinals before that papal paragon, the sun. Christened in a spindrift of snowdrop stars, whereon pink-fluted feet the pigeons pass, and jonquils sprout like Solomon's metaphors, my love and I go garlanded with grass. Again we are deluded, and infer that somehow we are younger than we were. Go get the goodly squab. Go get the goodly squab in gold-lobed corn, and pluck the droll-flecked quail where thick they lie. Reap the round blue pigeon from roof ridge, but let the fast-feathered eagle fly. Let the fast-feathered eagle fly, and the skies crack through with thunder. Hide, hide, in the deep nest, lest the lightning strike you to cinder. Go snare the sleeping bear in leaf-lined den, and trap the muskrat napping in slack sun. Dupe the dull sow lounging snout in mud, but let the galloping antelope run. Let the galloping antelope run, and the snow blow up behind. Hide, hide, in the safe cave, lest the blizzard drive you blind. Go cull the purple snails from slothful shells, and bait the drowsing trout by the brook's brim. Gather idle oysters from green shoals, but let the quicksilver mackerel swim. Let the quicksilver mackerel swim, where the black wave topples down. Hide, hide, in the warm port, lest the water drag you to drown. Trio of love songs. 1. Major faults in granite mark a mortal lack, yet individual planet directs all zodiac. Diagram of mountains graphs a fever chart, yet astronomic fountains exit from the heart. Tempo of strict ocean metronomes the blood, Yet ordered lunar motion proceeds from private flood. Drama of each season plots doom from above, yet all angelic reason moves to our minor love. 2. My love for you is more athletic than a verb, agile as a star the tense of sun absorb. Treading circus tightropes of each syllable, the brazen jackanapes would fracture if he fell. Acrobat of space, the daring adjective plunges for a phrase describing arcs of love. Nimble as a noun, he catapults in air. A planetary swoon could climax his career, but adroit conjunction eloquently shall link to his lyric a periodic goal. 3. If you dissect a bird to diagram the tongue, you'll cut the cord articulating song. If you flay a beast to marvel at the mane, you'll wreck the rest from which the fur began. If you assault a fish to analyze the fin, your hands will crush the generating bone. If you pluck out my heart to find what makes it move, you'll halt the clock that syncopates our love. Lament, a villanelle. The sting of bees took away my father, who walked in a swarming shroud of wings and scorned the tick of the falling weather. Lightning licked in a yellow lather, but missed the mark with snaking fangs. The sting of bees took away my father. Trouncing the sea like a raging bather, he rode the flood in a pride of prongs, and scorned the tick of the falling weather. A scowl of sun struck down my mother, tolling her grave with golden gongs, but the sting of bees took away my father. He counted the guns of God a bother, laughed at the ambush of angels' tongues, and scorned the tick of the falling weather. Oh, ransack the four winds and find another man who can mangle the grin of kings. The sting of bees took away the tick of the falling weather. Doomsday. The idiot bird leaps out and drunken leans atop the broken universal clock. The hour is crowed in lunatic 13s. Our painted stages fall apart by scenes, while all the actors halt in mortal shock. The idiot bird leaps out and drunken leans. Streets crack through in havoc-split ravines, as the doom-struck city crumbles block by block. The hour is crowed in lunatic 13s. Fractured glass flies down in smithereens. Our lucky relics have been put in hock. The idiot bird leaps out and drunken leans. The hour is crowed in lunatic 13s. Too late to ask if end was worth the means. Too late to calculate the toppling stock. The idiot bird leaps out and drunken leans. The hour is crowed in lunatic 13s. Moon song at morning. O moon of illusion, enchanting men with tinsel vision along the vein, cocks crow up a rival to mock your face and eclipse that oval which conjured us to leave our reason and come to this fabled horizon of caprice. Dawn shall dissever your silver veil, which let lover think lover beautiful. The light of logic will show us that all moonstruck magic is dissociative. No sweet disguises withstand that stare, whose candor exposes love's paling sphere. In gardens of squalor, the sleepers wake as their golden jailer turns the rack. Each sacred body night yielded up is mangled by study of microscope. Facts have blasted the angel's frame, and stern truth twisted the radiant limb. Reflect in terror the scorching sun, dive at your mirror and drown within. Doom of exiles. Now we, returning from the vaulted domes of our colossal sleep, come home to find a tall metropolis of catacombs erected down the gangways of our mind. Green alleys where we reveled have become the infernal haunt of demon dangers. Both seraph song and violins are dumb. Each clock tick consecrates the death of strangers. Backward we traveled to reclaim the day before we fell like Icarus undone. All we find are altars in decay and profane words scrawled black across the sun. Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Still, stubbornly we try to crack the nut in which the riddle of our race is shut. 16th April 1954, The Dispossessed. The enormous mortgage must be paid somehow. So if you can dream up any saving plan, tell me quick, darling, tell me now. An odd disease has hit our holy cow. No milk or honey fills the empty can. The enormous mortgage must be paid somehow. If you've a plot to halt the lethal flow of weevil tribe and locust caravan, tell me quick, darling, tell me now. Our creditor advances with a bow to cast lock, stock, and barrel under ban. The enormous mortgage must be paid somehow. If you can think of means to mend the vow we broke the minute that the world began, tell me quick, darling, tell me now. We've squandered all the banker will allow and mislaid every vital talisman. The enormous mortgage must be paid somehow. Tell me quick, darling, tell me now. Admonitions. Oh, never try to knock on rotten wood or play another card game when you've won. Never try to know more than you should. The magic golden apples all look good, although the wicked witch has poisoned one. Oh, never try to knock on rotten wood. From here, the moon seems smooth as angel food. From here, you can't see spots upon the sun. Never try to know more than you should. The suave dissembling cobra wears a hood and swaggers like a proper gentleman. Oh, never try to knock on rotten wood. While angels wear a wakeful attitude, disguise beguiles and mortal mischief's done. Never try to know more than you should. For deadly secrets strike when understood, and lucky stars all exit on the run. Never try to knock on rotten wood. Never try to know more than you should. Never try to trick me with a kiss. Never try to trick me with a kiss, pretending that the birds are here to stay. The dying man will scoff in scorn at this. A stone can masquerade where no heart is, and virgins rise where lustful Venus lay. Never try to trick me with a kiss. Our noble doctor claims the pain is his, while stricken patients let him have his say. The dying man will scoff in scorn at this. Each virile bachelor dreads paralysis. The old maid in the gable cries all day. Never try to trick me with a kiss. The suave eternal serpents promise bliss to mortal children longing to be gay. The dying man will scoff in scorn at this. Sooner or later something goes amiss. The singing birds pack up and fly away. So never try to trick me with a kiss. The dying man will scoff in scorn at this. The dead, revolving in oval loops of solar speed, couched in calls of clay as in holy robes, dead men render love and war no heed, lulled in the ample womb of the full-tilt globe. No spiritual Caesars are these dead. They want no proud paternal kingdom come. And when at last they blunder into bed, world wrecked, they seek only oblivion. Rolled round with goodly loam and cradled deep, these bone shanks will not wake immaculate to trumpet toppling dawn of doom-struck day. They lull forever in colossal sleep, nor can God's stern, shocked angels cry them up from their fond, final, infamous decay. Dance macabre. Down among strict roots and rocks, eclipsed beneath blind lid of land, goes the grass-embroidered box. Arranged in sheets of ice, the fond skeleton still craves to have fever from the world behind. Hands reach back to relics of nippled moons, extinct and cold, frozen in designs of love. At 12, each skull is aureoled with recollections, ticking thorns, winding up the raveled mold.
Needles nag like unicorns, assault a sleeping virgin shroud, till her stubborn body burns. Lured by brigands in the blood, shanks of bone now resurrect, inveigled to forsake the sod. Eloping from their slabs, abstract couples court by moon of moon, sheer silver blurs their phantom act. Luminous, the town of stone anticipates the warning sound of cockcrow crying up the dawn. With kiss of cinders ghosts descend, compelled to deadlock underground. Circus in 3 rings. In the circus tent of a hurricane designed by a drunken god, my extravagant heart blows up again in a rampage of champagne-colored rain, and the fragments whir like a weather vane while the angels all applaud. Daring as death and debonair, I invade my lion's den. A rose of jeopardy flames in my hair, yet I flourish my whip with a fatal flare, defending my perilous wounds with a chair, while the gawings of love begin. Mocking as Mephistopheles, eclipsed by magician's disguise, my demon of doom tilts on a trapeze, winged rabbits revolving about his knees, only to vanish with devilish ease in a smoke that sears my eyes. Prologue to spring. The winter landscape hangs in balance now, transfixed by glare of blue from Gorgon's eye. The skaters freeze within a stone tableau. Air alters into glass, and the whole sky grows brittle as a tilted china bowl. Hill and valley stiffen row on row. Each fallen leaf is trapped by spell of steel, crimped like fern in the quartz atmosphere. Repose of sculpture holds the country still. What counter-magic can undo the snare, which has stopped the season in its tracks, and suspended all that might occur? Locked in crystal caskets are the lakes, yet as we wonder what can come of ice, green singing birds explode from all the rocks. Song for a revolutionary love. Oh, throw it away, throw it all away on the wind. First let the heavenly foliage go, and page by pride the good books blow. Scatter smug angels with your hand. Undo the doings of the fathering age. Chuck the broken Acropolis out. Fling the 7 wonders after that, with struts and props of the holy stage. Disrupt the calendars next. Send the duteous packing, without a compass or scale, to chart the measure of fortune's wheel. Let nothing be left to swaddle us. Unravel antique samplers, unwind the clocks, till unruly children stream down the sky, and old maids on impromptu petticoats fly, with begonia and building blocks. Now empty boxes of the hoodwinked dead upon the pouring air, until God hears from his great sun-struck hell the chittering crackpots that he made. Then hurl the bare world like a blue-green ball back into the Holocaust to burn away the humbug rust, and again together begin it all. Sonnet to Satan. In dark room of your eye, the moonly mind somersaults to counterfeit eclipse. Bright angels black out over logic's land under shudder of their handicaps, commanding that corkscrew comet jet forth ink to pitch the white world down in swiveling flood. You overcast all order's noonday rank and turn God's radiant photograph to shade. Steepling snake in that contrary light invades the dilate lens of Genesis to print your flaming image in birth spot, with characters no cockcrow can deface. O maker of proud planets negative, obscure the scalding sun till no clocks move. A sorcerer bids farewell to seem. I'm through with this grand looking-glass hotel, where adjectives play croquet with flamingo nouns. Methinks I shall absent me for a while from rhetoric of these rococo queens. Item, chuck out royal rigmarole of props, and auction off each rare white rabbit verb. Send my muse Alice packing with gaudy scraps of mushroom simile and griffin garb. My native sleight of hand is wearing out. Mad Hatter's hat yields no new metaphor. The Jabberwock will not translate his songs. It's time to vanish like the Cheshire Cat, alone to that authentic island where cabbages are cabbages, kings, kings. Midsummer Mobile. Begin by dipping your brush into clear light. Then syncopate a sky of doofy blue, with tilted spars of sloops revolved by white gulls in a feathered fugue of wings. Outdo Surat, fleck schooner flanks with sun, and set a tremolo of turquoise quivering in the wave. Now nimbly let a tinsel pizzicato on fish fin be plucked from caves of dappled amber, where a mermaid odalisque lolls at her ease, with orange scallops tangled in wet hair, fresh from the mellow palette of Matisse. Suspend this day so singularly.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. On looking into the eyes of a demon lover, here are two pupils whose moons of black transform to cripples all who look. Each lovely lady who peers inside takes on the body of a toad. Within these mirrors the world inverts. The fond admirer's burning darts turn back to injure the thrusting hand, and inflame to danger the scarlet wound. I sought my image in the scorching glass, for what fire could damage a witch's face? So I stared in that furnace where beauties char, but found radiant Venus reflected there. Insolent storm strikes at the skull. Insolent storm strikes at the sleeping citadel, knocking the warden to his knees in impotence to sue for peace. While wantonly amused by this, wind wakes the whole metropolis. Skeptic cyclones try the bone of strict and sacred skeleton. Polemic gales prove point by point how flesh cleaves fast to frozen joint. And a hurricane headache rocks the temples of the orthodox. Abracadabra of the rain drowns Noah's prayers with disdain, drives priest and prostitute in doorways, bereft of Moses and of Moors. No ancient blueprint builds an ark to navigate this final dark. River floods transcend the level demarcating good from evil, and casuist arguments run riot, inundating Eden's quiet. All absolutes that angels give flounder in the relative. Lightning conjures God's globe off its orbit. Neither law nor prophets can rectify truant intent to double-cross the firmament. Now earth rejects communication with heaven's autocratic station, and violates celestial custom by seceding from the solar system. Scintillant irony inspires independent rebel fires, till the announcer's voice is lost in heresies of Holocaust. Denouement. The telegram says you have gone away, and left our bankrupt circus on its own. There is nothing more for me to say. The maestro gives the singing birds their pay, and they buy tickets for the tropic zone. The telegram says you have gone away. The clever woolly dogs have had their day. They shoot the dice for one remaining bone. There is nothing more for me to say. The lion and the tigers turn to clay, and Jumbo sadly trumpets into stone. The telegram says you have gone away. The morbid cobra's wits have run astray. He rents his poisons out by telephone. There is nothing more for me to say. The colored tents all topple in the bay. The magic sawdust writes, address unknown. The telegram says you have gone away. There is nothing more for me to say. Two lovers and a beachcomber by the real sea. Cold and final, the imagination shuts down its fabled summer house. Blue views are boarded up. Our sweet vacation dwindles in the hourglass. Thoughts that found a maze of mermaid hair tangling in the tide's green fall now fold their wings like bats and disappear into the attic of the skull. We are not what we might be. What we are, outlaws all extrapolation beyond the interval of now and here. White whales are gone with the white ocean. A lone beachcomber squats among the rack of kaleidoscopic shells, probing fractured Venus with a stick under a tent of taunting gulls. No sea change decks the sunken shank of bone that chuckles in backtrack of the wave. Though the mind like an oyster labors on and on, a grain of sand is all we have. Water will run by rule. The actual sun will scrupulously rise and set. No little man lives in the exacting moon, and that is that, is that, is that. Black pine tree in an orange light. Tell me what you see in it. The pine tree like a Rorschach blot, black against the orange light. Plant an orange pumpkin patch, which at 12 will quaintly hatch 9 black mice with ebon coach. Or walk into the orange and make a devil's cataract of black obscure God's eye with corkscrew fleck. Put orange mistress half in sun, half in shade, until her skin tattoos black leaves on tangerine. Read black magic or holy book or lyric of love in the orange and black till dark is conquered by orange cock. But more pragmatic than all of this, say how crafty the painter was to make orange and black ambiguous. Terminal. Riding home from credulous blue domes, the dreamer reins his waking appetite in panic at the crop of catacombs sprung up like plague of toadstools overnight. Refectories where he reveled have become the hostelry of worms. Rapacious blades who weave within the skeleton's white womb a caviar decay of rich brocades. Turning the tables of this grave gourmet, the fiendish butler saunters in and serves for feast the sweetest meat of hell's chef d'oeuvres, his own pale bride upon a flaming tray. Parselied with elegies she lies in state, waiting for his grace to consecrate. Love is a parallax. Perspective betrays with its dichotomy. Train tracks always meet, not here, but only in the impossible mind's eye. Horizons beat a retreat as we embark on sophist seas to overtake that mark where wave pretends to drench real sky. Well then, if we agree, it is not odd that one man's devil is another's god, or that the solar spectrum is a multitude of shaded grays. Suspense on the quicksands of ambivalence is our life's whole nemesis. So we could rave on, darling, you and I, until the stars tick out a lullaby about each cosmic pro and con. Nothing changes for all the blazing of our drastic jargon, but clock hands that move implacably from 12 to 1. We raise our arguments like sitting ducks to knock them down with logic or with luck, and contradict ourselves for fun. The waitress holds our coats, and we put on the raw wind like a scarf. Love is a fawn who insists his playmates run. Now you, my intellectual leprechaun, would have me swallow the entire sun like an enormous oyster, down the ocean in one gulp. You say a mark of comet harakiri through the dark should inflame the sleeping town. So kiss. The drunks upon the curb and dames in dubious doorways forget their Monday names, caper with candles in their heads, the leaves applaud, and Santa Claus flies in scattering candy from a zeppelin, playing his prodigal charades. The moon leans down to look. The tilting fish in the rare river wink and laugh. We lavish blessings right and left and cry hello, and then hello again in deaf churchyard ears until the starlit stiff graves all carol in reply. Now kiss again till our strict father leans to call for curtain on our thousand scenes. Brazen actors mock at him, multiply pink harlequins, and sing in gay ventriloquy from wing to wing while footlights flare and houselights dim. Tell now, we taunt, where black or white begins, and separate the flutes from violins. The algebra of absolutes explodes in a kaleidoscope of shapes that jar, while each polemic jackanapes joins his enemies' recruits. The paradox is that the play's the thing. Though prima donna pouts and critic stings, there burns throughout the line of words the cultivated act, a fierce, brief fusion which dreamers call real and realists illusion, an insight like the flight of birds. Arrows that lacerate the sky while knowing the secret of their ecstasies in going. Someday, moving, one will drop, and dropping, die, to trace a wound that heals only to reopen as flesh congeals. Cycling phoenix never stops. So we shall walk barefoot on walnut shells of withered worlds, and stamp out punny hells and heavens till the spirit squeak surrender. To build our bed as high as Jack's bold beanstalk, lie and love till sharp scythe hacks away our rationed days and weeks. Then let the blue tent topple, stars rain down, and God or void appall us till we drown in our own tears. Today we start to pay the piper with each breath, yet love knows not of death, nor calculus above the simple sum of heart plus heart. Arielist. Each night this adroit young lady lies among sheets shredded fine as snowflakes, until dream takes her body from bed to strict tryouts in tightrope acrobatics. Nightly she balances cat clever on perilous wire, in a gigantic hall, footing her delicate dances to whip crack and roar, which speak her maestro's will.
Gilded, coming correct. Across that sultry air she steps, halts, hung in dead center of her act, as great weights drop all about her and commence to swing. Lessoned thus, the girl parries the lunge and menace of every pendulum. By deft duck and twirl she draws applause. Bright harness bites keen into each brave limb. Then, this tough stint done, she curtsies and serenely plummets down to traverse glass floor and get safe home. But, turning with trained eyes, tiger tamer and grinning clown squat, bowling black balls at her. Tall trucks roll in with a thunder like lions, all aims and lumbering moves to trap this outrageous nimble queen and shatter to atoms her 9 so slippery lives. Citing the stratagem of black weight, black ball, black truck, with a last artful dodge she leaps through hoop of that hazardous dream to sit up stark awake as the loud alarm clock stops. Now, as penalty for her skill, by day she must walk in dread steel gauntlets of traffic, terror-struck, lest, out of spite, the whole elaborate scaffold of sky overhead fall racketing finale on her luck. Morning in the hospital solarium. Sunlight strikes a glass of grapefruit juice, flaring green through philodendron leaves in this surrealistic house of pink and beige, impeccable bamboo, patronized by convalescent wives. Heat shadows waver noiseless in bright window squares until the women seem to float like dreamfish in the languid limbo of an undulant aquarium. Morning, another day, and talk taxis indolent on whispered wheels. The starched white coat, the cat's paw walk herald distraction. A flock of pastel pills, turquoise, rose, Sierra mauve. Needles that sting no more than love. A room where time ticks tempo to the casual climb of mercury in grated tubes, where ills slowly concede to sun and serum. Like petulant parakeets corked up in cages of intricate spun glass routine, the women wait, fluttering, turning pages of magazines in elegant ennui, hoping for some incredible dark man to assault the scene and make some gaudy miracle occur, to come and like a burglar steal their fancy. At noon, anemic husbands visit them. The Princess and the Goblins. 1.
From fabrication springs the spiral stair up which the wakeful princess climbs to find the source of blanching light that conjured her to leave her bed of fever and ascend a visionary ladder toward the moon, whose holy blue anoints her injured hand. With finger bandaged where the waspish pin flew from the intricate embroidery and stung according to the witch's plan, she mounts through malice of the needle's eye, trailing her scrupulously simple gown along bright asterisks by Milky Way. Colonnades of angels nod her in, where ancient, infinite, and beautiful, her legendary godmother leans down, spinning a single stubborn thread of wool, which all the artful wizards cannot crimp to keep the young girl from her crowning goal. Initiated by the lunar lamp, kindling her within a steepled flame, the princess hears the thunder and the pump of squadrons underground abducting him, who is the destination of the cord now bound around her wrist till she redeemed this miner's boy from goblin bodyguard. 2. Guided only by the tug and twitch of that mercurial strand, the girl goes down the darkening stair, undoes the palace latch, and slips unseen past watchmen on the lawn, dozing around their silvered sentry box. Across the frosted grass, she marks the sheen of thread conducting her to the worn tracks made by miners up the mountainside among the jagged mazes of the rocks. Laboring on the tilt of that steep grade behind which the declining moon has set, she recalls queer stories her nurse read about a goblin raid on Miner's hut because new excavations came too near the chambers where their fiendish queen would sit. Hearing a weird cackle from afar, she clutches at the talismanic cord and confronts a cairn of iron ore. Suddenly, a brazen song is heard from the pragmatic boy confined within, gaily cursing the whole goblin horde. Inviolate in the circle of that skein, looping like faith about her bleeding feet, the princess frees the miner, stone by stone, and leads him home to be her chosen knight. 3. The princess coaxes the incredulous boy through candid kitchens in the rising sun to seek the staircase by the glare of day. Hand in hand, they scale meridian, clambering up the creaking heights of heat until she hears the twittering machine, which quaintly wove the fabric of her fate behind the zodiac on attic door with abracadabra from the alphabet. Pointing toward the spindle's cryptic whir, she tells the greenhorn miner to bow down and honor the great goddess of the air suspended aloft within her planet shine. Laughing aloud, the dazzled boy demands why he should kneel before a silly scene where pigeons promenade the gable ends and coo quadrilles about the blighted core in a batch of raveled apple rinds. At his words, the indignant godmother vanishes in a labyrinth of hay, while sunlight winds its yarn upon the floor. Oh, never again will the extravagant straw knit up a gilded fable for the child who weeps before the desolate tableau of clockwork that makes the royal blood run cold. Touch and go. Sing praise for statuary, for those anchored attitudes and staunch stone eyes that stare, through lichen lid and passing birdfoot, at some steadfast mark beyond the inconstant green, gallop and flick of light in this precarious park, where vivid children twirl like colored tops through time, nor stop to understand how all their play is touch and go. But, they cry, and the swing arcs up to the tall tree tip. Go, and the merry-go-round hauls them round with it. And I, like the children, caught in the mortal active verb, let my transient eye break a tear for each quick flaring game of child, leaf, and cloud, while on this same fugue, unmoved, those stonier eyes look, safe-socketed in rock. Temper of time. An ill wind is stalking while evil stars whir, and all the gold apples go bad to the core. Black birds of omen now prowl on the bough,
With a hiss of disaster, Sibyl's leaves blow. Through closets of copses, tall skeletons walk. Nightshade and nettles tangle the track. In the ramshackle meadow where Kilroy would pass, lurks the sickle-shaped shadow of Snake in the grass. Approaching his cottage by crooked detour, he hears the gruff knocking of the wolf at the door. His wife and his children hang riddled with shot. There's a hex on the cradle and death in the pot. Epitaph in 3 parts. 1. Rocking across the lapis lazuli sea comes a flock of bottle battleships, each with a telegram addressed to me. Destroy your mirror and avoid mishaps, chirps the first. Live on a silent island where the water blots out all footsteps. The second sings, receive no roving gallant who seeks to dally in the port till dawn, for your fate involves a dark assailant. The third cries out as all the ships go down, there is more than one good way to drown. 3. Grasshopper goblins with green pointed ears caper on leaf-stalk legs across my doorsill, and mock the jangling rain of splintered stars. My room is a twittering gray box with a wall there and there and there again, and then a window, which proves the sky sheer rigmarole that happens to conceal the lid of one enormous box of gray, where God has gone and hidden all the bright angelic men. A wave of grass engraves upon the stone. There is more than one good way to drown. Uncollected Juvenilia. A complete list of poems composed before 1956. This alphabetical list includes all the poems Sylvia Plath composed before 1956.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. The texts of all but half a dozen of these early pieces are in the Sylvia Plath Archive of Juvenilia in the Lilly Library at Indiana University. The rest are with the Sylvia Plath estate. The bracketed date following certain titles indicates the year of composition where it is known. An asterisk before a title indicates that it is included in the selection of 50 early poems printed above, p. 299. Admonitions. Adolescence, 1949. Advice for an Artificer. Arielist. All I can tell you is about the fog. Alone. And alone in the woods was I, 1948. Among the tall, deep-rooted grasses. Apology for an April Seder. Apparel for April, 1953. Apple Blossom, 1943. April Aubade. April 18. Aquatic Nocturne. August Night. Autumn Portrait. A Ballad. Ballade. Bereft, 1947. Bitter Strawberries. Black Pine Tree in an Orange Light. Blue Shingled Rooftops, 1947. Bluebeard. The Bronze Boy. Camp Helen Starrow, 1945. Carnival, 1948. Carnival Nocturne, 1953. Checkmate, 1948. Chef Dove. Cinderella. Circus in 3 Rings. City Streets. City Wife. Class Song, 1950. Closet Drama. Complaint. The Complex. Couch. Crime Doesn't Pay. Crossing the Equator. Danse Macabre. The Dark River, 1949. The Dead. Denouement. Desert Song. The Desperate Hours. Dialogue. En route. Dirge. Dirge for a Joker. Dirge for Abigail. Dirge in 3 parts. The Dispossessed. Doom of Exiles, 1954. Doomsday. The Dream. Dreams, 1945. The Earth Had Wilted in the Heat. Earthbound, 1948. Elegy. Elizabeth's. April. Enchantment, 1945. Ennui. 1. Ennui. 2. Epitaph in 3 parts. Eve describes her birthday party. The Fairy Scarf, 1945. Fall. Fall Guy. Family Reunion. The Farewell. Female author. Finality, 1947. Fog, 1948. Go Get the Goodly Squab. Gold Leaves Stir, 1950.
Gold Mouths Cry, Golden Afternoon, 1946. Gone is the River, The Crackles, Green as a Melon, My Sweet World Was Harlequin, Love Song, Have You Forgotten, Housewife, Humoresque, Humpty Dumpty, I Am an American, I Do What You Wish, I Have Found My Perfect World, 1948. I Put My Fingers in My Ears, 1949. I Reach Out, I Thought That I Could Not Be Hurt, 1946. Ice Age, 1. Ice Age, 2. In the Corner of My Garden, 1944. In Memoriam, 1946. Incident, Insolent Storm Strikes at the Skull. Interlude, 1947. The Invalid. Item, Stolen, One Suitcase. Jilted, Joy, 1948. Lament, Let the Rain Fall Gently, 1948. Lonely Song, 1949. Love is a Parallax. March, 1945. March 15. Muse. March 21. Marcia. May, 1947. Metamorphoses of the Moon. Midnight Snow, 1946. Midsummer. Mobile. $1 Million Month. The Mistake, 1948. Moon Song at Morning. Morning in the Hospital Solarium. Mornings of Mist, 1946. Motherly Love, 1946. My Extravagant Heart Blows Up Again. Neither Moonlight nor Starlight. Never Try to Trick Me with a Kiss. Never You. New England Library, 1947. New England Winter Without Snow. Not Here. Notes on Zarathustra's Prologue. Notes to a Neophyte. Obsession, 1948. October, 1946. Ode to a Bitten Plum, 1950. On Looking into the Eyes of a Demon Lover. On the Futility of a Lexicon. P.N. Paradox. Patience, 1948. Pearls of Dew, 1940. Pigeon Post. Portrait, 1948. Portrait d'une jeune fille. The Princess and the Goblins. Prologue to Spring. Question, 1949. The Rain, 1945. Recognition, 1948. Reflection, 1948. Reverie, 1947. Riddle, 1948. Riverside Reverie, 1952. Rondo, Rondeo Redouble. The Scarlet Beacon, 1946. Sea Symphony, 1947. Second Winter. Sleepers. Slow, Slow, The Rhythm of the Moon, 1950. The Snowflake. Star, 1946. Solo Song for a Revolutionary. Love Song for a Thar. Song of Eve. Song of the Daydreamer, 1948. Song of the Superfluous. Sonnet for a Green-Eyed Sailor. Sonnet. The Suitcases Are Packed Again. Sonnet. To a Shade. Sonnet to Eva. Sonnet to Satan. Sonnet to Time. A Sorcerer Bids Farewell to Seem. Sorrow, 1947. Spring Again, 1947. The Spring Parade, 1945. Spring Sacrament. Spring Song to a Housewife. Steely Blue Crags, 1947. The Stoic. The Stranger, 1947. The Stream. Summer Street, 1948. Temper of Time. Terminal. Thy Kingdom Come. To a Dissembling Spring. To a Jilted Lover. To Ariadne. To Eva. To Eva Descending the Stair. To Miss Cox. To the Boy Inscrutable as God. To Time. Torch Song. Touch and Go. The Traveler, 1948. The Trial of Man. Trio of Love Songs. Trio Frivaux. Tulips at Dawn, 1948. Twilight. Two Lovers and a Beachcomber by the Real Sea. Valentine. Lines to a Rich Bachelor. Van Winkle's Village. Virus. TV. Voices. Wallflower. Warning. Wayfaring at the Whitney. Wellfleet Beach Plums. When the Stars Are Pale and Cool. White Girl Between Yellow Curtains. White Phlox, 1950. Why Must the Slim Spring Rains Fall Now? Wild Geese, 1948. A Winter Sunset, 1946. Winter Words. A Wish Upon a Star, 1944. Words Fall to Winter. Words of Advice to an English Prof. Youth, 1947. Youth's Appeal for Peace, 1948. Zeitgeist at the Zoo, 1957-45. The Snowman on the Moor. Stalemated their armies stood, with tottering banners. She flung from a room still ringing with bruit of insults and dishonors, and in fury left him, glowering at the coal fire. Come find me, her last taunt. He did not come, but sat on, guarding his grim battlement. By the doorstep, her winter-beheaded daisies, marrowless, gaunt, warned her to keep indoors with politic goodwill, not haste, into a landscape of stark wind-harrowed hills and weltering mist. But from the house she stalked intractable as a driven ghost, across more snows pocked by rook-claw and rabbit-track. She must yet win him, let him send police to bring her in. Nursing her rage through bare whistling heather, over stiles of black stone, to the world's white edge she came, and called hell to subdue an unruly man, and join her siege. It was no fire-blurting fork-tailed demon, volcanoed hot from marble snow-heap of moor, to ride that woman with spur and knout down from Pride's size. Instead, a grisly feud, austere, corpse-white giant heaved into the distance, stone-hatcheted, sky-high, and snow-flowered his whirling beard. And at his tread ambushed birds by dozens dropped dead in the hedges. Oh, she felt no love in his eye. Worse, saw dangling from that spike-studded belt ladies' shaved skulls. Mournfully the dry tongues clacked their guilt. Our wit made fools of kings, unmanned kings' sons. Our masteries amused court halls. For that brag we barnacle these iron thighs. Throned in the thick of a blizzard, the giant roared up with his chittering trophies. From brunt of axe crack she shied sideways, a white fizz, and the giant, pursuing, crumbled to smoke. Humbled then, and crying, the girl bent homeward, brimful of gentle talk and mild obeying. 47. So. God knows how our neighbor managed to breed his great sow. Whatever his shrewd secret, he kept it hid. In the same way he kept the sow impounded from public stare, prize ribbon and pig show. But one dusk our questions commanded us to a tour through his lantern-lit maze of barns to the lintel of the sunk sty door to gape at it. In moments helping, in moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. What a vision of ancient hoghood must thus wholly engross the great grande Moor! Marvel blazoned a knight, helmed in cuirass, unhorsed and shredded in the grove of combat, by a grisly bristled boar, fabulous enough to straddle that sow's heat. But our farmer whistled, then with a jocular fist thwacked the barrel nape, and the green copse castled pig hove, letting legend like dried mud drop, slowly, grunt on grunt, up in the flickering light to shape a monument prodigious in gluttonies as that hog whose want made lean Lent of kitchen slops, and, stomaching no constraint, proceeded to swill the 7 trout seas and every earthquaking continent. 48. The Everlasting Monday. Thou shalt have an everlasting Monday, and stand in the moon. The moon's man stands in his shell, bent under a bundle of sticks. The light falls chalk and cold upon our bedspread. His teeth are chattering among the leprous peaks and craters of those extinct volcanoes. He also, against black frost, would pick sticks, would not rest, until his own lit room outshone Sunday's ghost of sun. Now works his hell of Mondays in the moon's ball, fireless, 7 chill seas chained to his ankle. 49. Hardcastle Crags. Flint-like, her feet struck such a racket of echoes from the steely street, tacking in moon-blued crooks from the black stone-built town, that she heard the quick air ignite its tinder and shake a firework of echoes from wall to wall of the dark, dwarfed cottages. But the echoes died at her back as the walls gave way to fields and the incessant seethe of grasses riding in the full of the moon, manes to the wind, tireless, tied, as a moon-bound sea moves on its route. Though a mist-wraith wound up from the fissured valley and hung shoulder-high ahead, it fattened to no family-featured ghost, nor did any word body with a name the blank mood she walked in. Once past the dream-peopled village, her eyes entertained no dream, and the Sandman's dust lost luster under her footsoles. The long wind, paring her person down to a pinch of flame, blew its burdened whistle in the whirl of her ear, and, like a scooped-out pumpkin crown, her head cupped the babble. All the night gave her, in return for the paltry gift of her bulk and the beat of her heart, was the humped, indifferent iron of its hills, and its pastures bordered by black stone, set on black stone. Barns guarded broods and litters behind shut doors. The dairy herds knelt in the meadow mute as boulders. Sheep drowsed stoneward in their tussocks of wool, and birds, twig-sleeping, wore granite ruffs, their shadows the guise of leaves. The whole landscape loomed absolute, as the ancient world was once, in its earliest sway of lymph and sap, unaltered by eyes. Enough to snuff the quick of her small heat out, but before the weight of stones and hills of stones could break her down to mere quartz brit in that stony light, she turned back. 50. The Thin People. They are always with us, the thin people, meager of dimension as the gray people on a movie screen. They are unreal, we say. It was only in a movie. It was only in a war making evil headlines when we were small that they famished and grew so lean, and would not round out their stocky limbs again, though peace plumped the bellies of the mice under the meanest table. It was during the long hunger battle they found their talent to persevere in thinness, to come, later, into our bad dreams. Their menace, not guns, not abuses, but a thin silence. Wrapped in flea-ridden donkey skins, empty of complaint, forever drinking vinegar from tin cups, they wore the insufferable nimbus of the lot-drawn scapegoat. But so thin, so weedy a race could not remain in dreams, could not remain outlandish victims in the contracted country of the head any more. Then the old woman in her mud hut could keep from cutting fat meat out of the side of the generous moon when it set foot nightly in her yard, until her knife had pared the moon to a rind of little light. Now the thin people do not obliterate themselves as the dawn grayness blues, reddens, and the outline of the world comes clear and fills with color. They persist in the sunlit room. The wallpaper frieze of cabbage roses and cornflowers pales under their thin-lipped smiles, their withering kingship. How they prop each other up! We own no wildernesses rich and deep enough for stronghold against their stiff battalions. See how the tree boles flatten and lose their good browns if the thin people simply stand in the forest, making the world go thin as a wasp's nest and grayer, not even moving their bones. 51. On the difficulty of conjuring up a dryad. Ravening through the persistent bric-a-brac of blunt pencils, rose-sprigged coffee cup, postage stamps, stacked books clamor and yop, neighborhood cock-crow, all nature's prodigal back-talk. The vaunting mind snubs impromptu spiels of wind and wrestles to impose its own order on what is.
With my fantasy alone, brags the importunate head, arrogant among rook-tongued spaces, sheep greens, finned falls. I shall compose a crisis to stun sky black out, drive gibbering mad trout, cock, ram. That bulk so calm on my jealous stare, self-sufficient as they are. But no hocus-pocus of green angels damasks with dazzle the threadbare eye. My trouble, doctor, is I see a tree, and that damn scrupulous tree won't practice wiles to beguile sight, e.g., by cant of light concoct a Daphne. My tree stays tree. However I wrench obstinate bark and trunk to my sweet will, no luminous shape steps out radiant in limb, eye, lip, to hoodwink the honest earth, which point-blank spurns such fiction as nymphs. Cold vision will have no counterfeit palmed off on it. No doubt now, in dream-propertied fall, some moon-eyed, star-lucky sleight-of-hand man watches my jilting lady squander coin, gold leaf stock-ditches, and the opulent air go studded with seed, while this beggared brain hatches no fortune, but from leaf, from grass, thieves what it has. 52. On the plethora of dryads. Hearing a white saint rave about a quintessential beauty visible only to the paragon heart, I tried my sight on an apple tree that for eccentric knob and wart had all my love. Without meat or drink, I starving my fantasy down, to discover that metaphysical tree which hid, from my worldling look, its brilliant vein, far deeper in gross wood than axe could cut. But before I might blind sense to see with the spotless soul, each particular quirk so ravished me, every pock and stain bulked more beautiful than flesh of any body, flawed by love's prince. Battle however I would to break through that patchwork of leaves, bicker and whisk in babel tongues, streak and mottle of tawn bark. No visionary lightnings pierced my dense lid. Instead, a wanton fit dragged each dazzled sense apart, surfeiting eye, ear, taste, touch, smell. Now, snared by this miraculous art, I ride earth's burning carousel, day in, day out, and such grit corrupts my eyes, I must watch sluttish dryads twitch their multifarious silks in the holy grove, until no chaste tree but suffers blotch under flux of those seductive reds, greens, blues. 53. The other two. All summer we moved in a villa brimful of echoes, cool as the pearled interior of a conch. Bells, hooves of the high-stepping black goats woke us. Around our bed the baronial furniture foundered through levels of light, sea-green and strange. Not one leaf wrinkled in the clearing air. We dreamed how we were perfect, and we were. Against bare, whitewashed walls the furniture anchored itself, griffin-legged and darkly grained. Two of us in a place meant for 10 more. Our footsteps multiplied in the shadowy chambers. Our voices fathomed a profounder sound. The walnut banquet table, the 12 chairs, mirrored the intricate gestures of two.
In moments helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. They poise and grieve, as in some old tragedy. Moon-blanched and implacable, he and she would not be eased, released. Our each example of tenderness dove through their purgatory like a planet, a stone, swallowed in a great darkness, leaving no sparky track, setting up no ripple. Nightly we left them in their desert place. Lights out, they dogged us, sleepless and envious. We dreamed their arguments, their stricken voices. We might embrace, but those two never did. Come, so unlike us, to a stiff impasse. Burdened in such a way, we seemed the lighter, ourselves the haunters,
and they flesh and blood. As if, above love's ruinage, we were the heaven those two dreamed of, in despair. 54. The Lady and the Earthenware Head. Fired in sanguine clay, the model head fit nowhere. Brick dust complected, eye under a dense lid. On the long bookshelf it stood, stolidly propping thick volumes of prose. Spite set ape of her look. Best rid Hearthstone at once of the outrageous head. Still she felt loath to junket. No place, it seemed, for the effigy to fare free from all molesting. Rough boys, spying a pate to spare, glowering sullen and pompous from an ash-heap, might well seize this prize, maltreat the hostage head in shocking wise, and waken the sly nerve up that knits to each original its coarse copy. A dark tarn she thought of then, thick-silted, with weeds obscured, to serve her exacting turn. But out of the watery aspic, laureled by fins, the simulacrum leered, lewdly beckoning, and her courage wavered. She blenched as one who drowns, and resolved more ceremoniously to lodge the mimic head in a crotched willow, green, vaulted by foliage. Let bell-tongued birds descant in blackest feather, on the rendering, grain by grain, of that uncouth shape to simple sod again, through drear and dulcet weather. Yet, shrined on her shelf, the grisly visage endured, despite her wrung hands, her tears, her praying, vanish. Steadfast and evil-starred, it ogled through rock-fault, wind-flaw, and fisted wave. An antique hag-head, too tough for knife to finish, refusing to diminish by one jot its basilisk look of love. 55. All the Dead Deers. In the Archaeological Museum in Cambridge is a stone coffin of the 4th century A.D. containing the skeletons of a woman, a mouse, and a shrew. The ankle bone of the woman has been slightly gnawn. Rigged poker stiff on her back, with a granite grin, this antique museum-cased lady lies, companioned by the gimcrack relics of a mouse and a shrew. These three, unmasked now, bear dry witness to the gross eating game. We'd wink at if we didn't hear stars grinding, crumb by crumb, our own grist down to its bony face. How they grip us through thin and thick, these barnacle dead. This lady here's no kin of mine, yet kin she is. She'll suck blood and whistle my marrow clean to prove it. As I think now of her head, from the mercury-backed glass, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother reach hag hands to haul me in, and an image looms under the fish-pond surface, where the daft father went down with orange duck feet winnowing his hair. All the long-gone darlings. They get back, though, soon, soon, be it by wakes, weddings, childbirths, or a family barbecue. Any touch, taste, tangs fit for those outlaws to ride home on, and to sanctuary, usurping the armchair between tick and tack of the clock, until we go, each skulled and cross-boned Gulliver, riddled with ghosts, to lie deadlocked with them, taking root as cradles rock. 56. Natural history. That lofty monarch mind, blue-blooded in coarse country reigned. Though he bedded in ermine, gorged on roast, pure philosophy his love engrossed. While subjects hungered empty-pursed, with stars, with angels he conversed. Till, sick of their rulers' godling airs, in one body those earth-born commoners rose up, and put royal nerves to the rack. King Egghead saw his domain crack, his crown usurped by the low brow of the base, barbarous Prince Oo. 57. Two views of Withens. Above whirled spindling gorse, sheepfoot flattened grasses, stone wall and ridgepole rise prow-like through blurs of fog in that hinterland few hikers get to. Home of uncatchable sage-hen and spry rabbit, where second wind, hip-boot, help over hill and through peaty water. I found bare moor, a colorless weather, and the house of Eros, low-linted, no palace. You, luckier, report white pillars, a blue sky. The ghosts, kindly. 58. The Great Carbuncle. We came over the moor-top, through air streaming and green-lit, stone farms foundering in it, valleys of grass altering in a light neither of dawn nor nightfall, our hands, faces lucent as porcelain, the earth's claim and weight gone out of them. Some such transfiguring moved the 8 pilgrims towards its source, toward that great jewel, shown often, never given, hidden yet simultaneously seen, on moor-top, at sea-bottom, knowable only by light, other than noon, than moon, stars, the once known way becoming wholly other, and ourselves estranged, changed, suspended, where angels are rumored, clearly floating among the floating tables and chairs. Gravity's lost in the lift and drift of an easier element than earth, and there is nothing so fine we cannot do it. But nearing means distancing. At the common homecoming, light withdraws. Chairs, tables drop down. The body weighs like stone. 60. Words for a nursery. Rosebud, knot of worms. Air of the first 5. Shapers I open, 5 moony presents for eyes to light me, toward what I can grab, milk spout, big finger, so many ladders giving a leg up to these limber hooks. I learn, good circus dog that I am, how to move, serve, steer food, index the arrow, thumbhead, blunt helper, my master's fetcher, whipper of itches, no pocket dozer. I shut on the key of this green toy. 5 antlered, branching, touchy antenna. I nose out the lay of thistle and silk. Cold pole and hot plate. Old historian, my page this desert, crossed by 3 causeways, leathery, treeless, with 5 world landspits. Brown-backed, white-bellied, like a flatfish, I swim the sea of dew. The left my lackey, my backward image. Pen-bearer, scrub-nurse, the captain's batman. By heart here I hold, coin, button, trigger, and his love's body. Ill-served he'll be when age manhandles me. A crab to nap on chair arms and tables, 5 wickless candles to wag at the dark. And worse served when death makes off with this rose. 5 worms in a box to feed the thin crows. 60. The disquieting muses. Mother, mother, what ill-bred aunt, or what disfigured and unsightly cousin did you so unwisely keep unasked to my christening, that she sent these ladies in her stead, with heads like darning eggs, to nod and nod and nod at foot and head, and at the left side of my crib? Mother, who made to order stories of Mixie Blackshort, the hero bear. Mother, whose witches always got baked into gingerbread. I wonder whether you saw them, whether you said words to rid me of those 3 ladies nodding by night around my bed, mouthless, eyeless, with stitched bald head. In the hurricane, when father's 12 study windows bellied in like bubbles about to break, you fed my brother and me cookies and Ovaltine, and helped the 2 of us to choir. Thor is angry, boom, boom, boom. Thor is angry, we don't care. But those ladies broke the panes. When on tiptoe the schoolgirls danced, blinking flashlights like fireflies, and singing the glowworm song, I could not lift a foot in the twinkle dress, but, heavy-footed, stood aside, in the shadow cast by my Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. I woke one day to see you, Mother, floating above me in bluest air, on a green balloon bright with a million flowers and bluebirds that never were, never, never found anywhere. But the little planet bobbed away, like a soap bubble, as you called, "Come here." And I faced my traveling companions. Day now, night now, at head, side, feet, they stand their vigil in gowns of stone, faces blank as the day I was born, their shadows long in the setting sun that never brightens or goes down. And this is the kingdom you bore me to, Mother, Mother. But no frown of mine will betray the company I keep. 61. Night Shift. It was not a heart beating, that muted boom, that clangor, far off, not blood in the ears drumming up any fever to impose on the evening. The noise came from outside, a metal detonating. Native, evidently, to these stilled suburbs, nobody startled at it, though the sound shook the ground with its pounding. It took root at my coming, till the thudding source exposed confounded inept guesswork. Framed in windows of Main Street's silver factory, immense, hammers hoisted, wheels turning, stalled, let fall their vertical tonnage of metal and wood. Stunned the marrow. Men in white undershirts circled, tending without stop those greased machines, tending without stop the blunt, indefatigable fact. 62. Ouija. It is a chilly god, a god of shades, rises to the glass from his black fathoms. At the window, those unborn, those undone, assemble with the frail paleness of moths, an envious phosphorescence in their wings. Vermilions, bronzes, colors of the sun in the coal fire will not wholly console them. Imagine their deep hunger, deep as the dark, for the blood heat that would ruddle or reclaim. The glass mouth sucks blood heat from my forefinger. The old god dribbles, in return, his words. The old god, too, writes aureate poetry in tarnished modes, maundering among the wastes, fair chronicler of every foul declension. Age and ages of prose have uncoiled his talking whirlwind, abated his excessive temper, when words, like locusts, drummed the darkening air, and left the cobs to rattle, bitten clean. Skies once wearing a blue divine hauteur ravel above us, mistily descend, thickening with motes to a marriage with the mire. He hymns the rotten queen with saffron hair, who has saltier aphrodisiacs than virgins' tears. That body queen of death, her wormy couriers are at his bones. Still he hymns juice of her, hot nectarine. I see him, horny-skinned and tough, construe what flinty pebbles the plough-blade upturns, as ponderable tokens of her love. He, godly, doddering, spells no succinct Gabriel from the letters here, but floridly his amorous nostalgias. 63. On the Decline of Oracles. My father kept a vaulted conch by two bronze bookends of ships in sail, and as I listened, its cold teeth seethed with voices of that ambiguous sea. Old Bauckland missed, who held a shell to hear the sea he could not hear. What the seashell spoke to his inner ear, he knew, but no peasants know. My father died, and when he died, he willed his books and shell away. The books burned up, sea took the shell. But I keep the voices he said in my ear, and in my eye the sight of those blue unseen waves for which the ghost of Bauckland grieves. The peasants feast and multiply. Eclipsing the spitted ox, I see neither brazen swan nor burning star, heraldry of a starker age,
but 3 men entering the yard, and those men coming up the stair. Profitless, their gossiping images invade the cloistral eye like pages from a gross comic strip, and toward the happening of this happening, the earth turns now. In half an hour, I shall go down the shabby stair, and meet, coming up, those 3. Worth less, this future, past, worth less. Worthless such vision to eyes gone dull that once descried Troy's towers fall, saw evil break out of the north. 64. Snake Charmer. As the gods began one world, and man another, so the snake charmer begins a snaky sphere. With moon eye, mouth pipe, he pipes green, pipes water green until green waters waver, with reedy lengths and necks and undulations. And as his notes twine green, the green river shapes its images around his songs. He pipes a place to stand on, but no rocks, no floor. A wave of flickering grass tongues supports his foot. He pipes a world of snakes, of sways and coilings from the snake-rooted bottom of his mind. And now nothing but snakes is visible. The snake scales have become leaf, become eyelid. Snake bodies bow, breast of tree and human. And he within this snakedom rules the writhings which make manifest his snakehood and his might with pliant tunes from his thin pipe. Out of this green nest, as out of Eden's navel twist the lines of snaky generations. Let there be snakes, and snakes there were, are, will be, till yawns consume this piper and he tires of music, and pipes the world back to the simple fabric of snake warp, snake weft, pipes the cloth of snakes to a melting of green waters, till no snake shows its head, and those green waters back to water, to green, to nothing like a snake. Puts up his pipe, and lids his moony eye. 65. A lesson in vengeance. In the door ages of drafty cells and draftier castles, of dragons breathing without the frame of fables, saint and king unfisted obstructions knuckles by no miracle or majestic means, but by such abuses as smack of spite and the over-scrupulous twisting of thumbscrews. One soul tied in sinews, one white horse drowned, and all the unconquered pinnacles of God's city and Babylon's must wait, while here Suso's hand hones his tacks and needles, scourging to sores his own red sluices, for the relish of heaven, relentless, dousing with prickles of horsehair and lice his horny loins, while there irate Cyrus squanders a summer and the brawn of his heroes to rebuke the horse-swallowing river Gines. He split it into 360 trickles a girl could wade without wetting her shins. Still, latter-day sages, smiling at this behavior, subjugating their enemies neatly, nicely, by disbelief or bridges, never grip, as their grandsires did, that devil who chuckles from grain of the marrow and the riverbed grains. 1958. 66. Virgin in a Tree. How this tart fable instructs and mocks. Here's the parody of that moral mousetrap, set in the proverbs stitched on samplers, approving chaste girls who get them to a tree, and put on bark's nun-black habit, which deflects all amorous arrows. For to sheathe the virgin shape in a scabbard of wood baffles pursuers, whether goat-thighed or god-haloed. Ever since that first Daphne switched her incomparable back for a bay-tree hide, respects twine to her hard limbs like ivy. The Puritan lip cries, "Celebrate Syrinx, whose demurs won her the frog-colored skin, pale pith and watery bed of a reed. Look, pine-needle armor protects pities from Pan's assault. And though age drop their leafy crowns, their fame soars,
eclipsing Eva, Cleo, and Helen of Troy. For which of those would speak for a fashion that constricts white bodies in a wooden girdle, root to top, unfaced, unformed, the nipple flowers shrouded to suckle darkness? Only they who keep cool and holy make a sanctuary to attract green virgins, consecrating limb and lip to chastity's service. Like prophets, like preachers, they descant on the serene and seraphitic beauty of virgins for virginity's sake. Be certain some such pacts been struck to keep all glory in the grip of ugly spinsters and barren sirs. As you etch on the inner window of your eye this virgin on her rack, she, ripe and unplucked, has slain splayed too long in the tortuous boughs. Overripe now, dour-faced, her fingers stiff as twigs, her body.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. 67. Perseus, the triumph of wit over suffering. Head alone shows you in the prodigious act of digesting what centuries alone digest. The mammoth, lumbering statuary of sorrow, indissoluble enough to riddle the guts of a whale with holes and bleed him white into salt seas. Hercules had a simple time, rinsing those stables. A baby's tears would do it. But who'd volunteer to gulp the Laocoon, the dying Gaul, and those innumerable Pietas, festering on the dim walls of Europe's chapels, museums, and sepulchres? You who borrowed feathers for your feet, not lead, not nails, and a mirror to keep the snaky head in safe perspective, could outface the Gorgon grimace of human agony, a look to numb limbs, not a basilisk blink, nor a double whammy, but all the accumulated last grunts, groans, cries, and heroic couplets concluding the million enacted tragedies on these blood-soaked boards, and every private twinge a hissing asp to petrify your eyes, and every village catastrophe a writhing length of cobra, and the decline of empires the thick coil of a vast anaconda. Imagine the world fisted to a fetus head, ravined, seamed, with suffering from conception upwards, and there you have it in hand. Grit in the eye or a sore thumb can make anyone wince, but the whole globe, expressive of grief, turns gods, like kings, to rocks. Those rocks, cleft and worn, themselves then grow ponderous and extend despair on earth's dark face. So might rigor mortis come to stiffen all creation, were it not for a bigger belly still than swallows joy. You enter now, armed with feathers to tickle as well as fly, and a funhouse mirror that turns the tragic muse to the beheaded head of a sullen doll, one braid, a bedraggled snake, hanging limp as the absurd mouth hangs in its lugubrious pout. Where are the classic limbs of stubborn Antigone, the red royal robes of Phaedra, the tear-dazzled sorrows of Malfi's gentle duchess? Gone, in the deep convulsion gripping your face, muscles and sinews bunched, victorious, as the cosmic laugh does away with the unstitching, plaguey wounds of an eternal sufferer. To you, Perseus, the palm, and may you poise and repoise until time stop, the celestial balance which weighs our madness with our sanity. 68. Battle scene from the comic operatic fantasy The Seafarer. It beguiles. This little odyssey in pink and lavender over a surface of gently graded turquoise tiles that represent a sea, with checkered waves, and gaily bear up the seafarer, gaily, in his pink plume and armor. A lantern-frail gondola of paper ferries the fish-pond Sinbad, who poises his pastel spear toward three pinky-purple monsters which uprear off the ocean floor with fanged and dreadful head. Beware, beware, the whale, the shark, the squid. But fins and scales of each scrolled sea beast troll no slime, no weed. They are polished for the joust, they gleam like Easter egg shells, rose and amethyst. Ahab, fulfill your boast. Bring home each storied head. One thrust, one thrust, one thrust, and they are sped. So fables go, and so all children sing their bathtub battles deep, hazardous and long. But oh, sage grown-ups know, sea dragon for sofa, fang for pasteboard, and siren song for fever in a sleep. Laughing, laughing, of graybeards wakes us up. 69. Jadwiga on a red couch among lilies. A sestina for the douanier. Jadwiga, the literalists once wondered how you came to be lying on this Baroque couch. Upholstered in red velvet, under the eye of uncaged tigers and a tropical moon. Set in an intricate wilderness of green heart-shaped leaves, like catapulta leaves, and lilies of monstrous size, like no well-bred lilies. It seems the consistent critics wanted you to choose between your world of jungle green and the fashionable monde of the red couch with its prim bric-a-brac, without a moon to turn you luminous, without the eye of tigers to be stilled by your dark eye, and body whiter than its frill of lilies. They'd have had yellow silk screening the moon, leaves and lilies flattened to paper behind you, or at most to a meal-flowers tapestry. But the couch stood stubborn in its jungle, red against green, red against 50 variants of green. The couch glared out at the prosaic eye. So Rousseau, to explain why the red couch persisted in the picture with the lilies, tigers, snakes, and the snake charmer and birds of paradise, and the round moon, described how you fell dreaming at full of moon on a red velvet couch within your green tessellated boudoir. Hearing flutes, you dreamed yourself away in the moon's eye to a beryl jungle, and dreamed that bright moon lilies nodded their petaled heads around your couch. And that, Rousseau told the critics, was why the couch accompanied you. So they nodded at the couch with the moon and the snake charmer's song and the gigantic lilies, marvelingly numbered the many shades of green. But to a friend in private, Rousseau confessed his eye so possessed by the glowing red of the couch which you, Jadwiga, pose on, that he put you on the couch to feed his eye with red. Such red, under the moon, in the midst of all that green and those great lilies. 27 March, 1958. 70. A Winter's Tale. On Boston Common a red star gleams, wired to a tall Ulmus Americana. Magi near the domed State House. Old Joseph holds an alpenstock. 2 waxen oxen flank the child. A black sheep leads the shepherd's flock. Mary looks mild. Angels more feminine and douce than models from Bonwits or Jays. Halos lustrous as Sirius, gilt trumpets raise. By S.S. Pierce, by S.S. Pierce, the red-nosed, blue-capped women ring for money. Lord, the crowds are fierce. There's caroling on Winter Street, on Temple Place. Poodles are baking cookies in Fellini's show windows. Grant us grace, Donner, Blitzen, and all you Santas dear who browse, by leave of the Park Commission, on grass that once fed Boston cows. In unison, on Pinkley, Mount Vernon, Chestnut, the wreathed doors open to the crowd. Noel, Noel, no mouth is shut. Off-key and loud, the populace sings toward the sill of windows with odd violet panes. O little city on a hill! The cordial strains of bell-ringers rouse frost-bitten pigeons, eddy forth from Charles Street to the Custom House, from South Station to North. 71. Above the Oxbow. Here in this valley of discreet academies, we have not mountains, but mounts, truncated hillocks to the Adirondacks, themselves mere rocky hillocks to an Everest. Still, they're our best mustering of height. By comparison with the sunken silver-grizzled back of the Connecticut, the river-level flats of Hadley Farms, they're lofty enough elevations to be called something more than hills. Green, wholly green, they stand their knobby spine against our sky. They are what we look southward to up Pleasant Street at Maine. Poising their shapes between the snuff and red tar-paper apartments, they mound a summer coolness in our view. To people who live in the bottom of valleys, a rise in the landscape, hummock or hogback, looks to be meant for climbing. A peculiar logic in going up for the coming down. If the post we start at's the same post we finish by, but it's the clear conversion at the top can hold us to the oblique road. And it's the last cliff ledge will dislodge our cramped concept of space, unwall horizons beyond vision, spill vision after the horizons, stretching the narrowed eye to full capacity. We climb in hopes of such seeing, up the leaf-shuttered escarpments, blindered by green, under a green-grained sky, into the blue. Tops define themselves as places where nothing higher's to be looked to. Downward looks follow the black arrow-backs of swifts on their track of the air. The air eddies loop and arc through airs at rest. To us, since we see no leaf-edge stir high,
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. The paint-peeled 100-year-old hotel sustains its ramshackle four-way veranda, view-keeping above the fallen timbers of its once remarkable funicular railway, witness to gone time and to graces gone with the time. A state viewkeeper collects half-dollars for the slopes of state scenery, sells soda, shows off viewpoints. A ruddy skylight paints the gray oxbow and paints the river's pale circumfluent stillness, as roses broach their carmine in a mirror. Flux of the desultory currents, all that unique stipple of shifting wave tips, is ironed out, lost in the simplified orderings of sky-lorded perspectives. Map-like, the far fields are ruled by correct green lines, and no seedy free-for-all of asparagus heads. Cars run their suave-colored beads on the strung roads, and the people stroll straightforwardly across the springing green. All's peace and discipline down there. Till lately we lived under the shadow of hot rooftops and never saw how coolly we might move. For once, a high hush quietens the cricket's cry. 72 Memoirs of a Spinach Picker. They called the place Lookout Farm. Back then, the sun didn't go down in such a hurry. How it lit things, that lamp of the possible. Wet yet lay over the leaves like a clear cellophane, a pane of dragonfly wing, when they left me with 100 bushel baskets on the edge of the spinach patch. Bunch after bunch of green upstanding spinach tips wedged in a circle layer on layer. And you had a basket irreproachable as any lettuce head, pure leafage. 100 baskets by day's end. Sun and sky mirrored the green of the spinach. In the tin pail shaded by yellow paper, well water kept cool at the start of the rows. The water had an iron taste, and the air, even, a tang of metal. Day in, day out, I bent over the plants in my leather-kneed dungarees, proud as a lady in a sea of prize roses, culling the fullest florets. My world pyramided with laden baskets. It only to set one foot in wilderness, a whole sea of spinach heads leaned to my hand. 73. The ghost's leave-taking.
Enter the chilly no-man's land of about 5 o'clock in the morning, the no-color void, where the waking head rubbishes out the draggled lot of sulphurous dreamscapes and obscure lunar conundrums which seemed, when dreamed, to mean so profoundly much. Gets ready to face the ready-made creation of chairs and bureaus and sleep-twisted sheets. This is the kingdom of the fading apparition, the oracular ghost who dwindles on pin legs to a knot of laundry, with a classic bunch of sheets upraised as a hand emblematic of farewell. At this joint between two worlds and two entirely incompatible modes of time, the raw material of our meat and potato thoughts assumes the nimbus of ambrosial revelation, and so departs. Chair and bureau are the hieroglyphs of some godly utterance wakened heads ignore. So these posed sheets, before they thin to nothing, speak in sign language of a lost other world, a world we lose by merely waking up. Trailing its telltale tatters only at the outermost fringe of mundane vision, this ghost goes hand aloft, goodbye, goodbye, not down into the rocky gizzard of the earth, but toward a region where our thick atmosphere diminishes, and God knows what is there. A point of exclamation marks that sky in ringing orange like a stellar carrot. Its round period, displaced and green, suspends beside it the first point, the starting point of Eden, next the new moon's curve. Go, ghost of our mother and father, ghost of us, and ghost of our dreams, children, in those sheets, which signify our origin and end, to the cloud cuckoo land of color wheels and pristine alphabets and cows that moo and moo as they jump over moons as new as that crisp cusp towards which you voyage now. Hail and farewell. Hello, goodbye. O keeper of the profane grail, the dreaming skull. 74. Sculptor, for Leonard Baskin. To his house the bodiless come to barter endlessly, vision, wisdom, for bodies palpable as his and weighty. Hands moving priestlier than priests' hands, invoke no vain images of light and air, but sure stations in bronze, wood, stone. Obdurate, in dense-grained wood, a bald angel blocks and shapes the flimsy light. Arms folded, watches his cumbrous world eclipse inane worlds of wind and cloud. Bronze dead dominate the floor, resistive, ruddy-bodied, dwarfing us. Our bodies flicker toward extinction in those eyes, which, without him, were beggared of place, time, and their bodies. Emulous spirits make discord, try entry, enter nightmares, until his chisel begeets them life livelier than ours, a solider repose than death's. 75. Full fathom 5. Old man, you surface seldom. Then you come in with the tides coming, when seas wash cold, foam-capped, white hair, white beard, far flung, a dragnet, rising, falling, as waves crest and trough. Miles long extend the radio sheaves of your spread hair, in which wrinkling skeins, knotted, caught, survives the old myth of origins unimaginable. You float near as keeled ice mountains of the north, to be steered clear of, not fathomed. All obscurity starts with a danger. Your dangers are many. I cannot look much, but your form suffers some strange injury, and seems to die. So vapors ravel to clearness on the dawn sea. The muddy rumors of your burial move me to half believe. Your reappearance proves rumors shallow, for the archaic trenched lines of your grained face shed time in runnels. Ages beat like rains on the unbeaten channels of the ocean. Such sage humor and durance are whirlpools to make away with the groundwork of the earth and the sky's ridgepole. Waist down, you may wind one labyrinthine tangle to root deep among knuckles, shin bones, skulls. Inscrutable, below shoulders not once seen by any man who kept his head. You defy questions. You defy other godhood. I walk dry on your kingdom's border, exiled to no good. Your shelled bed, I remember. Father, this thick air is murderous. I would breathe water. 76. Lorelei. It is no night to drown in. A full moon, river lapsing black beneath bland mirror sheen. The blue water mists dropping, scrim after scrim like fishnets, though fishermen are sleeping. The massive castle turrets doubling themselves in a glass, all stillness. Yet these shapes float up toward me, troubling the face of quiet. From the nadir they rise, their limbs ponderous with richness, hair heavier than sculpted marble. They sing of a world more full and clear than can be. Sisters, your song bears a burden too weighty for the world ears listening here, in a well-steered country, under a balanced ruler. Deranging by harmony, beyond the mundane order, your voices lay siege. You lodge on the pitched reefs of nightmare, promising shore harborage. By day, discant from borders of hebitude, from the ledge also of high windows. Worse even than your maddening song, your silence. At the source of your ice-hearted calling, drunkenness of the great depths. O river, I see drifting deep in your flux of silver, those great goddesses of peace. Stone, stone, ferry me down there. 77. Mussel hunter at Rock Harbor. I came before the watercolorists came to get the good of the Cape light that scours sand grit to sided crystal and buffs and sleeks the blunt hulls of the 3 fishing smacks beached on the bank of the river's backtracking tail. I'd come for free fish bait, the blue mussels clumped like bulbs at the grassroot margin of the tidal pools. Dawn tide stood dead low. I smelt mud-stanch, shell guts, gulls' leavings, heard a queer crusty scrabble cease, and I neared the silenced edge of a cratered pool bed. The mussels hung dull blue and conspicuous, yet it seemed a sly world's hinges had shut against me. All held still. Though I counted scant seconds, enough ages lapsed to win confidence of safe conduct in the wary otherworld eyeing me. Grass put forth claws. Small mud knobs nudged from under displaced their domes as tiny knights might doff their casques.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. The crabs, inched from their pygmy burrows and from the trench-dug mud, all camouflaged in mottled mail of browns and greens. Each wore one claw swollen to a shield large as itself, no fiddler's arm grown gargantuan by trade, but grown grimly and grimly born, for a use beyond my guessing of it. Sibilant mass-motived hordes, they sidled out in a converging stream toward the pool mouth, perhaps to meet the thin and sluggish thread of sea retracing its tide, way up the river basin, or to avoid me. They moved obliquely with a dry, wet sound, with a glittery wisp and trickle. Could they feel mud pleasurable under claws, as I could between bare toes? That question ended it. I stood shut out, for once, for all, puzzling the passage of their absolutely alien order, as I might puzzle at the clear tail of Halley's comet coolly giving my orbit to go by, made known by a family name it knew nothing of. So the crabs went about their business, which wasn't fiddling, and I filled a big handkerchief with blue mussels. From what the crabs saw, if they could see, I was one 2-legged mussel picker. High on the airy thatching of the dense grasses, I found the husk of a fiddler crab, intact, strangely strayed above his world of mud-green color, and innards bleached and blown off somewhere by much sun and wind. There was no telling if he'd died recluse or suicide or headstrong Columbus crab. The crab face, etched and set there, grimaced as skulls grimaced. It had an oriental look, a samurai death mask done on a tiger tooth, less for art's sake than God's. far from sea where red-freckled crabbacks, claws, and whole crabs, dead, their soggy bellies pallid and upturned, perform their shambling waltzes on the waves' dissolving turn and return, losing themselves bit by bit to their friendly element. This relic saved face to face the bald-faced sun. 78. Moonrise. Grub-white mulberries redden among leaves. I'll go out and sit in white like they do, doing nothing. July's juice rounds their nubs. This park is fleshed with idiot petals. White catapulpa flowers tower, topple, cast a round white shadow in their dying. A pigeon rudders down, its fantails white. Vocation enough, opening, shutting, white petals. White fantails, 10 white fingers. Enough for fingernails to make half-moons redden in white palms no labor reddens. White bruises toward color, else collapses. Berries redden. A body of whiteness rots, and smells of rot under its headstone, though the body walk out in clean linen. I smell that whiteness here, beneath the stones, where small ants roll their eggs, where grubs fatten. Death may whiten in sun or out of it. Death whitens in the egg and out of it. I can see no color for this whiteness. White, it is a complexion of the mind. I tire, imagining white Niagaras build up from a rock root, as fountains build against the weighty image of their fall. Lucina, bony mother, laboring among the socketed white stars, your face of candor pairs white flesh to the white bone, who drag our ancient father at the heel, white-bearded, weary. The berries purple and bleed. The white stomach may ripen yet. 79. Frog. Autumn. Summer grows old, cold-blooded mother. The insects are scant, skinny. In these palustral homes we only croak and wither. Mornings dissipate in somnolence. The sun brightens tardily among the pithless reeds. Flies fail us. The fen sickens. Frost drops even the spider. Clearly, the genius of plentitude houses himself elsewhere. Our folk thin lamentably. 80. In Midas country. Meadows of gold dust. The silver currents of the Connecticut fan and meander in bland pleadings under river verge farms where ryeheads whiten. All's polished to a dull luster in the sulphurous noon. We move with the languor of idols below the sky's great bell glass, and briefly engrave our limbs' image on a field of straw and goldenrod, as on gold leaf. It might be heaven, this static plentitude. Apples gold on the bough, goldfish, golden tiger cat stalked, still in one gigantic tapestry, and lovers affable, dove-like. But now the water skiers race, bracing their knees. On unseen toe lines they cleave the river's greening patinas. The mirror quivers to smithereens. They stunt like clowns in the circus. So we are hauled, though we would stop on this amber bank where grasses bleach. Already the farmer's after his crop. August gives over its Midas touch. Wind bears a flintier landscape. 81. Incommunicado. The groundhog on the mountain did not run, but fatly scuttled into the splayed fern and faced me, back to a ledge of dirt, to rattle her sallow rodent teeth like castanets against my leaning down, would not exchange for that wary clatter, sound, or gesture of love. Claws braced, at bay, my currency not hers. Such meetings never occur in Marchen, where love-met groundhogs love one in return, where straight talk is the rule, whether warm or hostile, which no gruff animal misinterprets. From what grace am I fallen? Tongues are strange, signs say nothing.
The falcon who spoke clear to Canopy cries gibberish to coarsened ears. 82. Child's Park. Stones. In sunless air, under pines, green to the point of blackness, some founding father set these lobed, warped stones to loom in the leaf-filtered gloom, black as the charred knuckle bones of a giant or extinct animal, come from another age, another planet surely, flanked by the orange and fuchsia bonfire of azaleas, sacrosanct. These stones guard a dark repose, and keep their shapes intact, while sun alters shadows of rose and iris, long, short, long, in the lit garden, and kindles a day's-end blaze colored to dull the pigment of the azaleas, yet burnt out quick as they. To follow the light's tint and intensity, by midnight, by noon, and throughout the brunt of various weathers, is to know the still heart of the stones. Stones that take the whole summer to lose their dream of the winter's cold. Stones warming at core only as frost forms. No man's crowbar could uproot them. Their beards are ever green. Nor do they, once in 100 years, go down to drink the river. No thirst disturbs a stone's bed. 83. Owl. Clocks belled 12. Main Street showed otherwise than its suburb of woods. Nimbus-lit, but unpeopled, held its windows of wedding pastries, diamond rings, potted roses, fox-skins ruddy on the wax mannequins, in a glass tableau of affluence. From deep-sunk basements, what moved the pale raptorial owl then? To squall above the level of street-lights and wires, its wall-to-wall wingspread in control of the ferrying currents, belly dense-feathered, fearfully soft to look upon. Rat's teeth gut the city, shaken by owl cry. 26 June, 1958. 84. Whiteness. I remember. Whiteness being what I remember about Sam. Whiteness and the great run he gave me. I've gone nowhere since, but going's been tame deviation. White, not of heraldic stallions, off-white, of the stable horse whose history's humdrum, unexceptionable, his tried sobriety hiring him out to novices and to the timid. Yet the dapple toning his white down to safe gray never grayed his temper. I see him, one-tracked, stubborn, white horse, first horse under me, high as the roofs, his neat trot pitching my tense poise up, unsettling the steady-rooted green of country hedgerows and cow pastures, to a giddy jog. Then, for ill will or to try me, he suddenly set green grass streaming, houses a river of pale fronts, straw thatchings, the hard road an anvil, horse 4 hammers to jolt me off into their space a beating, stirrups undone and decorum, and wouldn't slow for the hauled reins, his name or shouts of walkers, crossroad traffic stalling curbside at his oncoming, the world subdued to his run of it. I imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. 9 July 1958. 85 Fable of the Rhododendron Stealers. I walked the unwalked garden of rosebeds in the public park. At home felt the want of a single rose present to imagine, the garden's remainder in full paint. The stone lion head set in the wall let drop its spittle of sluggish green into the stone basin. I snipped an orange bud, pocketed it. When it had opened its orange in my vase, retrogressed to blouse, I next chose red, argued my conscience clear, which robbed the park of less red than withering did. Musk satisfied my nose, red my eye. The petals nap my fingertips. I considered the poetry I rescued from blind air, from complete eclipse. Yet today, a yellow bud in my hand, I stalled at sudden noisy crashes from the laurel thicket. No one approached.
A spasm took the rhododendron bushes. 3 girls, engrossed, were wrenching full clusters of cerise and pink from the rhododendron, mountaining them on spread newspaper. They brassily picked, slowed by no chagrin, and wouldn't pause for my straight look, but gave me pause, my rose, a charge, whether nicety stood confounded by love, or petty thievery by large. 86. The death of myth-making. 2 virtues ride, by stallion, by nag, to grind our knives and scissors. Lantern-jawed reason, squat common sense, one courting doctors of all sorts, one housewives and shopkeepers. The trees are lopped, the poodles trim, the laborer's nails pared level, since those 2 civil servants set their whetstone to the blunted edge, and minced the muddling devil, whose owl eyes in the scraggly wood scared mothers to miscarry, drove the dogs to cringe and whine, and turned the farm boy's temper wolfish, the housewife's desultory. 87. Green Rock, Winthrop Bay. No lame excuses can gloss over barge tar clotted at the tide line, the wrecked Piot. I should have known better. 15 years between me and the bay profited memory, but did away with the old scenery, and patched this shoddy makeshift of a view to quit my promise of an idyll. The blues worn out. It's a niggard estate, inimical now. The great green rock we gave good use as ship and house is black with tarry muck, and periwinkles shrunk to common size. The cries of scavenging gulls sound thin in the traffic of planes from Logan Airport opposite. Gulls circle gray under shadow of a steelier flight. Loss cancels profit. Unless you do this tawdry harbor a service and ignore it, I go a liar, gilding what's eyesore, or must take loophole and blame time for the rock's dwarfed lump, for the drabbled scum, for a churlish welcome. 88. The companionable ills. The nose end that twitches, the old imperfections, tolerable now as moles on the face, put up with until chagrin gives place to a wry complacence. Dug in first as God's spurs to start the spirit out of the mud it stabled in. Long used, became well-loved bedfellows of the spirit's debauch, fond masters. 90. I want. Open-mouthed, the baby God, immense, bald, though baby-headed, cried out for the mother's dug. The dry volcanoes cracked and spit. Sand abraded the milkless lip. Cried then for the Father's blood, who set wasp, wolf, and shark to work, engineered the gannet's beak. Dry-eyed, the inveterate patriarch raised his men of skin and bone, barbs on the crown of gilded wire, thorns on the bloody rose stem. 90. Poems, potatoes. The word defining muzzles. The drawn line ousts mistier and thrives, murderous, in establishments which imagined lines can only haunt. Sturdy as potatoes, stones without conscience, word and line endure given an inch. Not that they're gross, although afterthought often would have them alter, to delicacy, to poise, but that they short-change me continuously. Whether more or other, they still dissatisfy. Unpoemed, unpictured, the potato bunches its knobby browns on a vastly superior page. The blunt stone also. 91. The times are tidy. Unlucky the hero born in this province of the stuck record, where the most watchful cooks go jobless, and the mayor's rotatory turns round of its own accord. There's no career in the venture of riding against the lizard, himself withered these latter days to leaf size from lack of action. History's beaten the hazard. The last crone got burnt up more than 8 decades back, with the love-hot herb, the talking cat. But the children are better for it. The cow milks cream an inch thick. 1959. 92.
the bull of Bendilaw. The black bull bellowed before the sea. The sea, till that day orderly, hove up against Bendilaw. The queen in the mulberry arbor stared stiff as a queen on a playing card. The king fingered his beard. A blue sea, 4 horny bullfeet, a bull-snouted sea that wouldn't stay put, bucked at the garden gate. Along box-lined walks in the florid sun, toward the rowdy bellow and back again, the lords and ladies ran. The great bronze gate began to crack. The sea broke in at every crack. Pell-mell, blue-black. The bull surged up, the bull surged down, not to be stayed by a daisy chain, nor by any learned man. Oh, the king's tidy acre is under the sea, and the royal rose in the bull's belly, and the bull on the king's highway. 93. The eye-mote. Blameless as daylight I stood looking at a field of horses, necks bent, manes blown, tails streaming against the green backdrop of sycamores. Sun was striking, while chapel pinnacles over the roofs, holding the horses, the clouds, the leaves, steadily rooted though they were all flowing away to the left like reeds in a sea, when the splinter flew in and stuck my eye, needling it dark. Then I was seeing a melding of shapes in a hot rain, horses warped on the altering green, outlandish as double-humped camels or unicorns, grazing at the margins of a bad monochrome, beasts of oasis, a better time. Abrading my lid, the small grain burns, red cinder around which I myself, horses, planets, and spires revolve. Neither tears nor the easing flush of eye baths can unseat the speck. It sticks, and it has stuck a week. I wear the present itch for flesh, blind to what will be and what was. I dream that I am Oedipus. What I want back is what I was before the bed, before the knife, before the brooch pin and the salve fixed me in this parenthesis. Horses fluent in the wind. A place, a time, gone out of mind. 94. Point Shirley. From Water Tower Hill to the brick prison, the shingle booms, bickering under the sea's collapse. Snow cakes break and welter. This year, the gritted wave leaps the seawall and drops onto a bier of quahog chips, leaving a salty mash of ice to whiten in my grandmother's sand yard. She is dead, whose laundry snapped and froze here, who kept house against what the sluttish rutted sea could do. Squall waves once danced ship timbers in through the cellar window. A thresh-tailed, lanced shark littered in the geranium bed. Such collusion of mulish elements, she wore her broom straws to the nub. 20 years out of her hand, the house still hugs in each drab stucco socket the purple eggstones. From Great Head's knob to the filled-in gut, the sea in its cold gizzard ground those rounds. Nobody wintering now behind the planked-up windows where she set her wheat loaves and apple cakes to cool. What is it survives, grieves so, over this battered, obstinate spit of gravel? The waves spewed relics clicker masses in the wind. Gray waves the stub-necked eiders ride, a labor of love, and that labor lost. Steadily the sea eats at Point Shirley. She died blessed, and I come by bones, bones only, pawed and tossed, a dog-faced sea. The sun sinks under Boston, bloody red. I would get from these dry-papped stones the milk your love instilled in them. The black ducks dive, and though your graciousness might stream, and I contrive, grandmother, stones are nothing of home to that spumious dove. Against both bar and tower the Black Sea runs. 95. Goatsucker. Old goatherds swear how all night
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Moon full, moon dark, the cherry dairy farmer dreams that his fattest cattle dwindle,
fevered by claw cuts of the goatsucker, alias devil bird. Its eye flashlit, a chip of ruby fire. So fables say the goatsucker moves, massed from men's sight, in an ebony air, on wings of witchcloth. Well named, ill-famed, a knavish fly-by-night. Yet it never milked any goat, nor dealt cow death. And shadows only cave-mouth bristle beset, cockchafers, and the wan green luna moth. 96, watercolor of Grantchester Meadows. There, spring lambs jam the sheepfold. In air stilled, silvered as water in a glass, nothing is big or far. The small shrew chitters from its wilderness of grass heads, and is heard. Each thumb-sized bird flits nimble-winged in thickets, and of good color. Cloud-rack and owl-hollowed willows slanting over the bland granta double their white and green world under the sheer water, and ride that flux at anchor, upside down. The punter sinks his pole. In Byron's pool, cattails part where the tame cygnets steer. It is a country on a nursery plate. Spotted cows revolve their jaws and crop. Red clover or nog beetroot bellied on a nimbus of sun-glazed buttercup. Hedging meadows of benign Arcadian green, the blood-buried hawthorn hides its spines with white. Droll, vegetarian, the water rat saws down a reed and swims from his limber grove, while the students stroll or sit, hands laced in a moony indolence of love. Black-gowned, but unaware, how in such mild air the owl shall stoop from his turret, the rat cry out. 19 February 1959. 97. A winter ship. At this wharf there are no grand landings to speak of. Red and orange barges list and blister, shackled to the dock, outmoded, gaudy, and apparently indestructible. The sea pulses under a skin of oil. A gull holds his pose on a shanty ridgepole, riding the tide of the wind, steady as wood and formal in a jacket of ashes. The whole flat harbor anchored in the round of his yellow eye button. A blimp swims up like a day moon or tin cigar over his rink of fishes. The prospect is dull as an old etching. They are unloading 3 barrels of little crabs. The pier pilings seem about to collapse, and with them that rickety edifice of warehouses, derricks, smokestacks, and bridges in the distance. All around us the water slips and gossips in its loose vernacular, ferrying the smells of dead cod and tar. Farther out, the waves will be mouthing ice cakes. A poor month for park sleepers and lovers. Even our shadows are blue with cold. We wanted to see the sun come up, and are met instead by this ice-ribbed ship, bearded and blown, an albatross of frost, relic of tough weather, every winch and stay encased in a glassy pellicle. The sun will diminish it soon enough. Each wave-tip glitters like a knife. 98. Aftermath. Compelled by calamity's magnet, they loiter and stare as if the house burnt out were theirs, or as if they thought some scandal might any minute ooze from a smoke-choked closet into light. No deaths, no prodigious injuries glut these hunters after an old meat, blood spore of the austere tragedies. Mother, Medea, in a green smock, moves humbly as any housewife through her ruined apartments, taking stock of charred shoes, the sodden upholstery. Cheated of the pyre and the rack, the crowd sucks her last tear and turns away. 10. 2 views of a cadaver room. 1. The day she visited the dissecting room, they had 4 men laid out, black as burnt turkey, already half unstrung. A vinegary fume of the death vats clung to them. The white-smocked boys started working. The head of his cadaver had caved in,
and she could scarcely make out anything in that rubble of skull plates and old leather. A sallow piece of string held it together. In their jars, the snail-nosed babies moon and glow. He hands her the cut-out heart like a cracked heirloom. 2. In Bruegel's panorama of smoke and slaughter, two people only are blind to the carrion army. He, afloat in the sea of her blue satin skirts, sings in the direction of her bare shoulder, while she bends, fingering a leaflet of music over him, both of them deaf to the fiddle in the hands of the death's head shadowing their song. These Flemish lovers flourish, not for long. Yet desolation, stalled in paint, spares the little country, foolish, delicate, in the lower right-hand corner. 101. The ravaged face. Outlandish as a circus, the ravaged face parades the marketplace, lurid and stricken by some unutterable chagrin, maudlin from leaky eye to swollen nose. Two pin legs stagger underneath the mass. Grievously purpled, mouth skewed on a groan, past keeping to the house, past all discretion. Myself, obscene, lugubrious. Better the flat leer of the idiot, the stone face of the man who doesn't feel, the velvet dodges of the hypocrite. Better, and more acceptable, to timorous children, to the lady on the street. O Oedipus, O Christ, you use me ill. 19 March 1959. 112. Metaphors. I'm a riddle in 9 syllables, an elephant, a ponderous house, a melon strolling on 2 tendrils. O red fruit, ivory, fine timbers. This loaf's big with its yeasty rising. Money's new minted in this fat purse. I'm a means, a stage, a cow in calf. I've eaten a bag of green apples, boarded the train, there's no getting off. 20 March 1959. 113. Electra on Azalea Path. The day you died, I went into the dirt, into the lightless hibernaculum where bees, striped black and gold, sleep out the blizzard like hieroglyphic stones, and the ground is hard. It was good for 20 years, that wintering, as if you had never existed, as if you came godfathered into the world from my mother's belly. Her wide bed wore the stain of divinity. I had nothing to do with guilt or anything when I wormed back under my mother's heart. Small as a doll in my dress of innocence, I lay dreaming your epic, image by image. Nobody died or withered on that stage. Everything took place in a durable whiteness. The day I woke on Churchyard Hill. I found your name, I found your bones and all, enlisted in a cramped necropolitus, your speckled stone askew by an iron fence. In this charity ward, this poorhouse, where the dead crowd foot to foot, head to head, no flower breaks the soil. This is Azalea Path. A field of burdock opens to the south. 6 feet of yellow gravel cover you. The artificial red sage does not stir. In the basket of plastic evergreens they put at the headstone next to yours. Nor does it rot, although the rains dissolve a bloody dye. The ersatz petals drip, and they drip red. Another kind of redness bothers me. The day your slack sail drank my sister's breath, the flat sea purpled like that evil cloth my mother unrolled at your last homecoming. I borrowed the stilts of an old tragedy. The truth is, one late October, at my birth cry, a scorpion stung its head, an ill-starred thing. My mother dreamed you face down in the sea. The stony actors poise and pause for breath. I brought my love to bear, and then you died.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. It was the gangrene ate you to the bone, my mother said. You died like any man. How shall I age into that state of mind? I am the ghost of an infamous suicide, my own blue razor rusting in my throat. Oh, pardon the one who knocks for pardon at your gate, father, your hound bitch, daughter, friend. It was my love that did us both to death. 104. The Beekeeper's Daughter. A garden of mouthings, purple, scarlet-speckled, black. The great corollas dilate, peeling back their silks. Their musk encroaches, circle after circle, a well of scents almost too dense to breathe in. Hierocorical in your frock coat, maestro of the bees, you move among the many-breasted hives. My heart under your foot, sister of a stone. Trumpet throats open to the beaks of birds. The golden rain tree drips its powders down. In these little boudoirs streaked with orange and red, the anthers nod their heads, potent as kings, to father dynasties. The air is rich. Here is a queenship no mother can contest, a fruit that's death to taste, dark flesh, dark parings. In burrows narrow as a finger, solitary bees keep house among the grasses. Kneeling down, I set my eye to a whole mouth and meet an eye, round, green, disconsolate as a tear. Father, bridegroom, in this Easter egg under the coronal of sugar roses, the queen bee marries the winter of your year. 105. The Hermit at Outermost House. Sky and sea, horizon hinged, tablets of blank blue. Couldn't, clapped shut, flatten this man out. The great gods, Stonehead, Clawfoot, winded by much rock-bumping and claw-threat, realized that. For what, then, had they endured durely the long hots and colds? Those old despots. If he sat laugh-shaken on his door-sill, backbone unbendable as timbers of his upright hut. Hard gods were there, nothing else. Still he thumbed out something else. Thumbed no stony, horny pot, but a certain meaning green. He withstood them, that hermit. Rock-face, crab-claw, verged on green. Gulls mulled in the greenest light. 106. Man in Black. Where the three magenta breakwaters take the shove and suck of the gray sea to the left, and the wave unfists against the dun, barb-wired headland of the Deer Island prison, with its trim piggeries, hen huts, and cattle green to the right, and March ice glazes the rock pools yet. Snuff-colored sand cliffs rise over a great stone spit bared by each falling tide, and you, across those white stones, strode out in your dead black coat, black shoes, and your black hair, till there you stood, fixed vortex on the far tip, riveting stones, air, all of it, together. 107. Old Ladies' Home. Sharded in black, like beetles, frail as antique earthenware, one breath might shiver to bits. The old women creep out here to sun on the rocks or prop themselves against the wall, whose stones keep a little heat. Needles knit in a bird-beaked counterpoint to their voices. Sons, daughters, daughters and sons, distant and cold as photos. Grandchildren nobody knows. Age wears the best black fabric, rust red or green as lichens. At owl call, the old ghosts flock to hustle them off the lawn. From beds boxed in like coffins, the bonneted ladies grin. And death, that bald-head buzzard, stalls in halls where the lamp-wick shortens with each breath drawn. 109. Magnolia Shoals. Up here among the gull cries, we stroll through a maze of pale red-mottled relics, shells, claws, as if it were summer still. That season has turned its back. Though the green sea gardens stall, bow, and recover their look of the imperishable gardens in an antique book or tapestries on a wall, leaves behind us warp and lapse. The late month withers as well.
Below us, a white gull keeps the weed-slicked shelf for his own, hustles other gulls off. Crabs rove over his field of stone. Mussels cluster blue as grapes. His beak brings the harvest in. The watercolorist grips his brush in the stringent air. The horizon's bare of ships, the beach and the rocks are bare. He paints a blizzard of gulls, wings drumming in the winter. October 1959. 110. The Sleepers. No map traces the street where those two sleepers are. We have lost track of it. They lie as if underwater in a blue, unchanging light. The French window ajar, curtained with yellow lace. Through the narrow crack, odors of wet earth rise. The snail leaves a silver track. Dark thickets hedge the house. We take a backward look. Among petals pale as death and leaves steadfast in shape, they sleep on, mouth to mouth. A white mist is going up. The small green nostrils breathe, and they turn in their sleep. Ousted from that warm bed, we are a dream they dream. Their eyelids keep the shade. No harm can come to them. We cast our skins and slide into another time. 112. Medallion. By the gate with star and moon worked into the peeled orange wood, the bronze snake lay in the sun, inert as a shoelace, dead but pliable still, his jaw unhinged and his grin crooked, tongue a rose-colored arrow. Over my hand I hung him, his little vermilion eye ignited with a glassed flame, as I turned him in the light. When I split a rock one time, the garnet bits burned like that. Dust dulled his back to ochre, the way sun ruins a trout. Yet his belly kept its fire, going under the chain-mail, the old jewels smoldering there in each opaque belly scale. Sunset looked it through milk glass. And I saw white maggots coil, thin as pins, in the dark bruise, where his innards bulged as if he were digesting a mouse. Knife-like, he was chaste enough, pure death's metal. The yardman's flung brick perfected his laugh. 113. The Manor Garden. The fountains are dry and the roses over. Incense of death. Your day approaches. The pears fatten like little Buddhas. A blue mist is dragging the lake. You move through the era of fishes, the smug centuries of the pig. Head, toe, and finger come clear of the shadow. History nourishes these broken flutings, these crowns of acanthus, and the crow settles her garments. You inherit white heather, a bee's wing, 2 suicides, the family wolves, hours of blankness. Some hard stars already yellow the heavens. The spider on its own string crosses the lake. The worms quit their usual habitations. The small birds converge with their gifts to a difficult borning. 114. Blue moles. 1. They're out of the dark's rag-bag, these 2 moles dead in the pebbled rut, shapeless as flung gloves, a few feet apart, blue suede a dog or fox has chewed.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. One, by himself, seemed pitiable enough, little victim unearthed by some large creature, from his orbit under the elm root. The second carcass makes a duel of the affair, blind twins bitten by bad nature. The sky's far dome is sane and clear. Leaves, undoing their yellow caves between the road and the lake water, bear no sinister spaces. Already the moles look neutral as the stones. Their corkscrew noses, their white hands, uplifted, stiffen in a family pose. Difficult to imagine how fury struck. Dissolved now, smoke of an old war. 2. Nightly the battle shouts start up in the ear of the veteran, and again I enter the soft pelt of the mole. Light's death to them, they shrivel in it. They move through their mute rooms while I sleep, palming the earth aside,
grubbers after the fat children of root and rock. By day, only the topsoil heaves. Down there one is alone. Outsize hands prepare a path. They go before, opening the veins, delving for the appendages of beetles, sweetbreads, shards to be eaten over and over. And still the heaven of final surfeit is just as far from the door as ever. What happens between us happens in darkness, vanishes, easy and often as each breath. 115. Dark wood, dark water. This wood burns a dark incense. Pale moss drips in elbow scarves, beards from the archaic bones of the great trees. Blue mists move over a lake thick with fish. Snails scroll the border of the glazed water with coils of ram's horn. Out in the open, down there, the late year hammers her rare and various metals. Old pewter roots twist up from the jet-backed mirror of water, and while the air's clear, hourglass sifts a drift of gold pieces. Bright water lights are sliding their quoits, one after the other, down bowls of the fir. 116. Polly's tree. A dream tree, Polly's tree, a thicket of sticks, each speckled twig ending in a thin-paned leaf unlike any other on it, or in a ghost flower flat as paper, and of a color vaporish as frost breath, more finical than any silk fan the Chinese ladies use to stir robin's egg air. The silver-haired seed of the milkweed comes to roost there, frail as the halo rayed round a candle flame, a will-o'-the-wisp nimbus or puff of cloud stuff, tipping her queer candelabrum. Palely lit by snuff-rough dandelions, white daisy wheels, and a tiger-faced pansy, it glows. Oh, it's no family tree, Polly's tree, nor a tree of heaven, though it marry quartz flake, feather, and rose. It sprang from her pillow whole as a cobweb, ribbed like a hand, a dream tree. Polly's tree wears a valentine arc of tear-pearled bleeding hearts on its sleeve, and, crowning it, one blue larkspur star. 117. The Colossus. I shall never get you put together entirely, pieced, glued, and properly jointed. Mule bray, pig grunt, and body cackles proceed from your great lips. It's worse than a barnyard. Perhaps you consider yourself an oracle, mouthpiece of the dead or of some god or other. 30 years now I have labored to dredge the silt from your throat. I am none the wiser. Scaling little ladders with glue pots and pails of Lysol, I crawl like an ant in mourning over the weedy acres of your brow to mend the immense skull plates and clear the bald white tumuli of your eyes. A blue sky out of the Oresteia arches above us. O Father, all by yourself you are pithy and historical as the Roman Forum. I open my lunch on a hill of black cypress. Your fluted bones and acanthine hair are littered in their old anarchy to the horizon line. It would take more than a lightning stroke to create such a ruin. Nights, I squat in the cornucopia of your left ear, out of the wind, counting the red stars and those of plum color. The sun rises under the pillar of your tongue. My hours are married to shadow. No longer do I listen for the scrape of a keel on the blank stones of the landing. 119. Private ground. First frost, and I walk among the rose fruit, the marble toes of the Greek beauties you brought off Europe's relic heap to sweeten your neck of the New York woods. Soon each white lady will be boarded up against the cracking climate. All morning, with smoking breath, the handyman has been draining the goldfish ponds. They collapse like lungs, the escaped water threading back, filament by filament, to the pure platonic table where it lives. The baby carp litter the mud like orange peel. 11 weeks, and I know your estate so well I need hardly go out at all. A superhighway seals me off. Trading their poisons, the north and southbound cars flatten the doped snakes to ribbon. In here, the grasses unload their griefs on my shoes. The woods creak and ache, and the day forgets itself. I bend over this drained basin where the small fish flex as the mud freezes. They glitter like eyes, and I collect them all. Morgue of old logs and old images, the lake opens and shuts, accepting them among its reflections. 119. Poem for a Birthday. 1. Who? The month of flowering's finished. The fruit's in, eaten or rotten. I am all mouth. October's the month for storage. This sheds fusty as a mummy's stomach. Old tools, handles, and rusty tusks. I am at home here among the dead heads. Let me sit in a flower pot, the spiders won't notice. My heart is a stopped geranium. If only the wind would leave my lungs alone. Dog body noses the petals. They bloom upside down. They rattle like hydrangea bushes. Moldering heads console me, nailed to the rafters yesterday. Inmates who don't hibernate. Cabbage heads, wormy purple, silver glaze. A dressing of mule ears, mothy pelts, but green-hearted. Their veins white as pork fat. Oh, the beauty of usage! The orange pumpkins have no eyes. These halls are full of women who think they are birds. This is a dull school. I am a root, a stone, an owl pellet, without dreams of any sort. Mother, you are the one mouth I would be a tongue to. Mother of otherness, eat me. Wastebasket gaper, shadow of doorways. I said, I must remember this, being small. There were such enormous flowers, purple and red mouths, utterly lovely. The hoops of blackberry stems made me cry. Now they light me up like an electric bulb. For weeks I can remember nothing at all. 2. Dark house. This is a dark house, very big. I made it myself, cell by cell from a quiet corner, chewing at the gray paper, oozing the glue drops, whistling, wiggling my ears, thinking of something else. It has so many cellars, such eelish delvings. I am round as an owl, I see by my own light. Any day I may litter puppies or mother a horse. My belly moves. I must make more maps. These marrowy tunnels. Moly-handed, I eat my way. All mouth licks up the bushes and the pots of meat. He lives in an old well, a stony hole. He's to blame. He's a fat sort. Pebble smells, turnipy chambers. Small nostrils are breathing. Little humble loves. Footlings, boneless as noses. It is warm and tolerable in the bowel of the root. Here's a cuddly mother. 3. My nod. Once I was ordinary, sat by my father's bean tree, eating the fingers of wisdom. The birds made milk. When it thundered, I hid under a flat stone. The mother of mouths didn't love me. The old man shrank to a doll. Oh, I am too big to go backward. Bird milk is feathers. The bean leaves are dumb as hands. This month is fit for little. The dead ripen in the grape leaves. A red tongue is among us. Mother, keep out of my barnyard. I am becoming another. Doghead, devourer. Feed me the berries of dark. The lids won't shut. Time unwinds from the great umbilicus of the sun, its endless glitter. I must swallow it all. Lady, who are these others in the moon's vat? Sleep-drunk, their limbs at odds. In this light the blood is black. Tell me my name. 4. The beast. He was bullman earlier, king of the dish, my lucky animal. Breathing was easy in his airy holding. The sun sat in his armpit. Nothing went moldy. The little invisibles waited on him hand and foot. The Blue Sisters sent me to another school. Monkey lived under the dunce cap. He kept blowing me kisses. I hardly knew him. He won't be got rid of. Mumblepaws, teary and sorry, Fido Little Soul, the bowels familiar.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. A dustbin's enough for him. The dark's his bone. Call him any name, he'll come to it. Mud sump, happy sty face. I've married a cupboard of rubbish. I bed in a fish puddle. Down here, the sky is always falling. Hog wallows at the window. The star bugs won't save me this month. I housekeep in Time's gut end, among emmets and mollusks, Duchess of Nothing, Hair Tusk's bride. 5. Flute notes from a reedy pond. Now coldness comes sifting down, layer after layer, to our bower at the lily root. Overhead the old umbrellas of summer wither like pithless hands. There is little shelter. Hourly the eye of the sky enlarges its blank dominion. The stars are no nearer. Already frog-mouth and fish-mouth drink the liquor of indolence, and all things sink into a soft call of forgetfulness. The fugitive colors die. Caddis-worms drowse in their silk cases. The lamp-headed nymphs are nodding to sleep like statues. Puppets, loosed from the strings of the puppet master, wear masks of horn to bed. This is not death, it is something safer. The wingy myths won't tug at us anymore. The mults are tongueless that sang from above the water, of Golgotha at the tip of a reed. And how a god flimsy as a baby's finger shall unhusk himself and steer into the air. 6. Witch burning. In the marketplace they are piling the dry sticks. A thicket of shadows is a poor coat. I inhabit the wax image of myself, a doll's body. Sickness begins here. I am a dartboard for witches. Only the devil can eat the devil out. In the month of red leaves I climb to a bed of fire. It is easy to blame the dark, the mouth of a door, the cellar's belly. They've blown my sparkler out. A black-sharded lady keeps me in a parrot cage. What large eyes the dead have! I am intimate with a hairy spirit. Smoke wheels from the beak of this empty jar. If I am a little one, I can do no harm. If I don't move about, I'll knock nothing over. So I said, sitting under a pot lid, tiny and inert as a rice grain. They are turning the burners up, ring after ring. We are full of starch, my small white fellows. We grow. It hurts at first. The red tongues will teach the truth. Mother of beetles, only unclench your hand. I'll fly through the candle's mouth like a singless moth. Give me back my shape. I am ready to construe the days I coupled with dust in the shadow of a stone. My ankles brighten. Brightness ascends my thighs. I am lost in the robes of all this light. 7. The stones. This is the city where men are mended. I lie on a great anvil. The flat blue sky circle flew off like the hat of a doll when I fell out of the light. I entered the stomach of indifference, the wordless cupboard. The mother of pestles diminished me. I became a still pebble. The stones of the belly were peaceable, the headstone quiet, jostled by nothing. Only the mouth-hole piped out, importunate cricket, in a quarry of silences. The people of the city heard it. They hunted the stones, taciturn and separate, the mouth-hole crying their locations. Drunk as a fetus, I suck at the paps of darkness. The food tubes embrace me. Sponges kiss my lichens away. The jewel-master drives his chisel to pry open one stone eye. This is the after-hell. I see the light. A wind unstoppers the chamber of the ear, old worrier. Water mollifies the flint lip, and daylight lays its sameness on the wall. The grafters are cheerful, heating the pincers, hoisting the delicate hammers. A current agitates the wires, vault upon vault. Catgut stitches my fissures. A workman walks by carrying a pink torso. The storerooms are full of hearts. This is the city of spare parts. My swaddled legs and arms smell sweet as rubber. Here they can doctor heads or any limb. On Fridays, the little children come to trade their hooks for hands. Dead men leave eyes for others. Love is the uniform of my bald nurse. Love is the bone and sinew of my curse. The vase, reconstructed, houses the elusive rose. 10 fingers shape a bowl for shadows. My mendings itch. There is nothing to do. I shall be good as new. 4 November 1959, 1:20. The burnt-out spa. An old beast ended in this place. A monster of wood and rusty teeth. Fire smelted his eyes to lumps of pale blue vitreous stuff, opaque as resin drops oozed from pine bark. The rafters and struts of his body wear their char of caracool still. I can't tell how long his carcass has foundered under the rubbish of summers, the black-leaved falls. Now little weeds insinuate soft swayed tongues between his bones. His armor plate, his toppled stones, are an esplanade for crickets. I pick and pry like a doctor or archaeologist among iron entrails, enamel bowls, the coils and pipes that made him run. The small dell eats what ate it once, and yet the ichor of the spring proceeds clear as it ever did from the broken throat, the marshy lip. It flows off below the green and white balustrade of a sag-backed bridge. Leaning over, I encounter one blue and improbable person, framed in a basket-work of cattails. Oh, she is gracious and austere, seated beneath the toneless water. It is not I, it is not I. No animal spoils on her green doorstep, and we shall never enter there, where the durable ones keep house. The stream that hustles us neither nourishes nor heals. 11 November 1959, 1:21. Mushrooms. Overnight, very whitely, discreetly, very quietly. Our toes, our noses take hold on the loam, acquire the air. Nobody sees us, stops us, betrays us. The small grains make room. Soft fists insist on heaving the needles, the leafy bedding, even the paving. Our hammers, our rams, earless and eyeless, perfectly voiceless, widen the crannies, shoulder through holes. We diet on water, on crumbs of shadow, bland-mannered, asking little or nothing. So many of us, so many of us. We are shelves, we are tables, we are meek, we are edible, nudgers and shovers in spite of ourselves. Our kind multiplies. We shall by morning inherit the earth, our foot in the door. 13 November 1960, 1960. 1:22. You're clown-like, happiest on your hands, feet to the stars, and moon-sculled, gilled like a fish. A common sense thumbs down on the dodo's mode. Wrapped up in yourself like a spool, trawling your dark as owls do. Mute as a turnip from the 4th of July to All Fool's Day. Oh, high riser, my little loaf. Vague as fog, and looked for like mail. Farther off than Australia. Bent-backed Atlas, our traveled prawn. Snug as a bud, and at home like a sprat in a pickle jug. A creel of eels, all ripples. Jumpy as a Mexican bean. Right, like a well-done sum. A clean slate with your own face on. January-February 1960. 1:23. The Hanging Man. By the roots of my hair, some god got hold of me. I sizzled in his blue vaults like a desert prophet. The night snapped out of sight like a lizard's eyelid. A world of bald white days in a shadless socket. A vulturous boredom pinned me in this tree. If he were I, he would do what I did.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion.
Still, nobody will move or speak. The bingo players, the players at love, on a square no bigger than a carpet, are hustled over the crests and troughs, each stalled in his particular minute and castled in it like a king. Small drops spot their coats, their gloves. They fly too fast to feel the wet. Anything can happen where they are going. The untidy lady revivalist for whom the good Lord provides. He gave her a pocketbook, a pearl hat pin, and 7 winter coats last August. Prays under her breath that she may save the art students in West Berlin. The astrologer at her elbow, a Leo, picked his trip date by the stars. He is gratified by the absence of ice cakes. Hell be rich in a year, and he should know, selling the Welsh and English mothers nativities at 2 and 6. And the white-haired jeweler from Denmark is carving a perfectly faceted wife to wait, on him hand and foot, quiet as a diamond. Moony balloons tied by a string to their owner's wrists. The light dreams float, to be let loose at news of land. July 1960, 1:26. Sleep in the Mojave Desert. Out here there are no hearthstones, hot grains simply. It is dry, dry, and the air dangerous. Noonday acts queerly on the mind's eye, erecting a line of poplars in the middle distance, the only object beside the mad straight road one can remember men and houses by. A cool wind should inhabit those leaves, and a dew collect on them dearer than money, in the blue hour before sunup. Yet they recede, untouchable as tomorrow, or those glittery fictions of spilt water that glide ahead of the very thirsty. I think of the lizards airing their tongues in the crevice of an extremely small shadow, and the toad guarding his heart's droplet. The desert is white as a blind man's eye, comfortless as salt. Snake and bird doze behind the old masks of fury. We swelter like fire dogs in the wind. The sun puts its cinder out. Where we lie, the heat-craft crickets congregate in their black armor plate and cry. The day moon lights up like a sorry mother, and the crickets come creeping into our hair to fiddle the short night away. 5 July 1960, 1:27. 2 campers in cloud country, Rock Lake, Canada. In this country there is neither measure nor balance to redress the dominance of rocks and woods, the passage, say, of these man-shaming clouds. No gesture of yours or mine could catch their attention. No word make them carry water or fire the kindling like local trolls in the spell of a superior being. Well, one wearies of the public gardens. One wants a vacation, where trees and clouds and animals pay no notice, away from the labeled elms, the tame tea roses. It took 3 days driving north to find a cloud the polite skies over Boston couldn't possibly accommodate. Here on the last frontier of the big, brash spirit, the horizons are too far off to be chummy as uncles. The colors assert themselves with a sort of vengeance. Each day concludes in a huge splurge of vermilions, and night arrives in one gigantic step. It is comfortable, for a change, to mean so little. These rocks offer no purchase to herbage or people. They are conceiving a dynasty of perfect cold. In a month, we'll wonder what plates and forks are for. I lean to you, numb as a fossil. Tell me I'm here. The Pilgrims and Indians might never have happened. Planets pulse in the lake like bright amoebas. The pines blot our voices up in their lightest sighs. Around our tent, the old simplicities sough sleepily as Lethe, trying to get in. We'll make blank-brained as water in the dawn. July 1960, 1:28. Leaving early. Lady, your room is lousy with flowers. When you kick me out, that's what I'll remember.
Me, sitting here bored as a leopard, in your jungle of wine bottle lamps, velvet pillows the color of blood pudding, and the white china fish from Italy. I forget you, hearing the cut flowers sipping their liquids from assorted pots, pitchers and coronation goblets like Monday drunkards. The milky berries bow down, a local constellation, toward their admirers in the tabletop, mobs of eyeballs looking up. Are those petals or leaves you've paired them with? Those green striped ovals of silver tissue? The red geraniums I know. Friends, friends. They stink of armpits and the involved maladies of autumn, musky as a love bed the morning after. My nostrils prickle with nostalgia. Henna hags, cloth of your cloth. They tow old water thick as fog. The roses in the Toby jug gave up the ghost last night. High time. Their yellow corsets were ready to split. You snored, and I heard the petals unlatch, tapping and ticking like nervous fingers. You should have junked them before they died. Daybreak discovered the bureau lid littered with Chinese hands. Now I'm stared at by chrysanthemums the size of Holofernes' head, dipped in the same magenta as this fubsy sofa. In the mirror, their doubles back them up. Listen, your tenant mice are rattling the cracker packets. Fine flour muffles their bird feet. They whistle for joy. And you doze on, nose to the wall. This mizzle fits me like a sad jacket. How did we make it up to your attic? You handed me gin in a glass bud vase. We slept like stones. Lady, what am I doing with a lung full of dust and a tongue of wood, knee-deep in the cold and swamped by flowers? 25 September 1960, 1:30. Love letter. Not easy to state the change you made. If I'm alive now, then I was dead, though like a stone, unbothered by it, staying put according to habit. You didn't just tow me an inch, no, nor leave me to set my small bald eye skyward again, without hope, of course, of apprehending blueness or stars. That wasn't it. I slept, say, a snake masked among black rocks as a black rock, in the white hiatus of winter, like my neighbors, taking no pleasure in the million perfectly chiseled cheeks alighting each moment to melt my cheek of basalt. They turned to tears, angels weeping over dull natures, but didn't convince me. Those tears froze. Each dead head had a visor of ice, and I slept on like a bent finger. The first thing I saw was sheer air, and the locked drops rising in a dew, limpid as spirits. Many stones lay dense and expressionless round about. I didn't know what to make of it. I shone, mica-scaled, and unfolded, to pour myself out like a fluid among bird feet and the stems of plants. I wasn't fooled. I knew you at once. Tree and stone glittered without shadows. My finger length grew lucent as glass. I started to bud like a March twig, an arm and a leg, an arm a leg. From stone to cloud, so I ascended. Now I resemble a sort of god, floating through the air in my soul shift, pure as a pane of ice. It's a gift. 16 October 1960, 1:30. Magi. The abstracts hover like dull angels. Nothing so vulgar as a nose or an eye, bossing the ethereal blanks of their face ovals. Their whiteness bears no relation to laundry, snow, chalk, or such like. They're the real thing all right. The good, the true, salutary, and pure as boiled water, loveless as the multiplication table, while the child smiles into thin air. 6 months in the world, and she is able to rock on all fours like a padded hammock. For her, the heavy notion of evil attending her cot is less than a bellyache, and love, the mother of milk, no theory. They mistake their star, these papery godfolk. They want the crib of some lamp-headed Plato. Let them astound his heart with their merit. What girl ever flourished in such company? 131. Candles. They are the last romantics, these candles. Upside-down hearts of light tipping wax fingers. And the fingers, taken in by their own halos, grown milky, almost clear, like the bodies of saints. It is touching, the way they'll ignore a whole family of prominent objects simply to plumb the deeps of an eye, in its hollow of shadows, its fringe of reeds, and the owner past 30, no beauty at all. Daylight would be more judicious.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Their pale, tentative yellows drag up false Edwardian sentiments. And I remember my maternal grandmother from Vienna. As a schoolgirl, she gave roses to Franz Josef. The burghers sweated and wept. The children wore white. And my grandfather moped in the Tyrol, imagining himself a head waiter in America, floating in a high church hush among ice buckets, frosty napkins. These little globes of light are sweet as pears. Kindly with invalids and mawkish women, they mollify the bald moon. None-souled, they burn heavenward and never marry. The eyes of the child I nurse I scarcely open. In 20 years I shall be retrograde as these draughty ephemerids. I watch their spilt tears cloud and dull to pearls. How shall I tell anything at all to this infant still in a birth drowse? Tonight, like a shawl, the mild light enfolds her. The shadows stoop over like guests at a christening. 17 October 1960. 132, a life. Touch it. It won't shrink like an eyeball. This egg-shaped bailiwick, clear as a tear. Here's yesterday, last year. Palm spear and lily distinct as flora in the vast windless threadwork of a tapestry. Flick the glass with your fingernail. It will ping like a Chinese chime in the slightest air stir, though nobody in there looks up or bothers to answer. The inhabitants are light as cork, every one of them permanently busy. At their feet the sea waves bow in single file, never trespassing in bad temper, stalling in mid-air, short-reined, pawing like peregrade horses. Overhead the clouds sit tasseled and fancy as Victorian cushions. This family of valentine faces might please a collector. They ring true, like good china. Elsewhere the landscape is more frank. The light falls without let-up, blindingly. A woman is dragging her shadow in a circle about a bald hospital saucer. It resembles the moon or a sheet of blank paper, and appears to have suffered a sort of private blitzkrieg. She lives quietly, with no attachments, like a fetus in a bottle. The obsolete house, the sea, flattened to a picture she has one too many dimensions to enter. Grief and anger, exorcised, leave her alone now. The future is a gray seagull, tattling in its cat voice of departure, departure. Age and terror, like nurses, attend her, and a drowned man complaining of the great cold crawls up out of the sea. 18 November 1960. 133, waking in winter. I can taste the tin of the sky, the real tin thing. Winter dawn is the color of metal. The trees stiffen into place like burnt nerves. All night I have dreamed of destruction, annihilations. An assembly line of cut throats, and you and I inching off in the gray Chevrolet, drinking the green poison of stilled lawns, the little clapboard gravestones, noiseless, on rubber wheels, on the way to the sea resort. How the balconies echoed! How the sun lit up the skulls, the unbuckled bones facing the view. Space! Space! The bed linen was giving out entirely. Cot legs melted in terrible attitudes, and the nurses, each nurse patched her soul to a wound and disappeared. The deathly guests had not been satisfied with the rooms or the smiles or the beautiful rubber plants or the sea hushing their peeled scents like old Mother Morphia. 1961, 134 Parliament Hill Fields. On this bald hill the new year hones its edge. Faceless and pale as china, the round sky goes on minding its business. Your absence is inconspicuous. Nobody can tell what I lack. Gulls have threaded the river's mudbed back to this crest of grass. Inland they argue, settling and stirring like blown paper or the hands of an invalid. The wan sun manages to strike such tin glints from the linked ponds that my eyes wince and brim. The city melts like sugar. A crocodile of small girls nodding and stopping, ill-assorted, in blue uniforms, opens to swallow me. I'm a stone, a stick. One child drops a barrette of pink plastic. None of them seem to notice. Their shrill, gravelly gossips funneled off. Now silence after silence offers itself. The wind stops my breath like a bandage. Southward, over Kentish town, an ashen smudge swaddles roof and tree. It could be a snowfield or a cloud bank. I suppose it's pointless to think of you at all. Already your dog grip lets go. The tumulus, even at noon, guards its black shadow. You know me less constant, ghost of a leaf, ghost of a bird. I circle the written trees. I am too happy. These faithful dark-bowed cypresses brood, rooted in their heaped losses. Your cry fades like the cry of a gat. I lose sight of you on your blind journey, while the heath-grass glitters and the spindling rivulets unspool and spend themselves. My mind runs with them, pooling in heel prints, fumbling pebble and stem. The day empties its images, like a cup or a room. The moon's crook whitens, thin of the skin seeming a scar. Now, on the nursery wall, the blue night plants, the little pale blue hill in your sister's birthday picture, start to glow. The orange pompons, the Egyptian papyrus, light up. Each rabbit-eared blue shrub behind the glass exhales an indigo nimbus, a sort of cellophane balloon. The old dregs, the old difficulties take me to wife. Gulls stiffen to their chill vigil in the drafty half-light. I enter the lit house. 11 February 1961, 135 Whitsun. This is not what I meant. Stucco arches, the banked rocks sunning in rows, bald eyes or petrified eggs, grown-ups coffined in stockings and jackets, lard pale, sipping the thin air like a medicine. The stopped horse on his chromium pole stares through us. His hooves chew the breeze. Your shirt of crisp linen bloats like a spinnaker. Hat brims deflect the watery dazzle. The people idle as if in hospital. I can smell the salt, all right. At our feet, the weed-mustachioed sea exhibits its glaucous silks, bowing and truckling like an old-school oriental. You're no happier than I about it. A policeman points out a vacant cliff, green like a pool table, where cabbage butterflies peel off to sea as gulls do, and we picnic in the death stench of a hawthorn. The waves pulse and pulse like hearts. Beached under the spummy blooms, we lie seasick and fever-dry. 14 February 1961, Zookeeper's Wife. I can stay awake all night if need be. Cold as an eel, without eyelids. Like a dead lake, the dark envelops me. Blue-black, a spectacular plum fruit. No air bubbles start from my heart. I am lungless and ugly. My belly a silk stocking where the heads and tails of my sisters decompose. Look, they are melting like coins in the powerful juices. The spidery jaws, the spine bones bared for a moment like the white lines on a blueprint. Should I stir, I think this pink and purple plastic guts bag would clack like a child's rattle, old grievances jostling each other, so many loose teeth. But what do you know about that,
My fat pork, my marrowy sweetheart, face to the wall. Some things of this world are indigestible. You wooed me with the wolf-headed fruit bats hanging from their scorched hooks in the moist fug of the small mammal house. The armadillo dozed in his sand bin, obscene and bald as a pig. The white mice multiplied to infinity like angels on a pinhead. Out of sheer boredom. Tangled in the sweat-wet sheets, I remember the bloody chicks and the quartered rabbits. You checked the diet charts and took me to play with the boa constrictor in the fellows' garden. I pretended I was the tree of knowledge. I entered your Bible. I boarded your ark, with the sacred baboon in his wig and wax ears, and the bare-furred bird-eating spider clambering around its glass box like an 8-fingered hand. I can't get it out of my mind how our courtship lit the tindery cages. Your 2-horned rhinoceros opened a mouth dirty as a boot sole and big as a hospital sink. For my cube of sugar, its bog breath gloved my arm to the elbow. The snails blew kisses like black apples. Nightly now I flog apes, owls, bears, sheep over their iron stile, and still don't sleep.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. 14 February 1961, 1:38 Facelift. You bring me good news from the clinic? Whipping off your silk scarf, exhibiting the tight white mummy cloths, smiling. I'm all right. When I was 9, a lime green anesthetist fed me banana gas through a frog mask. The nauseous vault boomed with bad dreams and the Jovian voices of surgeons. Then Mother swam up, holding a tin basin. Oh, I was sick. They've changed all that. Traveling nude as Cleopatra in my well-boiled hospital shift, fizzy with sedatives and unusually humorous, I roll to an anteroom where a kind man fists my fingers for me. He makes me feel something precious is leaking from the finger vents. At the count of 2, darkness wipes me out like chalk on a blackboard. I don't know a thing. For 5 days I lie in secret, tapped like a cask, the years draining into my pillow. Even my best friend thinks I'm in the country. Skin doesn't have roots. It peels away easy as paper. When I grin, the stitches tauten. I grow backward. I'm 20, broody and in long skirts on my first husband's sofa. My fingers buried in the lamb's wool of the dead poodle. I hadn't a cat yet. Now she's done for. The dew-lapped lady I watched settle, line by line in my mirror, old sock face, sagged on a darning egg. They've trapped her in some laboratory jar. Let her die there or wither incessantly for the next 50 years. Nodding and rocking and fingering her thin hair. Mother to myself, I wake swaddled in gauze, pink and smooth as a baby. 15 February 1961, 1:38, Morning Song. Love set you going like a fat gold watch. The midwife slapped your foot soles, and your bald cry took its place among the elements. Our voices echo, magnifying your arrival. New statue. In a drafty museum, your nakedness shadows our safety. We stand round blankly as walls. I'm no more your mother than the cloud that distills a mirror to reflect its own slow effacement at the wind's hand. All night your moth breath flickers among the flat pink roses. I wake to listen. A far sea moves in my ear. One cry, and I stumble from bed, cow-heavy and floral, in my Victorian nightgown. Your mouth opens clean as a cat's. The window square whitens and swallows its dull stars. And now you try, your handful of notes. The clear vowels rise like balloons. 19 February 1961, Barren Woman. Empty, I echo to the least footfall. Museum without statues, grand with pillars, porticos, rotundas. In my courtyard, a fountain leaps and sinks back into itself, nun-hearted and blind to the world. Marble lilies exhale their pallor like scent.
I imagine myself with a great public, mother of a white Nike and several bald-eyed Apollos. Instead, the dead injure me with attentions, and nothing can happen. The moon lays a hand on my forehead, blank-faced and mum as a nurse. 21 February 1961, 1:40. Heavy women. Irrefutable, beautifully smug as Venus, pedestaled on a half-shell, shawled in blonde hair and the salt scrim of a sea breeze, the women settle in their belling dresses. Over each weighty stomach, a face floats calm as a moon or a cloud. Smiling to themselves, they meditate devoutly, as the Dutch bulb forming its 20 petals. The dark still nurses its secret. On the green hill under the thorn trees, they listen for the millennium, the knock of the small new heart. Pink-buttocked infants attend them. Looping wool, doing nothing in particular, they step among the archetypes. Dusk hoods them in merry blue, while far off the axle of winter grinds round, bearing down with the straw, the star, the wise gray men. 26 February 1961, 1:41, in plaster. I shall never get out of this. There are two of me now. This new, absolutely white person and the old yellow one. And the white person is certainly the superior one. She doesn't need food. She is one of the real saints. At the beginning, I hated her. She had no personality. She lay in bed with me like a dead body. And I was scared because she was shaped just the way I was, only much whiter and unbreakable and with no complaints. I couldn't sleep for a week. She was so cold. I blamed her for everything, but she didn't answer. I couldn't understand her stupid behavior. When I hit her, she held still, like a true pacifist. Then I realized what she wanted was for me to love her. She began to warm up, and I saw her advantages. Without me, she wouldn't exist, so of course she was grateful. I gave her a soul. I bloomed out of her as a rose blooms out of a vase of not very valuable porcelain. And it was I who attracted everybody's attention, not her whiteness and beauty, as I had first supposed. I patronized her a little, and she lapped it up. You could tell almost at once she had a slave mentality. I didn't mind her waiting on me, and she adored it. In the morning, she woke me early, reflecting the sun from her amazingly white torso, and I couldn't help but notice her tidiness and her calmness and her patience. She humored my weakness like the best of nurses, holding my bones in place so they would mend properly. In time, our relationship grew more intense. She stopped fitting me so closely and seemed offish. I felt her criticizing me in spite of herself, as if my habits offended her in some way. She let in the drafts and became more and more absent-minded, and my skin itched and flaked away in soft pieces, simply because she looked after me so badly. Then I saw what the trouble was. She thought she was immortal. She wanted to leave me. She thought she was superior, and I'd been keeping her in the dark, and she was resentful, wasting her days waiting on a half-corpse. And secretly, she began to hope I'd die. Then she could cover my mouth and eyes, cover me entirely, and wear my painted face the way a mummy case wears the face of a pharaoh, though it's made of mud and water. I wasn't in any position to get rid of her. She'd supported me for so long I was quite limp. I had even forgotten how to walk or sit. So I was careful not to upset her in any way or brag ahead of time. Living with her was like living with my own coffin. Yet I still depended on her, though I did it regretfully. I used to think we might make a go of it together. After all, it was a kind of marriage, being so close. Now I see it must be one or the other of us. She may be a saint, and I may be ugly and hairy, but she'll soon find out that that doesn't matter a bit. I'm collecting my strength. One day I shall manage without her, and shall perish with emptiness then, and begin to miss me. 18 March 1961, tulips. The tulips are too excitable. It is winter here. Look how white everything is, how quiet, how snowed in. I am learning peacefulness, lying by myself quietly, as the light lies on these white walls, this bed, these hands. I am nobody. I have nothing to do with explosions. I have given my name and my day clothes up to the nurses, and my history to the anesthetist, and my body to surgeons. They have propped my head between the pillow and the sheet cuff like an eye between two white lids that will not shut. Stupid pupil, it has to take everything in. The nurses pass and pass. They are no trouble. They pass the way gulls pass inland in their white caps, doing things with their hands, one just the same as another. So it is impossible to tell how many there are. My body is a pebble to them. They tend it as water tends to the pebbles it must run over, smoothing them gently. They bring me numbness in their bright needles. They bring me sleep. Now I have lost myself. I am sick of baggage. My patent leather overnight case like a black pillbox. My husband and child smiling out of the family photo. Their smiles catch on to my skin, little smiling hooks. I have let things slip, a 30-year-old cargo boat stubbornly hanging on to my name and address. They have swabbed me clear of my loving associations. Scared and bare on the green plastic-pillowed trolley, I watched my tea set, my bureaus of linen, my books, sink out of sight, and the water went over my head. I am a nun now. I have never been so pure.
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. I didn't want any flowers. I only wanted to lie with my hands turned up and be utterly empty. How free it is! You have no idea how free. The peacefulness is so big, it dazes you. And it asks nothing, a name tag, a few trinkets. It is what the dead close on, finally. I imagine them shutting their mouths on it like a communion tablet. The tulips are too red in the first place. They hurt me. Even through the gift paper I could hear them breathe, lightly through their white swaddlings, like an awful baby. Their redness talks to my wound. It corresponds. They are subtle. They seem to float, though they weigh me down, upsetting me with their sudden tongues and their color. A dozen red lead sinkers round my neck. Nobody watched me before. Now I am watched. The tulips turn to me, and the window behind me, where once a day the light slowly widens and slowly thins, and I see myself, flat, ridiculous, a cut paper shadow between the eye of the sun and the eyes of the tulips. And I have no face. I have wanted to efface myself. The vivid tulips eat my oxygen. Before they came, the air was calm enough, coming and going, breath by breath, without any fuss. Then the tulips filled it up like a loud noise. Now the air snags and eddies round them the way a river snags and eddies round a sunken rust-red engine. They concentrate my attention. That was happy, playing and resting without committing itself. The walls also seem to be warming themselves. The tulips should be behind bars like dangerous animals. They are opening like the mouth of some great African cat. And I am aware of my heart. It opens and closes its bowl of red blooms out of sheer love of me. The water I taste is warm and salt like the sea, and comes from a country far away as health. 18 March 1961, 1:43. I am vertical, but I would rather be horizontal. I am not a tree with my roots in the soil, sucking up minerals and motherly love, so that each March I may gleam into leaf. Nor am I the beauty of a garden bed, attracting my share of ahs and spectacularly painted. Unknowing, I must soon unpetal. Compared with me, a tree is immortal, and a flower head not tall, but more startling. And I want the one's longevity and the other's daring.
Tonight, in the infinitesimal light of the stars, the trees and flowers have been strewing their cool odors. I walk among them, but none of them are noticing. Sometimes I think that when I am sleeping, I must most perfectly resemble them, thoughts gone dim. It is more natural to me lying down. Then the sky and I are in open conversation, and I shall be useful when I lie down finally. Then the trees may touch me for once, and the flowers have time for me. 28 March 1961, 1:44. Insomniac. The night sky is only a sort of carbon paper, blue-black, with the much-poked periods of stars letting in the light, peephole after peephole. A bone-white light like death behind all things. Under the eyes of the stars and the moon's rictus, he suffers his desert pillow, sleeplessness, stretching its fine, irritating sand in all directions. Over and over, the old granular movie exposes embarrassments. The mizzling days of childhood and adolescence, sticky with dreams. Parental faces on tall stalks, alternately stern and tearful. A garden of buggy roses that made him cry. His forehead is bumpy as a sack of rocks. Memories jostle each other for face room like obsolete film stars. He is immune to pills, red, purple, blue. How they lit the tedium of the protracted evening. Those sugary planets whose influence won for him a life baptized in no life for a while. And the sweet drugged waking of a forgetful baby. Now the pills are worn out and silly, like classical gods. Their poppy-sleepy colors do him no good. His head is a little interior of gray mirrors. Each gesture flees immediately down an alley of diminishing perspectives, and its significance drains like water out the hole at the far end. He lives without privacy in a lidless room. The bald slots of his eyes stiffened wide open on the incessant heat-lightning flicker of situations. Nightlong in the granite yard, invisible cats have been howling like women or damaged instruments. Already he can feel daylight, his white disease, creeping up with her hatful of trivial repetitions. The city is a map of cheerful twitters now, and everywhere people, eyes mica silver and blank, are riding to work in rows, as if recently brainwashed. May 1961, 1:45. Widow. Widow. The word consumes itself. Body, a sheet of newsprint on the fire, levitating a numb minute in the updraft. Over the scalding red topography that will put her heart out like an only eye. Widow. The dead syllable, with its shadow of an echo, exposes the panel in the wall behind which the secret passage lies. Stale air, fusty remembrances, the coiled spring stair that opens at the top onto nothing at all. Widow. The bitter spider sits and sits in the center of her loveless spokes. Death is the dress she wears, her hat and collar. The moth face of her husband, moon-white and ill, circles her like a prey she'd love to kill. A second time, to have him near again. A paper image to lay against her heart. The way she laid his letters, till they grew warm, and seemed to give her warmth like a live skin. But it is she who is paper now, warmed by no one. Widow, that great vacant estate. The voice of God is full of draftiness, promising simply the hard stars, the space, of immortal blankness between stars and no bodies, singing like arrows up to heaven. Widow, the compassionate trees bend in, the trees of loneliness, the trees of mourning. They stand like shadows about the green landscape, or even like black holes cut out of it. A widow resembles them, a shadow thing, hand folding hand, and nothing in between. A bodiless soul could pass another soul in this clear air and never notice it. One soul passed through the other, frail as smoke, and utterly ignorant of the way it took. That is the fear she has, the fear.
His soul may beat and be beating at her dull sense, like blue Mary's angel, dove-like against a pane, blinded to all but the gray, spiritless room it looks in on, and must go on looking in on. 16 May, 1961, 1:46. Stars. Over the door dawn. Stars are dropping thick as stones into the twiggy picket of trees, whose silhouette is darker than the dark of the sky, because it is quite starless. The woods are a well. The stars drop silently. They seem large, yet they drop, and no gap is visible. Nor do they send up fires where they fall, or any signal of distress or anxiousness. They are eaten immediately by the pines. Where I am at home, only the sparsest stars arrive at twilight, and then after some effort. And they are wan, dulled by much traveling. The smaller and more timid never arrive at all, but stay sitting far out in their own dust. They are orphans. I cannot see them. They are lost. But tonight they have discovered this river with no trouble. They are scrubbed and self-assured as the great planets. The Big Dipper is my only familiar. I miss Orion and Cassiopeia's chair. Maybe they are hanging shyly under the studded horizon, like a child's too simple mathematical problem. Infinite number seems to be the issue up there. Or else they are present, and their disguise so bright, I am overlooking them by looking too hard. Perhaps it is the season that is not right. And what if the sky here is no different, and it is my eyes that have been sharpening themselves? Such a luxury of stars would embarrass me. The few I am used to are plain and durable. I think they would not wish for this dressy backcloth, or much company, or the mildness of the South. They are too Puritan and solitary for that. When one of them falls, it leaves a space, a sense of absence in its old shining place. And where I lie now, back to my own dark star, I see those constellations in my head, unwarmed by the sweet air of this peach orchard. There is too much ease here. These stars treat me too well. On this hill, with its view of lit castles, each swung bell is accounting for its cow.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. I shut my eyes and drink the small night chill like news of home. 147. The Rival. If the moon smiled, she would resemble you. You leave the same impression of something beautiful but annihilating. Both of you are great light borrowers. Her O-mouth grieves at the world. Yours is unaffected, and your first gift is making stone out of everything. I wake to a mausoleum. You are here, ticking your fingers on the marble table, looking for cigarettes, spiteful as a woman, but not so nervous, and dying to say something unanswerable. The moon, too, abases her subjects, but in the daytime she is ridiculous. Your dissatisfactions, on the other hand, arrive through the mail slot with loving regularity, white and blank, expansive as carbon monoxide. No day is safe from news of you, walking about in Africa maybe, but thinking of me. July 1961, 1:48. Wuthering Heights. The horizons ring me like faggots, tilted and disparate and always unstable. Touched by a match, they might warm me, and their fine lines singe the air to orange before the distances they pin evaporate, weighting the pale sky with a solider color. But they only dissolve and dissolve like a series of promises as I step forward. There is no life higher than the grass tops or the hearts of sheep, and the wind pours by like destiny, bending everything in one direction. I can feel it trying to funnel my heat away. If I pay the roots of the heather too close attention, they will invite me to whiten my bones among them. The sheep know where they are, browsing in their dirty wool clouds, gray as the weather. The black slots of their pupils take me in.
It is like being mailed into space, a thin, silly message. They stand about in grandmotherly disguise, all wig curls and yellow teeth and hard, marbly ba's. I come to wheel ruts and water limpid as the solitudes that flee through my fingers. Hollow doorsteps go from grass to grass. Lintel and sill have unhinged themselves. Of people, the air only remembers a few odd syllables. It rehearses them moaningly. Black stone, black stone. The sky leans on me, the one upright among all horizontals. The grass is beating its head distractedly. It is too delicate for a life in such company. Darkness terrifies it. Now, in valleys narrow and black as purses, the house lights gleam like small change. September 1961, 1:49, blackberrying. Nobody in the lane, and nothing but blackberries. Blackberries on either side, though on the right mainly. A blackberry alley, going down in hooks, and a sea somewhere at the end of it, heaving. Blackberries, big as the ball of my thumb and dumb as eyes. Ebarn in the hedges, fat, with blue-red juices. These they squander on my fingers. I had not asked for such a blood sisterhood. They must love me. They accommodate themselves to my milk bottle, flattening their sides. Overhead go the chuffs in black, cacophonic flocks, bits of Berg paper wheeling in a blown sky. Theirs is the only voice, protesting, protesting. I do not think the sea will appear at all. The high green meadows are glowing, as if lit from within. I come to one bush of berries so ripe it is a bush of flies, hanging their blue-green bellies and their wing panes in a Chinese screen. The honey feast of the berries has stunned them. They believe in heaven. One more hook, and the berries and bushes end. The only thing to come now is the sea. From between two hills, a sudden wind funnels at me, slapping its phantom laundry in my face. These hills are too green and sweet to have tasted salt. I follow the sheep path between them. A last hook brings me to the hill's northern face, and the face is orange rock that looks out on nothing but a great space of white and pewter lights, and a din like silversmiths beating and beating at an intractable metal. 23 September 1961, 1:50, Finisterre. This was the Land's End, the last fingers, knuckled and rheumatic, cramped on nothing. Black, admonitory cliffs, and the sea exploding with no bottom or anything on the other side of it, whitened by the faces of the drowned. Now it is only gloomy, a dump of rocks, leftover soldiers from old messy wars. The sea cannons into their ear, but they don't budge. Other rocks hide their grudges under the water. The cliffs are edged with trefoils, stars, and bells, such as fingers might embroider, close to death, almost too small for the mists to bother with. The mists are part of the ancient paraphernalia, souls rolled in the doom noise of the sea. They bruise the rocks out of existence, then resurrect them. They go up without hope, like sighs. I walk among them, and they stuff my mouth with cotton. When they free me, I am beaded with tears. Our Lady of the Shipwrecked is striding toward the horizon, her marble skirts blown back in two pink wings. A marble sailor kneels at her foot distractedly, and at his foot a peasant woman in black is praying to the monument of the sailor praying. Our Lady of the Shipwrecked is 3 times life-size, her lips sweet with divinity. She does not hear what the sailor or the peasant is saying. She is in love with the beautiful formlessness of the sea. Gull-colored laces flap in the sea drafts beside the postcard stalls. The peasants anchor them with conchs. One is told, "These are the pretty trinkets the sea hides, little shells made up into necklaces and toy ladies. They do not come from the Bay of the Dead down there, but from another place, tropical and blue, we have never been to. These are our crepes. Eat them before they blow cold. 29 September 1961, 1:51. The surgeon at 2 a.m. The white light is artificial and hygienic as heaven. The microbes cannot survive it. They are departing in their transparent garments, turned aside from the scalpels and the rubber hands. The scalded sheet is a snowfield, frozen and peaceful. The body under it is in my hands. As usual, there is no face. A lump of Chinese white with 7 holes thumbed in. The soul is another light. I have not seen it. It does not fly up. Tonight it has receded like a ship's light. It is a garden. I have to do with tubers and fruits oozing their jammy substances. A mat of roots. My assistants hook them back. Stenches and colors assail me. This is the lung tree. These orchids are splendid. They spot and coil like snakes. The heart is a red bell bloom in distress. I am so small in comparison to these organs. I worm and hack in a purple wilderness. The blood is a sunset. I admire it. I am up to my elbows in it, red and squeaking. Still it seeps up. It is not exhausted. So magical. A hot spring I must seal off and let fill the intricate blue piping under this pale marble. How I admire the Romans, aqueducts, the baths of Caracalla, the eagle nose. The body is a Roman thing. It has shut its mouth on the stone pill of repose. It is a statue the orderlies are wheeling off. I have perfected it. I am left with an arm or a leg, a set of teeth or stones to rattle in a bottle and take home, and tissue in slices, a pathological salami. Tonight the parts are entombed in an icebox. Tomorrow they will swim in vinegar like saints' relics. Tomorrow the patient will have a clean pink plastic limb. Over one bed in the ward, a small blue light announces a new soul. The bed is blue. Tonight, for this person, blue is a beautiful color. The angels of Morphia have borne him up. He floats an inch from the ceiling, smelling the dawn drafts. I walk among sleepers in gauze sarcophagi. The red night lights are flat moons. They are dull with blood. I am the sun, in my white coat. Gray faces, shuttered by drugs, follow me like flowers. 29 September 1961, 1:52. Last words. I do not want a plain box. I want a sarcophagus, with tigery stripes, and a face on it, round as the moon, to stare up. I want to be looking at them when they come, picking among the dumb minerals, the roots. I see them already, the pale, star-distance faces. Now they are nothing. They are not even babies. I imagine them without fathers or mothers, like the first gods.
In moments it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. They will wonder if I was important. I should sugar and preserve my days like fruit. My mirror is clouding over. A few more breaths, and it will reflect nothing at all. The flowers and the faces whiten to a sheet. I do not trust the spirit. It escapes like steam. In dreams, through mouth hole or eye hole, I can't stop it. One day it won't come back. Things aren't like that. They stay, their little particular lusters, warmed by much handling. They almost purr. When the soles of my feet grow cold, the blue eye of my turquoise will comfort me. Let me have my copper cooking pots. Let my rouge pots bloom about me like night flowers, with a good smell. They will roll me up in bandages. They will store my heart under my feet in a neat parcel. I shall hardly know myself. It will be dark, and the shine of these small things sweeter than the face of Ishtar. 21 October 1961. 1:53. The moon and the yew tree.
This is the light of the mind, cold and planetary. The trees of the mind are black. The light is blue. The grasses unload their griefs on my feet as if I were God, prickling my ankles and murmuring of their humility. Fumy, spirituous mists inhabit this place, separated from my house by a row of headstones. I simply cannot see where there is to get to. The moon is no door. It is a face in its own right, white as a knuckle and terribly upset. It drags the sea after it like a dark crime. It is quiet, with the gape of complete despair. I live here. Twice on Sunday, the bells startle the sky. 8 great tongues affirming the resurrection. At the end, they soberly bong out their names. The yew tree points up. It has a Gothic shape. The eyes lift after it and find the moon. The moon is my mother. She is not sweet like Mary. Her blue garments unloose small bats and owls. How I would like to believe in tenderness. The face of the effigy, gentled by candles, bending on me in particular its mild eyes. I have fallen a long way. Clouds are flowering, blue and mystical over the face of the stars. Inside the church, the saints will be all blue, floating on their delicate feet over the cold pews, their hands and faces stiff with holiness. The moon sees nothing of this. She is bald and wild. And the message of the yew tree is blackness, blackness and silence. 22 October 1961. 154. Mirror. I am silver and exact. I have no preconceptions. Whatever I see, I swallow immediately, just as it is, unmisted by love or dislike. I am not cruel, only truthful. The eye of a little god, four-cornered. Most of the time I meditate on the opposite wall. It is pink with speckles. I have looked at it so long I think it is a part of my heart. But it flickers. Faces and darkness separate us over and over. Now I am a lake. A woman bends over me, searching my reaches for what she really is. Then she turns to those liars, the candles or the moon. I see her back and reflect it faithfully. She rewards me with tears and an agitation of hands. I am important to her. She comes and goes. Each morning it is her face that replaces the darkness. In me she has drowned a young girl, and in me an old woman rises toward her day after day, like a terrible fish. 23rd October 1961. 155. The Babysitters. It is 10 years now since we rode to Children's Island. The sun flamed straight down that noon on the water off Marblehead. That summer we wore black glasses to hide our eyes. We were always crying in our spare rooms, little put-upon sisters, in the 2 huge, white, handsome houses in Swampscott. When the sweetheart from England appeared, with her cream skin and Yardley cosmetics, I had to sleep in the same room with the baby on a too short cot. And the 7-year-old wouldn't go out unless his jersey stripes matched the stripes of his socks. Oh, it was richness! 11 rooms and a yacht, with a polished mahogany stair to let into the water, and a cabin boy who could decorate cakes in 6-colored frosting. But I didn't know how to cook, and babies depressed me. Nights I wrote in my diary spitefully, my fingers red with triangular scorch marks from ironing tiny ruchings and puffed sleeves. When the sporty wife and her doctor husband went on one of their cruises, they left me a borrowed maid named Ellen for protection, and a small Dalmatian. In your house, the main house, you were better off. You had a rose garden and a guest cottage and a model apothecary shop, and a cook and a maid, and knew about the key to the bourbon. I remember you playing Jada in a pink piqué dress on the game room piano when the big people were out, and the maid smoked and shot pool under a green-shaded lamp. The cook had one walleye and couldn't sleep, she was so nervous. On trial from Ireland, she burned batch after batch of cookies till she was fired. Oh, what has come over us, my sister? On that day off, the two of us cried so hard to get. We lifted a sugared ham and a pineapple from the grown-up's icebox and rented an old green boat. I rowed. You read aloud, cross-legged on the stern seat, from The Generation of Vipers. So we bobbed out to the island. It was deserted, a gallery of creaking porches and still interiors, stopped and awful as a photograph of somebody laughing, but 10 years dead. The bold gulls dove as if they owned it all. We picked up sticks of driftwood and beat them off, then stepped down the steep beach shelf and into the water. We kicked and talked. The thick salt kept us up. I see us floating there yet, inseparable, two cork dolls. What keyhole have we slipped through? What door has shut? The shadows of the grasses inched round like hands of a clock, and from our opposite continents we wave and call. Everything has happened. 29 October 1961. 1962. 1:56. New Year on Dartmoor. This is newness. Every little tawdry obstacle, glass-wrapped and peculiar, glinting and clinking in a saint's falsetto. Only you don't know what to make of the sudden slippiness, the blind, white, awful, inaccessible slant. There's no getting up it by the words you know, no getting up by elephant or wheel or shoe. We have only come to look. You are too new to want the world in a glass hat. 1:57. Three Women. A poem for three voices. Setting: a maternity ward and roundabout. First voice: I am slow as the world. I am very patient. Turning through my time, the suns and stars regarding me with attention. The moon's concern is more personal. She passes and repasses, luminous as a nurse. Is she sorry for what will happen? I do not think so. She is simply astonished at fertility. When I walk out, I am a great event. I do not have to think or even rehearse. What happens in me will happen without attention. The pheasant stands on the hill. He is arranging his brown feathers. I cannot help smiling at what it is I know. Leaves and petals attend me. I am ready. Second voice: when I first saw it, the small red seep, I didn't believe it. I watched the men walk about me in the office. They were so flat. There was something about them like cardboard, and now I had caught it. That flatness, from which ideas, destructions, bulldozers, galittons, white chambers of shrieks proceed, endlessly proceed, and the cold angels, the abstractions. I sat at my desk in my stockings, my high heels, and the man I work for laughed. Have you seen something awful? You are so white suddenly. And I said nothing. I saw death in the bare trees, a deprivation. I couldn't believe it. Is it so difficult for the spirit to conceive a face, a mouth? The letters proceed from these black keys, and these black keys proceed from my alphabetical fingers, ordering parts, bits, cogs, the shining multiples. I am dying as I sit.
Is it the air, the particles of destruction I suck up? Am I a pulse that wanes and wanes, facing the cold angel? Is this my lover, then, this death? As a child, I loved a lichen-bitten name. Is this the one sin, then, this old dead love of death? Third voice: I remember the minute when I knew for sure. The willows were chilling. The face in the pool was beautiful, but not mine. It had a consequential look, like everything else. And all I could see was dangers, doves and words, stars and showers of gold conceptions. I remember a white, cold wing, and the great swan, with its terrible look, coming at me like a castle from the top of the river. There is a snake in swans. He glided by. His eye had a black meaning. I saw the world in its small, mean, and black. Every little word hooked to every little word, and act to act. A hot blue day had budded into something. I wasn't ready. The white clouds rearing aside were dragging me in 4 directions. I wasn't ready. I had no reverence. I thought I could deny the consequence, but it was too late for that. It was too late, and the face went on shaping itself with love, as if I was ready. Second voice. It is a world of snow now. I am not at home. How white these sheets are. The faces have no features. They are bald and impossible, like the faces of my children, those little sick ones that elude my arms. Other children do not touch me. They are terrible. They have too many colors, too much life. They are not quiet, like the little emptinesses I carry. I have had my chances. I have tried and tried. I have stitched life into me like a rare organ, and walked carefully, precariously, like something rare. I have tried not to think too hard. I have tried to be natural. I have tried to be blind in love, like other women, blind in my bed, with my dear blind sweet one, not looking, through the thick dark, for the face of another. I did not look, but still the face was there, the face of the unborn one that loved its perfections, the face of the dead one that could only be perfect in its easy peace, could only keep holy so. And then there were other faces, the faces of nations, governments, parliaments, societies, the faceless faces of important men. It is these men I mind. They are so jealous of anything that is not flat. They are jealous gods that would have the whole world flat because they are. I see the Father conversing with the Son. Such flatness cannot but be holy. Let us make a heaven, they say. Let us flatten and launder the grossness from these souls. First voice. I am calm. I am calm. It is the calm before something awful. The yellow minute before the wind walks, when the leaves turn up their hands, their pallors. It is so quiet here. The sheets, the faces, are white and stopped, like clocks. Voices stand back and flatten. Their visible hieroglyphs flatten to parchment screens to keep the wind off. They paint such secrets in Arabic, Chinese. I am dumb and brown. I am a seed about to break. The brownness is my dead self, and it is sullen. It does not wish to be more or different. Dusk hoods me in blue now, like a Mary. O color of distance and forgetfulness! When will it be, the second when time breaks, and eternity engulfs it, and I drown utterly? I talk to myself only, swabbed and lurid with disinfectants, sacrificial. Waiting lies heavy on my lids. It lies like sleep, like a big sea. Far off, I feel the first wave tug its cargo of agony toward me, inescapable, tidal. And I, a shell, echoing on this white beach, face the voices that overwhelm, the terrible element. Third voice. I am a mountain now, among mountainy women. The doctors move among us as if our bigness frightened the mind. They smile like fools. They are to blame for what I am, and they know it. They hug their flatness like a kind of health. And what if they found themselves surprised, as I did? They would go mad with it. And what if 2 lives leaked between my thighs? I have seen the white, clean chamber with its instruments. It is a place of shrieks. It is not happy. This is where you will come when you are ready. The night lights are flat red moons. They are dull with blood. I am not ready for anything to happen. I should have murdered this that murders me. First voice. There is no miracle more cruel than this. I am dragged by the horses, the iron hooves. I last it out. I accomplish a work. Dark tunnel through which hurtle the visitations. The visitations, the manifestations, the startled faces. I am the center of an atrocity. What pains, what sorrows must I be mothering? Can such innocence kill and kill? It milks my life. The trees wither in the street. The rain is corrosive. I taste it on my tongue. And the workable horrors, the horrors that stand and idle, the slighted godmothers, with their hearts that tick and tick, with their satchels of instruments. I shall be a wall and a roof, protecting. I shall be a sky and a hill of good. Oh, let me be. A power is growing on me, an old tenacity. I am breaking apart like the world. There is this blackness, this ram of blackness. I fold my hands on a mountain. The air is thick. It is thick with this working. I am used. I am drummed into use. My eyes are squeezed by this blackness. I see nothing. Second voice. I am accused. I dream of massacres. I am a garden of black and red agonies. I drink them, hating myself, hating and fearing. And now the world conceives its end and runs toward it, arms held out in love. It is a love of death that sickens everything. A dead sun stains the newsprint. It is red. I lose life after life. The dark earth drinks them. She is the vampire of us all. So she supports us, fattens us, is kind. Her mouth is red. I know her. I know her intimately. Old winter face, old barren one, old time bomb. Men have used her meanly. She will eat them, eat them, eat them, eat them in the end. The sun is down. I die. I make a death. First voice. Who is he, this blue, furious boy? Shiny and strange, as if he had hurtled from a star. He is looking so angrily. He flew into the room, a shriek at his heel. The blue color pales. He is human after all. A red lotus opens in its bowl of blood. They are stitching me up with silk, as if I were a material. What did my fingers do before they held him? What did my heart do with its love? I have never seen a thing so clear. His lids are like the lilac flower, and soft as a moth, his breath. I shall not let go. There is no guile or warp in him. May he keep so. Second voice. There is the moon in the high window. It is over. How winter fills my soul. And that chalk light laying its scales on the windows of empty offices, empty schoolrooms, empty churches. Oh, so much emptiness. There is this cessation, this terrible cessation of everything. These bodies mounded around me now, these polar sleepers. What blue, moony ray ices their dreams? I feel it enter me, cold, alien, like an instrument. And that mad, hard face at the end of it, that mouth open in its gape of perpetual grieving. It is she that drags the blood-black sea around month after month with its voices of failure. I am helpless as the sea at the end of her string. I am restless, restless and useless. I too create corpses. I shall move north. I shall move into a long blackness. I see myself as a shadow, neither man nor woman, neither a woman happy to be like a man, nor a man, blunt and flat enough to feel no lack. I feel a lack. I hold my fingers up, 10 white pickets. See, the darkness is leaking from the cracks. I cannot contain it. I cannot contain my life. I shall be a heroine of the peripheral. I shall not be accused by isolate buttons, holes in the heels of socks, the white mute faces of unanswered letters, coffined in a letter case.
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. She is crying through the glass that separates us. She is crying, and she is furious. Her cries are hooks that catch and grate like cats. It is by these hooks she climbs to my notice. She is crying at the dark or at the stars that at such a distance from us shine and whirl. I think her little head is carved in wood, a red, hard wood, eyes shut and mouth wide open. And from the open mouth issue sharp cries, scratching at my sleep like arrows, scratching at my sleep and entering my side. My daughter has no teeth, her mouth is wide. It utters such dark sounds, it cannot be good. First voice. What is it that flings these innocent souls at us? Look, they are so exhausted. They are all flat out in their canvas-sided cots, names tied to their wrists, the little silver trophies they've come so far for. There are some with thick black hair, there are some bald. Their skin tints are pink or sallow, brown or red. They are beginning to remember their differences. I think they are made of water. They have no expression. Their features are sleeping, like light on quiet water. They are the real monks and nuns in their identical garments. I see them showering like stars onto the world, on India, Africa, America. These miraculous ones, these pure, small images. They smell of milk. Their foot soles are untouched. They are walkers of air. Can nothingness be so prodigal? Here is my son. His wide eye is that general, flat blue. He is turning to me like a little blind, bright plant. One cry. It is the hook I hang on, and I am a river of milk. I am a warm hill. Second voice. I am not ugly. I am even beautiful. The mirror gives back a woman without deformity. The nurses give back my clothes and an identity. It is usual, they say, for such a thing to happen. It is usual in my life and the lives of others. I am 1 in 5, something like that. I am not hopeless. I am beautiful as a statistic. Here is my lipstick. I draw on the old mouth. The red mouth I put by with my identity. A day ago, 2 days, 3 days ago. It was a Friday. I do not even need a holiday. I can go to work today. I can love my husband, who will understand, who will love me through the blur of my deformity, as if I had lost an eye, a leg, a tongue. And so I stand, a little sightless. So I walk. Away on wheels, instead of legs, they serve as well. And learn to speak with fingers, not a tongue. The body is resourceful. The body of a starfish can grow back its arms, and newts are prodigal in legs. And may I, as prodigal in what lacks me. Third voice. She is a small island, asleep and peaceful, and I am a white ship, hooting, goodbye, goodbye. The day is blazing. It is very mournful. The flowers in this room are red and tropical. They have lived behind glass all their lives. They have been cared for tenderly. Now they face a winter of white sheets, white faces. There is very little to go into my suitcase. There are the clothes of a fat woman I do not know. There is my comb and brush. There is an emptiness. I am so vulnerable suddenly. I am a wound walking out of hospital. I am a wound that they are letting go. I leave my health behind. I leave someone who would adhere to me.
I undo her fingers like bandages. I go. Second voice. I am myself again. There are no loose ends. I am bled white as wax. I have no attachments. I am flat and virginal, which means nothing has happened. Nothing that cannot be erased, ripped up and scrapped, begun again. These little black twigs do not think to bud, nor do these dry, dried gutters dream of rain. This woman who meets me in windows, she is neat. So neat she is transparent, like a spirit. How shyly she superimposes her neat self on the inferno of African oranges, the heel-hung pigs. She is deferring to reality. It is I. It is I, tasting the bitterness between my teeth, the incalculable malice of the everyday. First voice. How long can I be a wall, keeping the wind off? How long can I be gentling the sun with the shade of my hand, intercepting the blue bolts of a cold moon? The voices of loneliness, the voices of sorrow, lap at my back ineluctably. How shall it soften them, this little lullaby? How long can I be a wall around my green property? How long can my hands be a bandage to his hurt, and my words bright birds in the sky, consoling, consoling? It is a terrible thing to be so open. It is as if my heart put on a face and walked into the world. Third voice. Today the colleges are drunk with spring. My black gown is a little funeral. It shows I am serious. The books I carry wedge into my side. I had an old wound once, but it is healing. I had a dream of an island, red with cries. It was a dream and did not mean a thing. First voice. Dawn flowers in the great elm outside the house. The swifts are back. They are shrieking like paper rockets. I hear the sound of the hours widen and die in the hedgerows. I hear the moo of cows. The colors replenish themselves, and the wet thatch smokes in the sun. The narcissi open white faces in the orchard. I am reassured. I am reassured. These are the clear, bright colors of the nursery, the talking ducks, the happy lambs. I am simple again. I believe in miracles. I do not believe in those terrible children who injure my sleep with their white eyes, their fingerless hands. They are not mine. They do not belong to me. I shall meditate upon normality. I shall meditate upon my little son. He does not walk. He does not speak a word. He is still swaddled in white bands, but he is pink and perfect. He smiles so frequently. I have papered his room with big roses. I have painted little hearts on everything. I do not will him to be exceptional. It is the exception that interests the devil. It is the exception that climbs the sorrowful hill or sits in the desert and hurts his mother's heart. I will him to be common, to love me as I love him, and to marry what he wants and where he will. Third voice. Hot noon in the meadows. The buttercups swelter and melt, and the lovers pass by, pass by. They are black and flat as shadows. It is so beautiful to have no attachments. I am solitary as grass. What is it that I miss? Shall I ever find it, whatever it is? The swans are gone. Still the river remembers how white they were. It strives after them with its lights. It finds their shapes in a cloud. What is that bird that cries with such sorrow in its voice? I am young as ever, it says. What is it that I miss? Second voice. I am at home in the lamplight. The evenings are lengthening. I am mending a silk slip. My husband is reading. How beautifully the light includes these things. There is a kind of smoke in the spring air, a smoke that takes the parks, the little statues, with pinkness, as if a tenderness awoke, a tenderness that did not tire, something healing. I wait and ache. I think I have been healing. There is a great deal else to do. My hands can stitch lace neatly onto this material. My husband can turn and turn the pages of a book. And so we are at home together, after hours. It is only time that weighs upon our hands. It is only time, and that is not material. The streets may turn to paper suddenly, but I recover from the long fall, and find myself in bed, safe on the mattress, hands braced as for a fall. I find myself again. I am no shadow, though there is a shadow starting from my feet. I am a wife. The city waits and aches. The little grasses crack through stone, and they are green with life. March 1962, 158. Little fugue. The ew's black fingers wag. Cold clouds go over. So the deaf and dumb signal the blind and are ignored. I like black statements. The featurelessness of that cloud now, white as an eye all over. The eye of the blind pianist at my table on the ship. He felt for his food. His fingers had the noses of weasels. I couldn't stop looking. He could hear Beethoven.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Deafness is something else. Such a dark funnel, my father. I see your voice black and leafy, as in my childhood. A yew hedge of orders, Gothic and barbarous, pure German. Dead men cry from it. I am guilty of nothing. The you, my Christ, then, is it not as tortured? And you, during the Great War, in the California delicatessen, lopping the sausages. They color my sleep, red, mottled, like cut necks. There was a silence, great silence of another order. I was 7, I knew nothing. The world occurred. You had one leg and a Prussian mind. Now similar clouds are spreading their vacuous sheets. Do you say nothing? I am lame in the memory. I remember a blue eye, a briefcase of tangerines. This was a man then. Death opened, like a black tree, blackly. I survive the while, arranging my mourning. These are my fingers, this my baby. The clouds are a marriage dress of that pallor. 2 April 1962, 1:59. An appearance. The smile of iceboxes annihilates me. Such blue currents in the veins of my loved one. I hear her great heart purr. From her lips, ampersands and percent signs exit like kisses. It is Monday in her mind. Morals launder and present themselves. What am I to make of these contradictions? I wear white cuffs, I bow. Is this love, then, this red material issuing from the steel needle that flies so blindingly? It will make little dresses and coats. It will cover a dynasty. How her body opens and shuts, a Swiss watch, jeweled in the hinges. Oh, heart, such disorganization! The stars are flashing like terrible numerals. ABC, her eyelids say. 4 April 1962, 160, crossing the water. Black lake, black boat, 2 black cut paper people. Where do the black trees go that drink here? Their shadows must cover Canada. A little light is filtering from the water flowers. Their leaves do not wish us to hurry. They are round and flat and full of dark advice. Cold worlds shake from the oar. The spirit of blackness is in us. It is in the fishes. A snag is lifting a valedictory pale hand. Stars open among the lilies. Are you not blinded by such expressionless sirens? This is the silence of astounded souls. 4 April 1962, 160, crossing the water. Black lake, black boat, 2 black cut paper people. Where do the black trees go that drink here? Their shadows must cover Canada. A little light is filtering from the water flowers. Their leaves do not wish us to hurry. They are round and flat and full of dark advice. Cold worlds shake from the ore. The spirit of blackness is in us, it is in the fishes. A snag is lifting a valedictory pale hand. Stars open among the lilies. Are you not blinded by such expressionless sirens? This is the silence of astounded souls. 4 April 1962, 161, among the narcissi. Spry, wry, and gray as these March sticks, Percy bows, in his blue pea-jacket, among the narcissi. He is recuperating from something on the lung. The narcissi, too, are bowing to some big thing. It rattles their stars on the green hill where Percy nurses the hardship of his stitches, and walks and walks. There is a dignity to this. There is a formality. The flowers vivid as bandages, and the man mending. They bow and stand, they suffer such attacks. And the octogenarian loves the little flocks. He is quite blue. The terrible wind tries his breathing. The narcissi look up like children, quickly and whitely. 5 April 1962, 162. Pheasant. You said you would kill it this morning. Do not kill it. Do not kill it. It startles me still. The jut of that odd, dark head pacing through the uncut grass on the Elms Hill. It is something to own a pheasant, or just to be visited at all. I am not mystical. It isn't as if I thought it had a spirit. It is simply in its element. That gives it a kingliness, a right. The print of its big foot last winter, the tail track on the snow in our court, the wonder of it in that pallor, through crosshatch of sparrow and starling. Is it its rareness, then? It is rare, but a dozen would be worth having, 100, on that hill green and red, crossing and recrossing, a fine thing. It is such a good shape, so vivid. It's a little cornucopia. It unclaps, brown as a leaf and loud, settles in the elm and is easy. It was sunning in the narcissi. I trespass stupidly. Let be, let be. 7 April 1962. Elm. For Ruth Fainlight. I know the bottom, she says. I know it with my great taproot. It is what you fear. I do not fear it. I have been there. Is it the sea you hear in me? Its dissatisfactions? Or the voice of nothing that was your madness? Love is a shadow. How you lie and cly after it. Listen, these are its hooves. It has gone off like a horse. All night I shall gallop thus, impetuously, till your head is a stone, your pillow a little turf, echoing, echoing. Or shall I bring you the sound of poisons? This is rain now, this big hush. And this is the fruit of it, tin white like arsenic. I have suffered the atrocity of sunsets, scorched to the root. My red filaments burn and stand, a hand of wires. Now I break up in pieces that fly about like clubs. A wind of such violence will tolerate no bystanding. I must shriek. The moon also is merciless. She would drag me cruelly, being barren. Her radiance scathes me. Or perhaps I have caught her. I let her go. I let her go. Diminished and flat, as after radical surgery. How your bad dreams possess and endow me. I am inhabited by a cry. Nightly it flaps out, looking, with its hooks, for something to love. I am terrified by this dark thing that sleeps in me. All day I feel its soft, feathery turnings, its malignity. Clouds pass and disperse. Are those the faces of love, those pale irretrievables? Is it for such I agitate my heart? I am incapable of more knowledge.
What is this face, so murderous in its strangle of branches? Its snaky acids kiss. It petrifies the will. These are the isolate, slow faults that kill, that kill, that kill. 19 April 1962, The Rabbit Catcher. It was a place of force. The wind gagging my mouth with my own blown hair, tearing off my voice, and the sea blinding me with its lights. The lives of the dead unreeling in it, spreading like oil. I tasted the malignity of the gorse, its black spikes, the extreme unction of its yellow candle flowers. They had an efficiency, a great beauty, and were extravagant, like torture. There was only one place to get to. Simmering, perfumed, the paths narrowed into the hollow, and the snares almost effaced themselves. Zeros shutting on nothing, set close like birth pangs. The absence of shrieks made a hole in the hot day, a vacancy. The glassy light was a clear wall. The thickets quiet. I felt a still busyness, an intent. I felt hands round a tea mug, dull, blunt, ringing the white china. How they awaited him, those little deaths. They waited like sweethearts. They excited him. And we too had a relationship. Tight wires between us. Pegs too deep to uproot. And a mind like a ring, sliding shut on some quick thing. The constriction killing me also. 21 May 1962, 165. Event. How the elements solidify. The moonlight, that chalk cliff, in whose rift we lie back to back. I hear an owl cry from its cold indigo. Intolerable vowels enter my heart. The child in the white crib revolves and sighs, opens its mouth now, demanding. His little face is carved in pained red wood.
Electrifyingly colored sherbets, scooped from the freeze by pale girls, travel the air in scorched hands. Why is it so quiet? What are they hiding? I have 2 legs, and I move smilingly. A sandy damper kills the vibrations. It stretches for miles, the shrunk voices, waving and crutchless, half their old size. The lines of the eye, scalded by these bald surfaces, boomerang like anchored elastics, hurting the owner. Is it any wonder he puts on dark glasses? Is it any wonder he affects a black cassock? Here he comes now, among the mackerel gatherers, who wall up their backs against him. They are handling the black and green lozenges like the parts of a body. The sea that crystallized these creeps away, many-snaked, with a long hiss of distress. 2. This black boot has no mercy for anybody. Why should it? It is the hearse of a dead foot, the high, dead, toeless foot of this priest, who plumbs the well of his book. The bent print bulging before him like scenery. Obscene bikinis hide in the dunes, breasts and hips, a confectioner's sugar of little crystals titillating the light, while a green pool opens its eye, sick with what it has swallowed. Limbs, images, shrieks. Behind the concrete bunkers, 2 lovers unstick themselves. Oh, white sea crockery! What cupped sighs, what salt in the throat! And the onlooker, trembling, drawn like a long material through a still virulence, and a weed hairy as privates. 3. On the balconies of the hotel, things are glittering. Things. Tubular steel wheelchairs, aluminum crutches. Such salt sweetness. Why should I walk beyond the breakwater, spotty with barnacles? I am not a nurse, white and attendant. I am not a smile. These children are after something, with hooks and cries, and my heart too small to bandage their terrible faults. This is the side of a man, his red ribs, the nerves bursting like trees, and this is the surgeon, One mirrory eve, a facet of knowledge. On a striped mattress in one room, an old man is vanishing. There is no help in his weeping wife. Where are the eye stones, yellow and valuable, and the tongue, sapphire of ash? 4. A wedding cake face in a paper frill. How superior he is now! It is like possessing a saint. The nurses in their wing caps are no longer so beautiful. They are browning like touched gardenias. The bed is rolled from the wall. This is what it is to be complete. It is horrible. Is he wearing pajamas or an evening suit under the glued sheet from which his powdery beak rises so whitely unbuffeted? They propped his jaw with a book until it stiffened, and folded his hands that were shaking. Goodbye, goodbye. Now the washed sheets fly in the sun. The pillowcases are sweetening. It is a blessing. It is a blessing. The long coffin of soap-colored oak, the curious bearers, and the raw date, engraving itself in silver with marvelous calm. 5. The gray sky lowers. The hills like a green sea run fold upon fold, far off, concealing their hollows. The hollows in which rock the thoughts of the wife. Blunt, practical boats, full of dresses and hats and china and married daughters. In the parlor of the stone house, one curtain is flickering from the open window, flickering and pouring, a pitiful candle. This is the tongue of the dead man. Remember, remember. How far he is now. His actions around him like living-room furniture, like a decor. As the pallors gather, the pallors of hands and neighborly faces, the elate pallors of flying iris, they are flying off into nothing. Remember us. The empty benches of memory look over stones, marble facades with blue veins, and jelly glassfuls of daffodils. It is so beautiful up here. It is a stopping place. 6. The natural fatness of these lime leaves. Pollarded green balls, the church march to church. The voice of the priest, in thin air, meets the corpse at the gate, addressing it, while the hills roll the notes of the dead bell. A glitter of wheat and crude earth. What is the name of that color? Old blood of caked walls the sun heals. Old blood of limb stumps, burnt hearts. The widow with her black pocketbook and 3 daughters, necessary among the flowers, enfolds her face like fine linen, not to be spread again, while a sky, wormy with put-by smiles, passes cloud after cloud, and the bride flowers expend a freshness, and the soul is a bride, in a still place, and the groom is red and forgetful. He is featureless. 7. Behind the glass of this car, the world purrs, shut off and gentle, and I am dark-suited and still, a member of the party, gliding up in low gear behind the cart. And the priest is a vessel, a tarred fabric, sorry and dull, following the coffin on its flowery cart like a beautiful woman, a crest of breasts, eyelids, and lips, storming the hilltop. Then from the barred yard the children smell the melt of shoeblacking, their faces turning, wordless and slow, their eyes opening on a wonderful thing. 6 round black hats in the grass, and a lozenge of wood, and a naked mouth, red and awkward. For a minute the sky pours into the hole like plasma. There is no hope. It is given up. 30 June 1962. 168. The other you. You come in late, wiping your lips. What did I leave untouched on the doorstep? White Nike streaming between my walls? Smilingly, blue lightning assumes like a meat hook the burden of his parts. The police love you. You confess everything. Bright hair, shoe black, old plastic. Is my life so intriguing? Is it for this you widen your eye rings? Is it for this the air motes depart?
They are not air motes, they are corpuscles. Open your handbag. What is that bad smell? It is your knitting, busily hooking itself to itself. It is your sticky candies. I have your head on my wall. Navel cords, blue-red and lucent, shriek from my belly like arrows, and these I ride. O moonglow, O sick one! The stolen horses, the fornications, circle a womb of marble. Where are you going, that you suck breath like mileage? Sulphurous adulteries grieve in a dream. Cold grass, how you insert yourself between myself and myself. I scratch like a cat. The blood that runs is dark fruit, an effect, a cosmetic. You smile. No, it is not fatal. 2 July 1962, 171. Words heard by accident over the phone. Oh, mud, mud, how fluid! Thick as foreign coffee, and with a sluggy pulse. Speak, speak, who is it? It is the bowel pulse, lover of digestibles. It is he who has achieved these syllables. What are these words, these words? They are plopping like mud. Oh God, how shall I ever clean the phone table? They are pressing out of the many-holed earpiece. They are looking for a listener. Is he here? Now the room is a hiss. The instrument withdraws its tentacle, but the spawn percolate in my heart. They are fertile. Muck funnel, you are too big. They must take you back. 11 July 1962, 170. Poppies in July. Little poppies, little hell flames, do you do no harm? You flicker. I cannot touch you. I put my hands among the flames. Nothing burns. And it exhausts me to watch you, flickering like that, wrinkly and clear red, like the skin of a mouth just bloodied. Little bloody skirts. There are fumes that I cannot touch. Where are your opiates, your nauseous capsules? If I could bleed or sleep, if my mouth could marry a hurt like that, or your liquors seep to me in this glass capsule, dulling and stilling, but colorless, colorless. 20 July, 171. Burning the letters. I made a fire, being tired of the white fists of old letters and their death rattle when I came too close to the wastebasket. What did they know that I didn't? Grain by grain, they unrolled sands, where a dream of clear water grinned like a getaway car. I am not subtle. Love, love, and, well, I was tired of cardboard cartons the color of cement or a dog pack, holding in its hate.
And here is an end to the writing. The spry hooks that bend and cringe, and the smiles, the smiles. And at least it will be a good place now, the attic. At least I won't be strung just under the surface, dumb fish with one tin eye, watching for glints, riding like Arctic between this wish and that wish. So I poke at the carbon birds in my house dress. They are more beautiful than my bodiless owl. They console me, rising and flying, but blinded. They would flutter off, black and glittering. They would be coal angels. Only they have nothing to say to anybody. I have seen to that. With the butt of a rake, I flake up papers that breathe like people. I fan them out. Between the yellow lettuces and the German cabbage, involved in its weird blue dreams, involved as a fetus. And a name with black edges wilts at my foot, sinuous orchis in a nest of root hairs and boredom. Pale eyes, patent leather gutturals. Warm rain greases my hair, extinguishes nothing. My veins glow like trees. The dogs are tearing a fox. This is what it is like, a red burst and a cry, that splits from its ripped bag and does not stop with the dead eye and the stuffed expression, but goes on, dyeing the air, telling the particles of the clouds, the leaves, the water, what immortality is. That it is immortal. 13 August 1962, 172, for a fatherless son. You will be aware of an absence presently, growing beside you like a tree, a death tree, color gone, an Australian gum tree, balding, gelded by lightning, an illusion, and a sky like a pig's backside, an utter lack of attention. But right now you are dumb, and I love your stupidity, the blind mirror of it. I look in and find no face but my own, and you think that's funny. It is good for me to have you grab my nose, a ladder rung. One day you may touch what's wrong, the small skulls, the smashed blue hills, the god-awful hush. Till then, your smiles are found money. 26 September 1962, 173, a birthday present. What is this, behind this veil? Is it ugly? Is it beautiful? It is shimmering. Has it breasts? Has it edges? I am sure it is unique. I am sure it is just what I want. When I am quiet at my cooking, I feel it looking. I feel it thinking. Is this the one I am to appear for? Is this the elect one? The one with black eye pits and a scar? Measuring the flour, cutting off the surplus, adhering to rules, to rules, to rules. Is this the one for the Annunciation? My God, what a laugh! But it shimmers, it does not stop, and I think it wants me. I would not mind if it was bones, or a pearl button. I do not want much of a present anyway, this year. After all, I am alive only by accident. I would have killed myself gladly that time any possible way. Now there are these veils, shimmering like curtains, the diaphanous satins of a January window, white as baby's bedding, and glittering with dead breath. Oh, ivory! It must be a tusk there, a ghost column. Can you not see I do not mind what it is? Can you not give it to me? Do not be ashamed. I do not mind if it is small. Do not be mean. I am ready for enormity. Let us sit down to it, one on either side, admiring the gleam, the glaze, the mirrory variety of it. Let us eat our last supper at it, like a hospital plate. I know why you will not give it to me. You are terrified. The world will go up in a shriek, and your head with it. Bossed, brazen, an antique shield, a marvel to your great-grandchildren. Do not be afraid. It is not so. I will only take it and go aside quietly. You will not even hear me opening it. No paper crackle, no falling ribbons, no scream at the end. I do not think you credit me with this discretion. If you only knew how the veils were killing my days. To you, they are only transparencies, clear air. But my God, the clouds are like cotton, armies of them. They are carbon monoxide. Sweetly, sweetly I breathe in, filling my veins with invisibles, with the million probable motes that tick the years off my life. You are silver-suited for the occasion. Oh, adding machine, is it impossible for you to let something go and have it go whole? Must you stamp each piece in purple? Must you kill what you can? There is this one thing I want today, and only you can give it to me. It stands at my window, big as the sky. It breathes from my sheets, the cold, dead center, where spilt lives congeal and stiffen to history. Let it not come by the mail, finger by finger. Let it not come by word of mouth. I should be 60 by the time the whole of it was delivered, and too numb to use it. Only let down the veil, the veil, the veil. If it were death, I would admire the deep gravity of it, its timeless eyes. I would know you were serious. There would be a nobility then. There would be a birthday. And the knife not carve, but enter,
pure and clean as the cry of a baby, and the universe slide from my side. 30 September 1962, 174, The Detective. What was she doing when it blew in? Over the 7 hills, the red furrow, the blue mountain? Was she arranging cups? It is important. Was she at the window listening? In that valley, the train shrieks echo like souls on hooks. That is the valley of death, though the cows thrive. In her garden, the lies were shaking out their moist silks, and the eyes of the killer moving slug-like and sidelong, unable to face the fingers, those egotists. The fingers were tamping a woman into a wall, a body into a pipe, and the smoke rising. This is the smell of years burning, here in the kitchen. These are the deceits, tacked up like family photographs. And this is a man. Look at his smile. The death weapon? No one is dead. There is no body in the house at all. There is the smell of polish. There are plush carpets. There is the sunlight, playing its blades. Bored hoodlum in a red room, where the wireless talks to itself like an elderly relative. Did it come like an arrow? Did it come like a knife? Which of the poisons is it? Which of the nerve curlers, the convulsors? Did it electrify? This is a case without a body. The body does not come into it at all. It is a case of vaporization. The mouth first, its absence reported in the 2nd year. It had been insatiable, and in punishment was hung out like brown fruit, to wrinkle and dry. The breasts next. These were harder, 2 white stones. The milk came yellow, then blue and sweet as water. There was no absence of lips. There were 2 children, but their bones showed, and the moon smiled. Then the dry wood, the gates, the brown motherly furrows, the whole estate. We walk on air, Watson. There is only the moon, embalmed in phosphorus. There is only a crow in a tree. Make notes. 1 October 1962, 175, The Courage of Shutting Up. The courage of the shut mouth in spite of artillery. The line, pink and quiet, a worm, basking. There are black discs behind it, the discs of outrage, and the outrage of a sky, the lined brain of it. The discs revolve, they ask to be heard, loaded, as they are, with accounts of bastardies. Bastardies, usages, desertions, and doubleness. The needle journeying in its groove. Silver beast between 2 dark canyons. A great surgeon, now a tattooist, tattooing over and over the same blue grievances. The snakes, the babies, the tits, on mermaids and 2-legged dream girls. The surgeon is quiet. He does not speak. He has seen too much death. His hands are full of it. So the discs of the brain revolve, like the muzzles of cannon. Then there is that antique billhook, the tongue, indefatigable, purple. Must it be cut out? It has 9 tails. It is dangerous. And the noise it flays from the air, once it gets going. No, the tongue, too, has been put by, hung up in the library with the engravings of Rangoon, and the fox heads, the otter heads, the heads of dead rabbits. It is a marvelous object, the things it has pierced in its time. But how about the eyes, the eyes, the eyes? Mirrors can kill and talk. They are terrible rooms.
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Do not worry about the eyes. They may be white and shy. They are no stool pigeons. Their death rays folded like flags of a country no longer heard of. An obstinate independency, insolvent among the mountains. 2 October 1962, 176. The bee meeting. Who are these people at the bridge to meet me? They are the villagers, the rector, the midwife, the sexton, the agent for bees.
In my sleeveless summery dress I have no protection, and they are all gloved and covered. Why did nobody tell me? They are smiling and taking out veils tacked to ancient hats. I am nude as a chicken neck. Does nobody love me? Yes, here is the secretary of bees with her white shop smock, buttoning the cuffs at my wrists and the slit from my neck to my knees. Now I am milkweed silk. The bees will not notice. They will not smell my fear, my fear, my fear. Which is the rector now? Is it that man in black? Which is the midwife? Is that her blue coat? Everybody is nodding a square black head. They are knights in visors, breastplates of cheesecloth knotted under the armpits. Their smiles and their voices are changing. I am led through a bean field. Strips of tinfoil winking like people, feather dusters fanning their hands in a sea of bean flowers. Creamy bean flowers with black eyes and leaves like bored hearts. Is it blood clots the tendrils are dragging up that string? No, no, it is scarlet flowers that will one day be edible. Now they are giving me a fashionable white straw Italian hat and a black veil that molds to my face. They are making me one of them. They are leading me to the shorn grove, the circle of hives. Is it the hawthorn that smells so sick? The barren body of hawthorn, etherizing its children. Is it some operation that is taking place? It is the surgeon my neighbors are waiting for. This apparition in a green helmet, shining gloves and white suit. Is it the butcher, the grocer, the postman, someone I know? I cannot run. I am rooted, and the gorse hurts me, with its yellow purses, its spiky armory. I could not run without having to run forever. The white hive is snug as a virgin, sealing off her brood cells, her honey, and quietly humming. Smoke rolls and scarves in the grove. The mind of the hive thinks this is the end of everything. Here they come, the outriders, on their hysterical elastics. If I stand very still, they will think I am cow parsley, a gullible head untouched by their animosity, not even nodding, a personage in a hedgerow. The villagers open the chambers. They are hunting the queen. Is she hiding? Is she eating honey? She is very clever. She is old, old, old. She must live another year, and she knows it. While in their finger-joint cells, the new virgins dream of a duel they will win inevitably. A curtain of wax dividing them from the bride flight. The upflight of the murderess into a heaven that loves her. The villagers are moving the virgins. There will be no killing. The old queen does not show herself. Is she so ungrateful? I am exhausted. I am exhausted. Pillar of white in a blackout of knives. I am the magician's girl who does not flinch. The villagers are untying their disguises. They are shaking hands. Whose is that long white box in the grove? What have they accomplished? Why am I cold? 3 October 1962, 177, the arrival of the bee box. I ordered this clean wood box, square as a chair and almost too heavy to lift. I would say it was the coffin of a midget or a square baby, were there not such a din in it. The box is locked. It is dangerous. I have to live with it overnight, and I can't keep away from it. There are no windows, so I can't see what is in there. There is only a little grid, no exit. I put my eye to the grid. It is dark, dark, with the swarmy feeling of African hands, minute and shrunk for export, black on black, angrily clambering. How can I let them out? It is the noise that appalls me most of all, the unintelligible syllables. It is like a Roman mob, small, taken one by one, but my God, together. I lay my ear to furious Latin. I am not a Caesar. I have simply ordered a box of maniacs. They can be sent back. They can die. I need feed them nothing. I am the owner. I wonder how hungry they are. I wonder if they would forget me if I just undid the locks and stood back and turned into a tree.
There is the laburnum, its blonde colonnades, and the petticoats of the cherry. They might ignore me immediately in my moon suit and funeral veil. I am no source of honey, so why should they turn on me? Tomorrow I will be sweet. God, I will set them free. The box is only temporary. 4 October 1962, 178, stings. Bare-handed, I hand the combs. The man in white smiles, bare-handed. Our cheesecloth gauntlets neat and sweet. The throats of our wrists brave lilies. He and I have 1,000 clean cells between us. 8 combs of yellow cups. And the hive itself a teacup, white with pink flowers on it. With excessive love I enameled it, thinking, sweetness, sweetness. Brood cells gray as the fossils of shells terrify me. They seem so old. What am I buying? Wormy mahogany? Is there any queen at all in it? If there is, she is old. Her wings torn shawls, her long body rubbed of its plush. Poor and bare and unqueenly and even shameful. I stand in a column of winged unmiraculous women, honey drudgers. I am no drudge, though for years I have eaten dust and dried plates with my dense hair, and seen my strangeness evaporate, blue dew from dangerous skin. Will they hate me, these women who only scurry, whose news is the open cherry, the open clover? It is almost over. I am in control. Here is my honey machine. It will work without thinking, opening in spring like an industrious virgin to scour the creaming crests, as the moon, for its ivory powders, scours the sea. A third person is watching. He has nothing to do with the bee seller or with me. Now he is gone, in 8 great bounds, a great scapegoat. Here is his slipper, here is another, and here the square of white linen he wore instead of a hat. He was sweet, the sweat of his efforts a rain, tugging the world to fruit. The bees found him out, molding onto his lips like lies, complicating his features. They thought death was worth it, but I have a self to recover, a queen. Is she dead? Is she sleeping? Where has she been, with her lion-red body, her wings of glass? Now she is flying, more terrible than she ever was. Red scar in the sky, red comet, over the engine that killed her, the mausoleum, the wax house. 6 October 1962, 179, the swarm. Somebody is shooting at something in our town, a dull pom-pom in the Sunday street. Jealousy can open the blood. It can make black roses. Who are they shooting at? It is you the knives are out for. At Waterloo, Waterloo, Napoleon, the hump of Elba on your short back, and the snow marshalling its brilliant cutlery, mass after mass, saying, shh, shh. These are chess people you play with, still figures of ivory. The mud squirms with throats, stepping stones for French boot soles. The gilt and pink domes of Russia melt and float off in the furnace of greed. Clouds, clouds. So the swarm balls and deserts 70 feet up in a black pine tree. It must be shot down. Pom, pom. So dumb it thinks bullets are thunder. It thinks they are the voice of God, condoning the beak, the claw, the grin of the dog. Yellow-haunched, a pack dog, grinning over its bone of ivory. Like the pack, like everybody. The bees have got so far, 70 feet high, Russia, Poland, and Germany. The mild hills, the same old magenta fields, shrunk to a penny. Spun into a river, the river crossed. The bees argue in their black ball. A flying hedgehog, all prickles. The man with gray hands stands under the honeycomb of their dream, the hived station, where trains, faithful to their steel arcs, leave and arrive, and there is no end to the country. Pum, pum. They fall, dismembered, to a tod of ivy. So much for the charioteers, the outriders, the grand army. A red tatter Napoleon, the last badge of victory. The swarm is knocked into a cocked straw hat.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Elba, Elba, bleb on the sea. The white busts of marshals, admirals, generals, worming themselves into niches. How instructive this is! The dumb, banded bodies walking the plank, draped with Mother Frances upholstery, into a new mausoleum, an ivory palace, a crotch pine. The man with gray hands smiles, the smile of a man of business, intensely practical. They are not hands at all, but asbestos receptacles. Palm, palm. They would have killed me? Stings big as drawing pins? It seems bees have a notion of honor, a black, intractable mind. Napoleon is pleased. He is pleased with everything. Oh, Europe! Oh, ton of honey! 7 October 1962, 180. Wintering. This is the easy time. There is nothing doing. I have whirled the midwife's extractor. I have my honey, 6 jars of it, 6 cat's eyes in the wine cellar. Wintering in a dark, without window, at the heart of the house, next to the last tenant's rancid jam, and the bottles of empty glitters, Sir So-and-so's gin. This is the room I have never been in. This is the room I could never breathe in. The black bunched in there like a bat. No light, but the torch and its faint Chinese yellow on appalling objects. Black acidity, decay, possession. It is they who own me. Neither cruel nor indifferent, only ignorant. This is the time of hanging on for the bees. So slow I hardly know them, filing like soldiers, to the syrup tin, to make up for the honey I've taken. Tate and Lyle keeps them going, the refined snow. It is Tate and Lyle they live on, instead of flowers. They take it. The cold sets in. Now they bawl in a mass, black mind against all that white. The smile of the snow is white. It spreads itself out, a mile-long body of mycin, into which, on warm days, they can only carry their dead. The bees are all women, maids and the long royal lady. They have got rid of the men, the blunt, clumsy stumblers, the bores. Winter is for women. The woman, still at her knitting, at the cradle of Spanish walnut, her body a bulb in the cold and too dumb to think. Will the hive survive? Will the gladiolas succeed in banking their fires to enter another year? What will they taste of, the Christmas roses? The bees are flying. They taste the spring. 9 October 1962, 181. A secret. A secret. A secret. How superior. You are blue and huge, a traffic policeman, holding up one palm. A difference between us? I have one eye, you have 2. The secret is stamped on you, faint, undulant watermark. Will it show in the black detector? Will it come out, wavery, indelible, true? Through the African giraffe in its Edeny greenery, the Moroccan hippopotamus? They stare from a square, stiff frill. They are for export. One a fool, the other a fool. A secret. An extra amber brandy finger, roosting and cooing. You, behind 2 eyes in which nothing is reflected but monkeys. A knife that can be taken out to pare nails, to lever the dirt. It won't hurt. An illegitimate baby. That big blue head. How it breathes in the bureau drawer. Is that lingerie, pet? It smells of salt cod. You had better stab a few cloves in an apple, make a sachet, or do away with the bastard. Do away with it altogether. No, it is happy there. But it wants to get out. Look, it is wanting to crawl. My God, there goes the stopper.
The cars in the Place de la Concorde. Watch out! A stampede, a stampede! Horns twirling and jungle gutturals. An exploded bottle of stout, slack foam in the lap. You stumble out, dwarf baby, the knife in your back. I feel weak. The secret is out. 10 October 1962, 182. The applicant. First, are you our sort of a person? Do you wear a glass eye, false teeth or a crutch, a brace or a hook, rubber breasts or a rubber crotch, stitches to show something's missing? No? No? Then, how can we give you a thing? Stop crying. Open your hand. Empty? Empty. Here is a hand, to fill it and willing, to bring teacups and roll away headaches and do whatever you tell it. Will you marry it? It is guaranteed to thumb shut your eyes at the end and dissolve of sorrow. We make new stock from the salt. I notice you are stark naked. How about this suit? Black and stiff, but not a bad fit. Will you marry it? It is waterproof, shatterproof, proof against fire and bombs through the roof. Believe me, they'll bury you in it. Now your head, excuse me, is empty. I have the ticket for that. Come here, sweetie, out of the closet. Well, what do you think of that? Naked as paper to start, but in 25 years she'll be silver, in 50, gold. A living doll, everywhere you look. It can sew, it can cook, it can talk, talk, talk. It works, there is nothing wrong with it. You have a hole, it's a poultice. You have an eye, it's an image. My boy, it's your last resort. Will you marry it? Marry it? Marry it. 11 October 1962. Daddy. You do not do any more, black shoe, in which I have lived like a foot for 30 years, poor and white, barely daring to breathe or chew. Daddy, I have had to kill you. You died before I had time. Marble heavy, a bag full of God, ghastly statue with one gray toe, big as a Frisco seal, and a head in the freakish Atlantic where it pours bean green over blue, in the waters off beautiful Nauset. I used to pray to recover you. Ach, do. In the German tongue, in the Polish town, scraped thrat by the roller of wars, wars, wars. But the name of the town is common. My Polak friend says there are a dozen or two. So I never could tell where you put your foot, your root. I never could talk to you. The tongue stuck in my jaw. It stuck in a barbed wire snare. Ich, I could hardly speak. I thought every German was you, and the language obscene. An engine, chuffing me off like a Jew to Dachau, Auschwitz, Belsen. I began to talk like a Jew. I think I may well be a Jew. The snows of the Tyrol, the clear beer of Vienna are not very pure or true. With my gypsy ancestress and my weird luck and my tarot pack, I may be a bit of a Jew. I have always been scared of you, with your Luftwaffe, your gobbledygoo, and your neat mustache, and your Aryan eye, bright blue. Panzerman, oh you. Not God, but a swastika, so black no sky could squeak through. Every woman adores a fascist, the boot in the face, the brute heart of a brute like you. You stand at the blackboard, Daddy, in the picture I have of you, a cleft in your chin instead of your foot, but no less a devil for that, no, not any less the black man who bit my pretty red heart in two. I was 10 when they buried you. At 20, I tried to die and get back to you. I thought even the bones would do. But they pulled me out of the sack, and they stuck me together with glue. And then I knew what to do. I made a model of you, a man in black with a Mein Kampf look, and a love of the rack and the screw. And I said, I do. I do. So, Daddy, I'm finally through. The black telephone's off at the root. The voices just can't worm through. If I've killed one man, I've killed two. The vampire who said he was you, and drank my blood for a year. 7 years, if you want to know. Daddy, you can lie back now. There's a stake in your fat black heart. And the villagers never liked you. They are dancing and stamping on you. They always knew it was you. Daddy, Daddy, you bastard, I'm through. 12 October 1962, 184, Medusa. Off that landspit of stony mouth plugs, eyes rolled by white sticks, ears cupping the sea's incoherences, you house your unnerving head, God ball, lens of mercies, your stooges plying their wild cells in my keel shadow.
Imagine it, helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Nevertheless, nevertheless, you steamed to me over the sea, fat and red, a placenta, paralyzing the kicking lovers, cobra-light, squeezing the breath from the blood bells of the fuchsia. I could draw no breath, dead and moneyless, overexposed, like an X-ray. Who do you think you are? A communion wafer? Blubbery Mary? I shall take no bite of your body. Bottle in which I live, ghastly Vatican. I am sick to death of hot salt. Green as eunuchs, your wishes hiss at my sins. Off, off, Ely tentacle. There is nothing between us. 16 October 1962. 185. The jailer. My night sweats grease his breakfast plate. The same placard of blue fog is wheeled into position, with the same trees and headstones. Is that all he can come up with, the rattler of keys? I have been drugged and raped. 7 hours knocked out of my right mind into a black sack, where I relax, fetus or cat, lever of his wet dreams. Something is gone. My sleeping capsule, my red and blue zeppelin, drops me from a terrible altitude. Carapace smashed, I spread to the beaks of birds. Oh, little gimlets, what holes this papery day is already full of! He has been burning me with cigarettes, pretending I am a negress with pink paws. I am myself. That is not enough. The fever trickles and stiffens in my hair. My ribs show. What have I eaten? Lies and smiles. Surely the sky is not that color. Surely the grass should be rippling. All day, gluing my church of burnt matchsticks, I dream of someone else entirely. And he, for this subversion, hurts me. He, with his armor of fakery, his high, cold masks of amnesia. How did I get here? Indeterminate criminal, I die with variety. Hung, starved, burned, hooked. I imagine him impotent as distant thunder, in whose shadow I have eaten my ghost ration. I wish him dead or away. That, it seems, is the impossibility. That being free. What would the dark do without fevers to eat? What would the light do without eyes to knife? What would he do without me? 17 October 1962, 186. Lesbos. Viciousness in the kitchen. The potatoes hiss. It is all Hollywood, windowless. The fluorescent light wincing on and off like a terrible migraine. Coy paper strips for doors. Stage curtains, a widow's frizz. And I, love, am a pathological liar. And my child, look at her, face down on the floor. Little unstrung puppet, kicking to disappear. Why she is schizophrenic. Her face red and white, a panic.
You have stuck her kittens outside your window in a sort of cement well, where they crap and puke and cry, and she can't hear. You say you can't stand her. The bastard's a girl. You who have blown your tubes like a bad radio, clear of voices and history, the staticky noise of the new. You say I should drown with kittens. Their smell. You say I should drown my girl. She'll cut her throat at 10 if she's mad at 2. The baby smiles, fat snail, from the polished lozenges of orange linoleum. You could eat him. He's a boy. You say your husband is just no good to you. His Jew mama guards his sweet sex like a pearl. You have 1 baby, I have 2. I should sit on a rock off Cornwall and comb my hair. I should wear tiger pants. I should have an affair. We should meet in another life. We should meet in air, me and you. Meanwhile, there's a stink of fat and baby crap. I am doped and thick from my last sleeping pill. The smog of cooking, the smog of hell, floats our heads, 2 venomous opposites, our bones, our hair. I call you orphan, orphan. You are ill. The sun gives you ulcers. The wind gives you TB. Once you were beautiful. In New York, in Hollywood, the men said, "Through? Gee, baby, you are rare." You acted for the thrill. The impotent husband slumps out for a coffee. I try to keep him in. An old pole for the lightning. The acid baths, the sky falls off of you. He lumps it down the plastic cobbled hill, flogged trolley. The sparks are blue. The blue sparks spill, splitting like quartz into 1,000,000 bits. Oh, jewel, oh, valuable. That night, the moon dragged its blood bag, sick animal, up over the harbor lights, and then grew normal, hard and apart and white. The scale sheen on the sand scared me to death. We kept picking up handfuls, loving it, working it like dough, a mulatto body, the silk grits. A dog picked up your doggy husband. He went on. Now I am silent, hate up to my neck. Thick, thick, I do not speak. I am packing the hard potatoes like good clothes. I am packing the babies. I am packing the sick cats. Oh, vase of acid, it is love you are full of. You know who you hate. He is hugging his ball and chain down by the gate that opens to the sea, where it drives in, white and black, then spews it ack. Every day you fill him with soul stuff like a pitcher. You are so exhausted. Your voice my earring, flapping and sucking, blood-loving bat. That is that. That is that. You peer from the door, sad hag. Every woman's a whore. I can't communicate. I see your cute decor close on you like the fist of a baby, or an anemone, that sea sweetheart, that kleptomaniac. I am still raw. I say I may be back. You know what lies are for. Even in your Zen we shan't meet. 18 October 1962. Stopped dead. A squeal of brakes, or is it a birth cry? And here we are, hung out over the dead drop, uncle, pants factory, fatso, millionaire. And you, out cold beside me in your chair. The wheels, 2 rubber grubs, bite their sweet tails. Is that Spain down there? Red and yellow, 2 passionate hot metals, writhing and sighing. What sort of a scenery is it? It isn't England, it isn't France, it isn't Ireland. It's violent. We're here on a visit, with a goddamn baby screaming off somewhere. There's always a bloody baby in the air. I'd call it a sunset, but who ever heard a sunset yowl like that? You are sunk in your 7 chins, still as a ham. Who do you think I am, uncle, uncle, sad Hamlet, with a knife? Where do you stash your life? Is it a penny, a pearl?
Your soul? Your soul? I'll carry it off like a rich, pretty girl. Simply open the door and step out of the car and live in Gibraltar on air, on air. 19 October 1962, 188. Fever, 103. Pure? What does it mean? The tongues of hell are dull, dull as the triple tongues of dull, fat Cerberus, who wheezes at the gate. Incapable of licking clean the ague tendon, the sin, the sin. The tinder cries, the indelible smell of a snuffed candle. Love, love, the low smokes roll from me like Isidora's scarves. I'm in a fright. One scarf will catch and anchor in the wheel. Such yellow, sullen smokes make their own element. They will not rise, but trundle round the globe, choking the aged and the meek, the weak hothouse baby in its crib, the ghastly orchid hanging its hanging garden in the air. Devilish leopard! Radiation turned it white and killed it in an hour, greasing the bodies of adulterers like Hiroshima ash and eating in. The sin, the sin. Darling, all night I have been flickering, off, on, off, on. The sheets grow heavy as a lecher's kiss. 3 days, 3 nights. Lemon water, chicken water, water make me wretch. I am too pure for you or anyone. Your body hurts me as the world hurts God. I am a lantern, my head a moon, of Japanese paper, my gold-beaten skin, infinitely delicate and infinitely expensive. Does not my heat astound you? And my light?
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Down the drain with all of it. Hugging his pillow like the red-headed sister he never dared to touch, he dreams of a new one. Barren, the lot are barren, and of another color. How they'll travel, 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 scenery, sparking off their brother-sister rears a comet tail, and money, the sperm fluid of it all. One nurse brings in a green drink, one a blue. They rise on either side of him like stars. The 2 drinks flame and foam. Oh, sister, mother, wife, sweet Lethe is my life. I am never, never, never coming home. 21 October 1962, 191. Lioness. No use whistling for lioness. Sea cold, it certainly is. Take a look at the white high berg on his forehead. There's where it sunk. The blue, green, gray, indeterminate gilt, sea of his eyes washing over it, and a round bubble popping upward from the mouths of bells, people, and cows. The Lionians had always thought heaven would be something else, but with the same faces, the same places. It was not a shock. The clear, green, quite breathable atmosphere, cold grits underfoot, and the spidery water dazzle on field and street. It never occurred that they had been forgot, that the big god had lazily closed one eye and let them slip over the English cliff and under so much history. They did not see him smile, turn like an animal, in his cage of ether, his cage of stars. He'd had so many wars. The white gape of his mind was the real tabula rasa. 21 October 1962, 191. Cut. For Susan O'Neill Rowe. What a thrill! My thumb instead of an onion. The top quite gone, except for a sort of a hinge of skin. A flap like a hat, dead white. Then that red plush. Little pilgrim, the Indians axed your scalp. Your turkey waddle, carpet rolls straight from the heart. I step on it, clutching my bottle of pink fizz. A celebration, this is. Out of a gap, 1,000,000 soldiers wern.
Redcoats, every one. Whose side are they on? Oh, my homunculus, I am ill. I have taken a pill to kill the thin, papery feeling. Saboteur, kamikaze man, the stain on your gauze Ku Klux Klan, babusha darkens and tarnishes, and when the bald pulp of your heart confronts its small mill of silence, how you jump! Trepanned veteran, dirty girl, thumb stump. 24 October, 1962, 192. By candlelight. This is winter, this is night, small love, a sort of black horsehair, a rough, dumb country stuff, steeled with the sheen of what green stars can make it to our gate. I hold you on my arm. It is very late. The dull bells tongue the hour. The mirror floats us at one candle power. This is the fluid in which we meet each other, this halo-y radiance that seems to breathe and lets our shadows wither, only to blow them huge again, violent giants on the wall. One match scratch makes you reel. At first, the candle will not bloom at all. It snuffs its bud to almost nothing, to a dull blue dud. I hold my breath until you creak to life. Bald hedgehog, small and cross. The yellow knife grows tall. You clutch your bars. My singing makes you roar. I rock you like a boat across the Indian carpet, the cold floor, while the brass man kneels back bent as best he can, hefting his white pillar with the light that keeps the sky at bay. The sack of black, it is everywhere, tight, tight. He is yours, the little brassy atlas. Poor heirloom, all you have. At his heels, a pile of 5 brass cannonballs. No child, no wife. 5 balls, 5 bright brass balls, to juggle with, my love, when the sky falls. 24 October, 1962, 193. The tour. Oh, maiden aunt, you have come to call. Do step into the hall. With your bold gecko, the little flick. All cogs weird sparkle and every cog solid gold. And I in slippers and house dress with no lipstick. And you want to be shown about? Yes, yes, this is my address. Not a patch on your place, I guess, with the Javanese geese and the monkey trees. It's a bit burnt out, a bit of a wild machine, a bit of a mess. Oh, I shouldn't put my finger in that, auntie, it might bite. That's my frost box, no cat, though it looks like a cat with its fluffy stuff, pure white. You should see the objects it makes. Millions of needly glass cakes, fine for the migraine or the bellyache. And this is where I kept the furnace, each coal a hot cross-stitch, a lovely light. It simply exploded one night. It went up in smoke. And that's why I have no hair, auntie, that's why I choke, off and on, as if I just had to retch. Coal gas is ghastly stuff. Here's a spot I thought you'd love. Morning Glory Pool. The blue's a jewel. It boils for 40 hours at a stretch. Oh, I shouldn't dip my hanky in. It hurts. Last summer, my God, last summer, it ate 7 maids and a plumber, and returned them steamed and pressed and stiff as shirts. I am bitter, I'm averse. Here's your specs, dear, here's your purse. Toddle on home to tea now in your flat hat. It'll be lemon tea for me, lemon tea and earwig biscuits. Creepy, creepy. You'd not want that. Toddle on home before the weather's worse. Toddle on home and don't trip on the nurse. She may be bald, she may have no eyes, but auntie, she's awfully nice. She's pink, she's a born midwife. She can bring the dead to life with her wiggly fingers and for a very small fee. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it, auntie. Toddle on home to tea. 25 October, 1962, 194. Ariel.
stasis in darkness, then the substanceless blue, pour of tour and distances. God's lioness, how one we grow, pivot of heels and knees. The furrow splits and passes, sister to the brown arc of the neck I cannot catch. Nigger eye berries cast dark hooks, black sweet blood mouthfuls, shadows. Something else hauls me through air, thighs, hair, flakes from my heels. White Godiva, I unpeel dead hands, dead stringencies. And now I foam to wheat, a glitter of seas. The child's cry melts in the wall, and I am the arrow, the dew that flies, suicidal at one with the drive into the red eye, the cauldron of morning. 27 October 1962, 195. Poppies in October. Even the sun clouds this morning cannot manage such skirts, nor the woman in the ambulance whose red heart blooms through her coat so astoundingly. A gift, a love gift, utterly unasked for, by a sky, palely and flamily igniting its carbon monoxides, by eyes dulled to a halt under bowlers. Oh my God, what am I, that these late mouths should cry open in a forest of frost, in a dawn of cornflowers. 27 October 1962, 196. Nick and the Candlestick. I am a miner. The light burns blue. Waxy stalactites drip and thicken. Tears. The earthen womb exudes from its dead boredom. Black bat airs wrap me, raggy shawls, cold homicides. They weld to me like plums. Old cave of calcium icicles, old echoer. Even the newts are white, those holy joes. And the fish, Christ, they are panes of ice, a vice of knives, a piranha religion drinking its first communion out of my live toes. The candle gulps and recovers its small altitude, its yellows hearten. Oh, love, how did you get here? Oh, embryo, remembering even in sleep your crossed position. The blood blooms clean in you, ruby. The pain you wake to is not yours. Love, love, I have hung our cave with roses, with soft rug.
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Even in his absence, I revolve in my sheath of impossibles, priceless and quiet, among these parakeets, macaws. O chatterers, attendants of the eyelash! I shall unloose one feather, like the peacock, attendants of the lip. I shall unloose one note, shattering the chandelier of air that all day flies its crystals a million ignorance. Attendants, attendants. And at his next step I shall unloose from the small jeweled doll he guards like a heart, the lioness, the shriek in the bath, the cloak of holes. 29 October 1962, 199, Lady Lazarus. I have done it again. 1 year in every 10. I manage it. A sort of walking miracle, my skin bright as a Nazi lampshade. My right foot a paperweight. My face a featureless, fine Jew linen. Peel off the napkin, O my enemy. Do I terrify? The nose, the eye pits, the full set of teeth? The sour breath will vanish in a day. Soon the flesh, the grave cave ate, will be at home on me. And I a smiling woman. I am only 30, and like the cat, I have 9 times to die. This is number 3. What a trash, to annihilate each decade. What a million filaments. The peanut-crunching crowd shoves in to see them unwrap me hand and foot, the big striptease. Gentlemen, ladies, these are my hands, my knees.
I may be skin and bone, nevertheless, I am the same, identical woman. The first time it happened, I was 10. It was an accident. The second time, I meant to last it out and not come back at all. I rocked shut as a seashell. They had to call and pick the worms off me like sticky pearls. Dying is an art, like everything else. I do it exceptionally well. I do it so it feels like hell. I do it so it feels real. I guess you could say I've a call. It's easy enough to do it in a cell. It's easy enough to do it and stay put. It's the theatrical comeback in broad day, to the same place, the same face, the same brute, amused shout. A miracle! That knocks me out. There is a charge for the eyeing of my scars. There is a charge for the hearing of my heart. It really goes. And there is a charge, a very large charge, for a word or a touch or a bit of blood or a piece of my hair or my clothes. So, Herr Doctor, so, Herr Enemy. I am your opus. I am your valuable, the pure gold baby that melts to a shriek. I turn and burn. Do not think I underestimate your great concern. Ash, ash, you poke and stir. Flesh, bone, there is nothing there. A cake of soap, a wedding ring, a gold filling. Herr God, Herr Lucifer, beware, beware. Out of the ash I rise with my red hair, and I eat men like air. 232, 29 October, 1962, 199. The Couriers. The word of a snail on the plate of a leaf? It is not mine. Do not accept it. Acetic acid in a sealed tin? Do not accept it. It is not genuine. A ring of gold with the sun in it? Lies. Lies and a grief. Frost on a leaf, the immaculate cauldron, talking and crackling all to itself on the top of each of 9 black Alps. A disturbance in mirrors, the sea shattering its gray one. Love, love, my season. 4 November, 1962, 200. Getting there. How far is it? How far is it now? The gigantic, gorilla interior of the wheels move. They appall me. The terrible brains of Krupp, black muzzles revolving, the sound punching out absence like cannon. It is Russia I have to get across. It is some war or other. I am dragging my body quietly through the straw of the boxcars. Now is the time for bribery. What do wheels eat, these wheels, fixed to their arcs like gods? The silver leash of the will, inexorable. And their pride. All the gods know is destinations. I am a letter in this slot. I fly to a name, 2 eyes. Will there be fire? Will there be bread? Here there is such mud. It is a train stop. The nurses undergoing the faucet water. It's veils, veils in a nunnery. Touching their wounded. The men, the blood still pumps forward. Legs, arms, piled outside the tent of unending cries. A hospital of dolls. And the men, what is left of the men? Pumped ahead by these pistons, this blood. Into the next mile, the next hour. Dynasty of broken arrows. How far is it? There is mud on my feet, thick, red, and slipping. It is Adam's side, this earth I rise from, and I in agony. I cannot undo myself, and the train is steaming. Steaming and breathing, its teeth ready to roll like a devil's. There is a minute at the end of it, a minute, a dewdrop. How far is it? It is so small, the place I am getting to. Why are there these obstacles? The body of this woman, charred skirts and death mask, mourned by religious figures, by garlanded children, and now detonations, thunder and guns.
the fires between us? Is there no still place, turning and turning in the middle air, untouched and untouchable? The train is dragging itself, it is screaming, an animal, insane for the destination, the blood spot, the face at the end of the flare. I shall bury the wounded like pupas. I shall count and bury the dead. Let their souls writhe in a dew. Incense in my track. The carriages rock, they are cradles. And I, stepping from this skin of old bandages, boredom's old faces, step to you from the black car of Lethe, pure as a baby. 6 November 1962, 201. The night dances. A smile fell in the grass, irretrievable. And how will your night dances lose themselves? In mathematics? Such pure leaps and spirals, surely they travel the world forever. I shall not entirely sit emptied of beauties. The gift of your small breath, the drenched grass, smell of your sleeps, lilies, lilies. Their flesh bears no relation. Cold folds of ego, the Kala, and the tiger embellishing itself, spots and a spread of hot petals. The comets have such a space to cross, such coldness, forgetfulness. So your gestures flake off, warm and human. Then their pink light, bleeding and peeling through the black amnesias of heaven. Why am I given these lamps, these planets, falling like blessings, like flakes, six-sided, white, on my eyes, my lips, my hair, touching and melting, nowhere. 6 November 202, Gulliver. Over your body the clouds go high, high and icily, and a little flat, as if they floated on a glass that was invisible. Unlike swans, having no reflections, unlike you, with no strings attached, all cool, all blue. Unlike you, there on your back, eyes to the sky. The Spider-Man have caught you, winding and twining their petty fetters, their bribes, so many silks. How they hate you! They converse in the valley of your fingers, they are inchworms. They would have you sleep in their cabinets, this toe and that toe, a relic. Step off, 7 leagues, like those distances that revolve in Crivelli, untouchable. Let this eye be an eagle, the shadow of this lip, an abyss. 6 November 203, Thalidomide. O half-moon, half-brain, luminosity, Negro masked like a white. Your dark amputations crawl and appall, spidery, unsafe. What glove, what leatheriness has protected me from that shadow? The indelible buds, knuckles at shoulder blades, the faces that shove into being, dragging the lopped blood call of absences. All night I carpenter a space for the thing I am given, a love of 2 wet eyes and a screech. White spit of indifference. The dark fruits revolve and fall. The glass cracks across. The
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Nobody but me walks the waist-high wet. The irreplaceable golds bleed and deepen the mouths of Thermopyle. 19 November 1962, 206, Defco. 2, of course there are 2. It seems perfectly natural now. The one who never looks up, whose eyes are lidded and bald, like Blake's, who exhibits the birthmarks that are his trademark, the scald scar of water, the nude verdigris of the condor. I am red meat. His beak claps sidewise. I am not his yet. He tells me how badly I photograph. He tells me how sweet the babies look in their hospital icebox. A simple frill at the neck. Then the flutings of their Ionian death gowns. Then 2 little feet. He does not smile or smoke. The other does that. His hair long and plausive. Bastard, masturbating a glitter. He wants to be loved. I do not stir. The frost makes a flower. The dew makes a star. The dead bell. The dead bell. Somebody's done for. 14 November 1962, 2:06. Years. They enter as animals from the outer space of Holly, where spikes are not the thoughts I turn on, like a yogi, but greenness, darkness, so pure they freeze and are. Oh God, I am not like you in your vacuous black. Stars stuck all over, bright, stupid confetti. Eternity bores me. I never wanted it. What I love is the piston in motion. My soul dies before it. And the hooves of the horses, their merciless churn. And you, great stasis, what is so great in that? Is it a tiger this year, this roar at the door? Is it a Christus, the awful God bit in him dying to fly and be done with it? The bloodberries are themselves, they are very still. The hooves will not have it. In blue distance the pistons hiss. 16 November 1962, 2:07. The fearful. This man makes a pseudonym and crawls behind it like a worm. This woman on the telephone says she is a man, not a woman. The mask increases, eats the worm, stripes for mouth and eyes and nose. The voice of the woman hollows, more and more like a dead one, worms in the glottal stops. She hates the thought of a baby, stealer of cells, stealer of beauty. She would rather be dead than fat, dead and perfect, like Nefertiti. Hearing the fierce mask magnify the silver limbo of each eye, where the child can never swim, where there is only him and him. 16 November 1962, 2:08. Mary's Song. The Sunday lamb cracks in its fat. The fat sacrifices its opacity. A window, holy gold. The fire makes it precious. The same fire melting the tallow heretics, ousting the Jews. Their thick palls float over the cicatrix of Poland, burnt out Germany. They do not die. Gray birds obsess my heart. Mouth ash, ash of eye. They settle. On the high precipice that emptied one man into space, the ovens glowed like heavens, incandescent. It is a heart, this holocaust I walk in. O golden child, the world will kill and eat. 19 November 1962, 2:09. Winter trees. The wet dawn inks are doing their blue dissolve. On their blotter of fog, the trees seem a botanical drawing. Memories growing ring on ring. A series of weddings. Knowing neither abortions nor bitchery, truer than women, they seed so effortlessly. Tasting the winds that are footless, waist deep in history, full of wings, otherworldliness. In this they are Lidas. O mother of leaves and sweetness, who are these pietas? The shadows of ringdoves chanting, but casing nothing. 26 November 1962, 2:10. Brasilia. Will they occur, these people with torsos of steel? Winged elbows and eye holes, awaiting masses of cloud to give them expression? These super people. And my baby a nail, driven in. He shrieks in his grease, Doan's nosing for distances. And I, nearly extinct, his 3 teeth cutting themselves on my thumb, and the star, the old story. In the lane I meet sheep and wagons, red earth, motherly blood. O you who eat people like light rays, leave this one, mirror safe, unredeemed by the dove's annihilation. The glory, the power, the glory.
1 December 1962, 2:11, childless woman. The womb rattles its pod, the moon discharges itself from the tree with nowhere to go. My landscape is a hand with no lines, the roads bunched to a knot, the knot myself, myself the rose you achieve. This body, this ivory, ungodly as a child's shriek. Spider-like I spin mirrors, loyal to my image, uttering nothing but blood. Taste it, dark red. And my forest, my funeral, and this hill and this, gleaming with the mouths of corpses. 1 December 1962, 2:12. Eavesdropper. Your brother will trim my hedges. They darken your house, nosy grower, mole on my shoulder, to be scratched absently, to bleed, if it comes to that. The stain of the tropics still Uranus on you, a sin, a kind of bush stink. You may be local, but that yellow, god-awful. Your body one long nicotine finger, on which I, white cigarette, burn for your inhalation, driving the dull cells wild. Let me roost in you, my distractions, my pallors. Let them start the queer alchemy that melts the skin, gray tallow, from bone and bone. So I saw your much sicker predecessor wrapped up, a 6.5-foot wedding cake, and he was not even malicious. Do not think I don't notice your curtain midnight, 4 o'clock, lit, you are reading, tarding with the drafts that pass, little whore-tongue, chenille beckoner, beckoning my words in. The zoo yowl, the mad soft mirror talk you love to catch me at. How you jumped when I jumped on you. Arms folded, ear cocked, toad yellow under the drop that would not drop. In a desert of cow people trundling their udders home to the electric milker, the wifey, the big blue eye that watches, like God or the sky, the ciphers that watch it. I called, you crawled out, a weather figure, boggling, beige troll, the low church smile spreading itself, like butter. This is what I am in for, flea body, eyes like mice flicking over my property, levering letter flaps, scrutinizing the fly of the man's pants dead on the chair back, opening the fat smiles, the eyes of 2 babies, just to make sure. Toadstone, sister bitch, sweet neighbor. 15 October 1962, 31 December 1963, 1963. 2:13. Sheep in fog. The hills step off into whiteness. People or stars regard me sadly. I disappoint them. The train leaves a line of breath. Oh, slow horse, the color of rust, hooves, dolorous bells. All morning the morning has been blackening, a flower left out. My bones hold a stillness. The far fields melt my heart. They threaten to let me through to a heaven starless and fatherless, a dark water. Oh God, I am not like you in your vacuous black. Stars stuck all over, bright stupid confetti. Eternity bores me. One never wanted it. What I love is the piston in motion. My soul dies before it. And the hooves of the horses, their merciless churn. And you, great stasis, what is so great in that? Is it a tiger this year, this roar at the door? Is it a Christus, the awful God-bit in him dyin' to fly and be done with it? The blood-berries are themselves, they are very still. The hooves will not have it. In blue distance, the pistons hiss. 16 November 1962, 2:07. The Fearful. This man makes a pseudonym and crawls behind it like a worm.
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. These are the people that were important.
their round eyes, their teeth, their grimaces? On a stick that rattles and clicks, a counterfeit snake, shall the hood of the cobra appall me? The loneliness of its eye, the eye of the mountains through which the sky eternally threads itself? The world is blood-hot and personal, dawn says with its blood flush. There is no terminus, only suitcases, out of which the same self unfolds like a suit, bald and shiny, with pockets of wishes, notions and tickets, short circuits and folding mirrors. I am mad, calls the spider, waving its many arms. And in truth it is terrible, multiplied in the eyes of the flies. They buzz like blue children, in nets of the infinite, roped in at the end by the one death with its many sticks. 28 January 1963. 2:16. Child. Your clear eye is the one absolutely beautiful thing. I want to fill it with color and ducks. The zoo of the new, whose names you meditate. April snowdrop, Indian pipe, little stalk without wrinkle. Pool in which images should be grand and classical. Not this troublous wringing of hands, this dark ceiling without a star. 28 January 1963. 2:17. Paralytic. It happens. Will it go on? My mind a rock, no fingers to grip, no tongue. My God, the iron lung that loves me, pumps my 2 dust bags in and out, will not let me relapse, while the day outside glides by like ticker tape. The night brings violets, tapestries of eyes, lights, the soft anonymous talkers. You all right? The starched inaccessible breast. Dead egg, I lie, whole on a whole world I cannot touch, at the white tight drum of my sleeping couch. Phonographs visit me. My wife, dead and flat in 1920 furs, mouth full of pearls, 2 girls, as flat as she, who whisper, "Were your daughters?" The still waters wrap my lips, eyes, nose, and ears, a clear cellophane I cannot crack. On my bare back I smile, a Buddha, all wants, desire, falling from me like rings, hugging their lights. The claw of the magnolia, drunk on its own scents, asks nothing of life. 29 January 1963. 2:18. Gigolo. Pocket watch. I tick well. The streets are lizardy crevices, sheer-sided, with holes where to hide. It is best to meet in a cul-de-sac, a palace of velvet, with windows of mirrors. There one is safe. There are no family photographs, no rings through the nose, no cries. Bright fish hooks, the smiles of women, gulp at my bulk, and I, in my snazzy blacks, mill a litter of breasts like jellyfish. To nourish the cellos of moans, I eat eggs. Eggs and fish, the essentials, the aphrodisiac squid. My mouth sags, the mouth of Christ, when my engine reaches the end of it. The tattle of my gold joints, my way of turning bitches to ripples of silver, rolls out a carpet, a hush. And there is no end of it. I shall never grow old. New oysters shriek in the sea, and I glitter like Fontainebleau, gratified. All the fall of water and I, over whose pool I tenderly lean and see me. 29 January 1919. Mystic. The air is a mill of hooks, questions without answer, glittering and drunk as flies, whose kiss stings unbearably, in the fetid wombs of black air under pines in summer. I remember the dead smell of sun on wood cabins, the stiffness of sails, the long salt winding sheets. Once one has seen God, what is the remedy? Once one has been seized up without a part left over, not a toe, not a finger, and used utterly in the sun's conflagrations, the stains that lengthen from ancient cathedrals, what is the remedy? The pill of the communion tablet? The walking beside still water? Memory? Or picking up the bright pieces of Christ in the faces of rodents? The tame flower nibblers, the ones whose hopes are so low they are comfortable. The humpback in his small washed cottage, under the spokes of the clematis. Is there no great love, only tenderness? Does the sea remember the walker upon it? Meaning leaks from the molecules. The chimneys of the city breathe, the window sweats. The children leap in their cots. The sun blooms. It is a geranium. The heart has not stopped. 1 February 1963, 2:20. Kindness. Kindness glides about my house. Dame Kindness, she is so nice. The blue and red jewels of her rings smoke in the windows. The mirrors are filling with smiles. What is so real as the cry of a child? A rabbit's cry may be wilder, but it has no soul. Sugar can cure everything, so Kindness says. Sugar is a necessary fluid. Its crystals a little poultice. Oh, Kindness, Kindness, sweetly picking up pieces. My Japanese silks, desperate butterflies, may be pinned any minute, anesthetized. And here you come with a cup of tea, wreathed in steam. The blood jet is poetry. There is no stopping it. You hand me 2 children, 2 roses. 1 February 2:21. Words. Axes. After whose stroke the wood rings, and the echoes. Echoes traveling off from the center like horses. The sap wells like tears, like the water striving to re-establish its mirror over the rock, that drops and turns, a white skull, eaten by weedy greens. Years later I encounter them on the road, words dry and riderless, the indefatigable hoof taps. While, from the bottom of the pool, fixed stars govern a life. 1 February 2:22. Contusion. Color floods to the spot, dull purple. The rest of the body is all washed out, the color of pearl. In a pit of rock, the sea sucks obsessively. One hollow, the whole sea's pivot. The size of a fly, the doom mark, crawls down the wall. The heart shuts. The sea slides back. The mirrors are sheeted. 4 February 2:23. Balloons. Since Christmas they have lived with us, guileless and clear, oval soul animals, taking up half the space, moving and rubbing on the silk invisible air drifts, giving a shriek and pop when attacked, then scooting to rest, barely trembling. Yellow cat head, blue fish, such queer moons we live with, instead of dead furniture. Straw mats, white walls, and these traveling globes of thin air, red, green, delighting the heart like wishes or free peacocks, blessing old ground with a feather beaten in starry metals. Your small brother is making his balloon squeak like a cat, seeming to see a funny pink world he might eat on the other side of it. He bites, then sits back, fat jug, contemplating a world clear as water. A red shred in his little fist. 5 February 2:24. Edge. The woman is perfected. Her dead body wears the smile of accomplishment. The illusion of a Greek necessity flows in the scrolls of her toga. Her bare feet seem to be saying, "We have come so far." Each dead child coiled, a white serpent, one at each little pitcher of milk, now empty. She has folded them back into her body,
as petals of a rose close when the garden stiffens and odors bleed from the sweet deep throats of the night flower. The moon has nothing to be sad about, staring from her hood of bone. She is used to this sort of thing. Her blacks crackle and drag. 5 February, Notes on Poems, 1956 to 1963. The pagination of this electronic edition does not match the edition from which it was made. To locate a specific passage, please use the search feature on your ebook reader. 1956. In this year, Sylvia Plath began to write the poems of her first published collection. At the beginning of the year, she was in England at Cambridge University, reading English on a Fulbright Fellowship, and living in Whitstead, an annex of Newnham College.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. On 20 February 1956, S.P. noted, wrote one good poem, Winter Landscape, with rooks. It moves and is athletic, a psychic landscape, 5 Tale of a Tub. On 20 February 1956, she had written, began another big one, more abstract, written from the bathtub. Take care it doesn't get too general. 34, Spider. Anansi is the famous spider trickster hero of West African and Caribbean folklore. Towards the end of this year, S.P. became interested in African folklore in general, with results that can be detected throughout the rest of her work. 43, November Graveyard. At Heptonstall, West Yorkshire, where the poet is buried. 1957. In this year, S.P. completed her M.A. degree at Cambridge University. In June, she and her husband moved to the United States, where she had been invited to teach at her old college, Smith, in Northampton, Massachusetts. They spent the summer on Cape Cod. In October, she took up her teaching post at Smith College. 48, The Everlasting Monday. Monday held an ominous symbolic significance for S.P. See the poem An Appearance and elsewhere. 49, Hardcastle Crags. Valley of the Hebden River, a deep wooded gorge lying below the high road in the West Yorkshire moorland. 54, The Lady and the Earthenware Head. The head in question was lodged in a willow on the banks of the Cam and never reclaimed. See her later opinion of this poem, quoted in the introduction, page 13. 57. Two Views of Withens. Top Withens is a ruinous farmhouse under the moor's edge above Haworth, West Yorkshire, allegedly the model for Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. S.P. approached it from the south over some miles of moorland on her first visit. 58. The Great Carbuncle. On an odd phenomenon sometimes observed on high moorland for half an hour or so at evening, when the hands and faces of people seem to become luminous. 60. The Disquieting Muses. Reading this poem on a BBC radio program, S.P. commented, it borrows its title from the painting by Giorgio de Chirico, The Disquieting Muses. All through the poem, I have in mind the enigmatic figures in this painting. 3 terrible, faceless dressmakers' dummies in classical gowns, seated and standing in a weird, clear light that casts the long, strong shadows characteristic of De Chirico's early work. The dummies suggest a 20th century version of other sinister trios of women. The 3 Fates, the witches in Macbeth, De Quincey's Sisters of Madness. 62. Ouija. S.P. occasionally amused herself, with 1 or 2 others, by holding her finger on an upturned glass in a ring of letters laid out on a smooth table, and questioning the spirits. The following dialogue over a Ouija board, which she never showed, though it must have been written sometime in 1957-8, used the actual spirit text of one of the Ouija sessions. The spirit named here was the one regularly applied to. His news could be accurate. The first time he was guided through Littlewood's football coupon, he predicted all 13 of the draws made on the following Saturday, but anticipated them throughout by just 1 match. The first dividend at that time, in 1956, was $75,000. The spirit's later attempts were progressively less accurate and very soon no better than anyone else's. Usually his communications were gloomy and macabre, though not without wit. Dialogue over a Ouija board. A verse dialogue. Characters. Sybil, Leroy. Sybil, go get the glass then. But I know tonight will be, in every respect, like every other night. While we're sitting, face to face across the coffee table, trying our luck, index finger set on the round base of the inverted wine glass here, they'll go by, trundling like marble statues way out in the wings somewhere, or like heirloom furniture, moving, being moved. And we'll imagine a great frieze, Egyptian perhaps, or Greek, and their eyes looking out of it, keen with the cold burn dry ice has. Yet the clock has never failed to see our fabbling sheared down to a circle of letters, 26 in all, plus yes, plus no, and this bare board. Leroy, that's how you always talk before we start. But I've brought brandy and built the fire up so the artful glass won't change its chill for hearts, blood, and bank rest, elbow, shoulder, lip, with winter, as you claim it does. The coal cracks red. Sybil, nothing happens. Leroy, wait. Its trip begins. A jerk. And now the first slow ramble around the ring. I think it must be making sure the letters live in the same place. Or else, each time, must learn the letters new. Are you to ask who's home, or I? Sybil, I will. Is anybody there? It goes. It goes direct to yes. I bet it's Pan. Who'll? Come on, call like that, but Pan? He's signing in. Just P this time. And off, and back to P, as if he knew us well enough for nicknames. Leroy, how are you, Pan? Sybil, F-I-N-E, he says. You feel him pull under your finger? I mean, you don't push even a little? Leroy, you know I don't, and still. Sybil, and still I'm skeptic. I know. I'm being foolish, I suppose. If I didn't trust you at this, I wouldn't trust myself. The fault's my faith in Pan. It's been ebbing ever since the mess he made of the football pools, teasing us with near wins week by week, waiting until we thought we'd trained him before going haywire. Truth isn't in him. Leroy, maybe, but maybe the pools bored him. He's more philosopher, it seems, than financier. Sybil, what good is he, if not for fortune-telling? And where is it fortune comes from, if not the pools? Leroy, oh, from a lot of places. The oil well my uncle owns, for one, or your white-haired benefactress who may see fit to alter her will our way. Shall we go on asking about money? Sybil, I'm sick of that. Leroy, well then, that's the trouble. Let's say he really can see into the future. What? Pools aside, wills aside, do we really want to know about? Leroy, everything. Our work, love, the afterlife. Sybil, do you honestly want to find if you'll have a fling at fame or not? As for love, I figure when we're out of it will be time and plenty for us to court remorse, or someone else. I'd rather sift him about the afterlife than this. It's not so imminent. At least I feel less dread of the world beyond than ours. Leroy, that's because you don't quite believe in it. You're deaf to real dangers, but don't mind hearing about the ones in hell, since hell's a fairy tale. Sybil, I would believe if they could manage to convince me. Leroy, ask anyhow. Sybil, I admit it. I'm afraid, always, the glass will blurt what I don't want to know at all. And yet I go ahead. Pan, are you still there? Leroy, see, his sprint to yes says he's ready. Sybil, Pan, is there a life after this life? He shoots so swift to yes. His sureness must be his, not ours. Do you know how my father is? Leroy, he's left for yes, dragging our fingers after. Sybil, how then? He spells I-N. He'll lift the glass yet as he glides. P-L-U-M-A-G. In plumage. I'd never have thought to say that. That must be his word. Leroy, You see, you're melting now because you think he's hit an original note. If he'd said, however, merely dead, you'd swear him a victim of our own vain ventriloquy. But wings neither you or I would traffic in. Sybil, let him finish what he began. Plumage of what? P. He starts again, tugging us through plumage. I almost feel feathers winnowing the room. A thin column of dazzle draws my eyes to the wall, as if the air were laboring to produce an angel. Plumage. Of R.R. He'll jog off in Jabberwocky now and lose us, lapsing into Russian or Serbo-Croat. A.W.A. He's gone off. What English word wears two W's? O.R. Or what? M.S. Manuscript? He stops. I wish those letters separated into sense instead of brewing us such a balderdash of half-hints. Leroy, you persist in spelling half-hints out of a wholeness. Worms, not wings, is what Pan said. A plumage of raw worms. How tedious. That's what we'd say about rot feeding at the root of things.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. He stole that, too, as he stole our perplexities about the pools and tricked us to trust his vision, while night after night he palmed off our own hunches as oracles. I was perfectly right. Pan's a mere puppet of our two intuitions. Leroy, and if he is, that's something to study, even if it's not the faith-maker fisted in his cloud, or the chorus of mandatory voices you half expect to fracture these four walls. Your faith flies like an olive-beaked dove above the engulfing fact. Tables and chairs can elbow us with ease out of our very countenance by simply bulking more real than we think we are. We face obliteration hourly unless our eye can whip-crack the tables into tigers and foist castles upon the smug-shaped chairs. Sybil, all this I know, which is why I, when the wondrous fist fails to appear, turn and, turning, shrink the size of my demand to magic. No more than against gravity's grip, tables rising, the drink drunk, and tea leaves candid. The clairvoyant seizure predicting 3 boys an hour hence will play some paltry scene on the soup kitchen stair. These gifts are given, and when withheld, you'll say, gods grow too proud to practice doorman duties at the whim of a wine-glass and let us into worlds saved for the acorn-stomached saint or eyes burning like knotholes from a nun's shroud-circled smirk. Sybil, saints door apart, back doors a door, and I'd sooner be staked for a witch, kindled and curled to a cinder, than meet a poor upstart of our nether selves posing as prophet and slyly poaching pebbles we preserve in our own cupboards to build his canting towers. While you long to view how versatile we are. You've pampered Pan as if you were our first breeched brat, fusing 2 talents, a sort of psychic bastard sprung to being on our wedding night. 9 months too soon for comfort, but a bright boy, prone to compose queer poetry in apt iambics, if prodded to recite by scoldings or by subtle praise. Only one. Even if you seem pacified, prefer to picture some other party speaking through our separate veins and this glass mouth. Oh, you're going to get Gabriel's thumb into the pie if you must butcher Mother Goose to do it. Gabriel or Beelzebub. I see. Now you really don't much care which, or what minor imps pipe up, so long as each may testify to drive your doubting out. I never knew such credulity to pitch such skeptic cracks. With sense sealed watertight so, you'll scoff, and yet you'd drop to kneel if that elderberry bush beside the gate belched into blaze, and, though red hot, kept whole and hale its green lattice-work of leaves. You need nothing short of a miracle to nail faith fast. a miracle, and the smell of blood to prove it genuine. You'd kneel too, if a bush borrowed tongues and spoke to you. You'd kneel until it finished, and then look furtively for loudspeaker wires running like a logical argument to the house next door. Or if your Sherlock Holmesing steered to a blank wall, you'd presume your inner voice God-plumbed enough to people the boughs with talking birds. I'd plant gods and rear them like beanstalks from out these ribs before one heaved himself through heaven's tent to contradict me. Your shouldering words outstrip the stint of Sisyphus. Ask Pan then where he lives. His answer will put an end to jibes and get us clear of this. Oh, hell go clever, like all the others, and swear that he's a puma in Tibet or a llama in Zanzibar, as if tempting our gross gullibility to give another inch. If you prefer, I'll ask. Do. We've kept him waiting long enough. But be polite. You're too severe on him sometimes. He's lazy. Like any young boy, he needs a beating now and then to quicken his sluggard's blood. But he needn't come to collect his beatings. And if he's a go-between our world and theirs, we'd best play safe and groom our questions in humble habit to gain grace and chance of a true answer. You waste no time eating your words. You'll revoke his godhood soon as his drift endorses your inklings of a doom descended on your favorites. And yet you'll issue him his pass to angeldom before he spells again. Should his next writ warrant him whelped in the wake of 2 shooting stars, not our cheese-paring psyches. It pays to be politic. Oh, I'm not one to hang bled white with briars by a busy conscience if nothing comes of it. On the other hand, what greenhorn vents his venom against giants outside the cave whose contours most remind one of a giant's ear? I guess this glass might do as a god's mouthpiece if a whirlwind did. It's small, but the volume of the voice is small these days. Don't be so smart. I'll ask, and we'll see who's smartest. Pan, tell us now, where do you live? He moves. He's moving brisk like a good boy. Be careful. I'm not sure that he can spell sarcasm through our fingertips. He goes, I-N-G-O-D-P. God pie, that's rich. The jack-in-a-pace is joking at the pie-in-the-sky virage, which props you through this desert like a dream of water. Wait, God pie, I don't begrudge you. A priest-baked pasty stuffed to the brim with blackbirds 24, and every one a devil. Wait, he shifts. He hasn't come to the end of it. He starts again. I-N-G-O-D-H-E-A. There, see? I knew he'd got it mixed before. Visions aren't vouchsafed to antique virgins only. It takes patience. If Veronicas and fountains can once in a blue moon catch the shadows of their passing on a perishable screen of cambric or water drops, who knows what belief might work on this glass medium? Belief, yes, if either of us had it, but not the half-hearted gambling game you warily practice under the guise of nonchalance. Pan's laugh is on the two of us for lending heat to propel his playfulness, but on you above all if you'll hide hopes of heaven in a hat of formal scorn, until the first sign of an angel's eye in the audience, then whisk them out like live rabbits, ready to run neck and neck with the most devout rabbits in the lot. You're in a huff because Pan bluntly spelt out God's head, not your head, after all. It seems his laugh is on you now for planning to dredge up pools, prophecies, and such from the unfathomed bottom of your brain. By some mishap, instead of fat fish on the line, you've plumbed deeper than your own ocean floor and got a barnacle-pated, moss-wigged, lobster-limbed chimera on the hook, who claims he's late of Davy's locker, and the Lord's to home, and not extinct, as everyone supposed. If you can hang religion on the rim of one wine-glass, you'll pin it like a prize tail on each toy donkey that will brag God pie. Why then did you deign to introduce Pan as our evening guest, if he is so free with fibs?
The fibs are ours, not his. Pan's fine for sounding syllables we haven't yet surfaced in ourselves. He'll spell a line of poetry from these letters, but the beat will be our beat, just as the gift is ours, and tongue and thought, as well as the blood heat he leeches by our leniency. He still bores you to taunts thou when he reflects a face other than your own, as he bores you when he recites one of my similes for rot. Don't think you had me fooled. I knew where those worms came from. I swear I didn't expect them any more than you did. Oh, let it go. You say he's told 2 lies. Call them 2 plucked fruits of your willful tree. Godhead, God pie, feed your own wishful thinking. Try asking him to name his home a 3rd time. Give your will 3 chances to master mine. They say the 3rd time counts. Such duels infect best friendships. Pan, tell us the truth this time. Tell us the kingdom you inhabit. Plainly as you can, tell us the truth. Where do you live? He starts as if bloodhounds bore him down. I-N-C-O. Does he write C for G? No, he darts to R now. E. In core of N-E-V.
In core of nerve. I hope you're satisfied. My will has evidently curtsied to yours. Too bad you called Pan up a 3rd time. Too bad your will misfired twice before it made the bullseye. Do we have to battle like rival parents over a precocious child to see which one of us can call Pan's prowess our own creation and not the other's work at all? How can we help but battle if our nerves are the sole nourishers of Pan's pronouncements, and our nerves are strung to such cross purposes? At last you glimpse some light. I glimpse no light at all, as long as we 2 glower from our separate camps, this board our battlefield. Let's give Pan up as a bad job. Wait, he stirs. He romps round to earn his pay. He'll have us keep him yet, and give us good reason. No, he's on a bench of jeers. Look, he's running through his book of insults. Nerve or noumenon, his manners are atrocious. A-P-S. He calls us apes. I'll settle him. There, that shuts him up. So, better so, my wish won with your aim. Once in a dream I smashed a glass, and ever since that dream I've dreamed of doing it again. And now it's done. It's done, and there's no mending him. It was his tongue that wanted mending. You know, those glass bits in the grate strike me chill, as if I'd half believed in him, and he, being not you, nor I, nor us at all, must have been wholly someone else. It's absurd, but now that anger cools, I've a sense of sorrow adrift in the guise of some great taloned bird over my mind, casting a shadow. Sorrow settles in the room now. Its wings blacken the table. The chairs belong to its darkness. I smell decay like the underside of mushrooms. Do you feel wiser for tonight's wise words? I felt drawn deeper within the dark, and as I pitched further into myself and into my conviction, a rigor seized me. I saw cracks appear, dilating to craters in this living room, and you, shackled ashen across the rift, a specter of one I loved. I saw division bloom on darkness, more vivid and unnatural than any orchid. You broke him then. I broke the image of you, transfixed by roots wax pale under a stone. Those 2 dreamed deaths took us in. A 3rd undid them, and we grew one as the glass flew to its fragments. Let us stake death's 2 dreams down with the body that bled the vein, as is the use with vampires, and resign our stand at the unreal frontier. Let our backs now bold oppose what we faced earlier. Feel my hand. Why, your hand's cold as ice. Then chafe the cold out of it. There,
The room returns to normal. Let's close the curtains. It looks wild beyond the window frame tonight. Wind warns November's done with. The blown leaves make bat shapes, web-winged and furious. The full moonlight strikes the tiles of the neighbor's gable tops, blue as lizard scales. Frost sheens the street. I am resolved. No reason could untwist that skein of voices. We promised to forget the labyrinth and ignore what manner of beast might range in it. I only shut the door and bolted up by taking oath no guess could grope its way to gospel through that welter of contending words. Some pythoness in her prophetic fit heard what we heard, stuck to her tripod over the fuming crevice, breathing the God's word or the devil's word, or her own word, ambushed in an equivocal thicket of words. The curtains drawn on that. The table looks as if it would stay a table all night long, even should our eyes shut in sleep. The chairs won't vanish or become castles when we glance aside. That's that. As sure as those coals burn, the living room is itself again, and ours. The dream of dreamers is dispelled. Once more we cut a solid shape on air. May the decorum of our days sustain us. May each thought and act bear witness in the crux of time to our meaning well. When lights go out, may two real people breathe in a real room. On the decline of oracles, SP. Frequently mentioned flashes of prescience. Always about something unimportant. I1. Old Böcklin, Arnold Böcklin, Swiss late Romantic painter. 1958. In the early months of this year, SP continued to teach at Smith College, while her husband taught at the University of Massachusetts. Sometime in the spring, they made the decision to leave teaching and attempt to live on their earnings as writers. During the summer, they were again on Cape Cod and returned to a flat in Boston at 9 Willow Street, where they remained until the following June. Throughout this time, SP found writing difficult. She resorted to set themes and deliberate exercises in style in her efforts to find release. 668, 669, 680, 73, 74. Art News had asked SP for poems based on paintings. Virgin in a Tree, number 66, is on a drawing by Paul Klee, as is Perseus, number 67. Battle Scene, number 68, and The Ghost's Leaving Taking, number 73, are on paintings by Klee. 69. Jadwiga on a red coach among lilies, on a painting The Dream by the Douanier Rousseau. SP wrote of it, on 27 March 1958, My First and Only Good Sestina. 70. Sculptor. Bronze dead men lay in numbers around the house and studio of the sculptor Leonard Baskin. 71. Full Fathom 5. Her first poem about her father in his mythic role as Father Sea God Muse. Cf. Introduction, page 13. She composed the poem while reading one of Cousteau's books about the submarine world, alternating reading and writing without moving her position. 72. Lorelei. On 3 July, SP and TH had a session with the Uji Oracle, cf. note on number 62, for the first time in America. She noted at the time, among other penetrating observations, Pan said I should write on the poem subject Lorelei, because they are my own kin. So today, for fun, I did so, remembering the plaintive German song Mother used to play and sing to us, beginning, Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten. The subject appealed to me doubly, or triply, the German legend of the Rhine sirens, the sea child symbol, and the death wish involved in the song's beauty. The poem devoured my day, but I feel it is a book poem, and am pleased with it. 32. Drunkenness of the Great Depths, a phrase from the book of Cousteau's she was reading as she wrote Full Fathom 5, number 75, sometime earlier. It describes the euphoric, visionary state of acute oxygen shortage in which divers blissfully forget all precautions and danger. 36. Mussel Hunter at Rock Harbor. Rock Harbor on Cape Cod. On 4th July, SP noted, I suppose now my star piece is Mussel Hunter at Rock Harbor. 82. Child's Park Stones. Child's Park, the setting of several poems from this period, lay next door to the house where SP lived in Elm Street, Northampton, Massachusetts. She wrote on 11 June 1958, I have just written a good syllabic poem on the Child's Park stones, as juxtaposed to the ephamorphous orange and fuchsia azaleas, and feel the park is my favorite place in America. 83. Owl. On 26 June 1958, she noted, wrote a brief poem this morning, Owl over Main Street, in syllabic verse. Could be better. The beginning is a bit lyrical for the subject, and the last verse might be expanded. This poem eventually became Owl, and in Boston on 23 April 1959, looking back over her poems, she wrote, I have 40 unattackable poems, I think, and a joy about them of sorts, although I would love more potent ones. All the Smith ones are miserable death wishes. The ones here, however gray, companionable ills, owl, have a verve and life joy. 84. Whiteness I Remember. On 9 July, SP noted, I wrote what I consider a book poem about my runaway ride in Cambridge on the horse Sam. A hard subject for me. Horses alien to me. Yet the daredevil change in Sam, and my hanging on, God knows how, is a kind of revelation. It worked well. 87. Green Rock, Winthrop Bay.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. SP spent her first years on the Winthrop Peninsula, where her grandparents lived. 1959, SP and her husband lived in Boston until June 1959. During this period, she worked as a secretary in the records office at the Massachusetts General Hospital. She also began to see her old psychiatrist Ruth Butcher, see note on number 101, and attended, along with Anne Sexton and George Starbuck, a writing course given by Robert Lowell. Setting off in July, she and TH drove around the United States, from Canada to San Francisco to New Orleans and back, camping on the way, a journey of about 9 weeks. In September, they accepted an invitation to Yaddo, the artists' colony near Saratoga Springs in upstate New York. In this year, TH had received a Guggenheim Foundation Award, and adding this cash to what they had saved from their teaching and other work, they sailed for Europe in December. 92. The Bull of Bendilaw. CF, English and Scottish Popular Ballads, edited by F.J. Child, 1883, where the following occurs as a fragment. The great bull of Bendilaw has broken his band and run away, and the king and his court canna turn that bull about. 94. Point Shirley. The end of the Winthrop Peninsula. CF note on number 86. On 20 January 1959, SP wrote, Finished a poem this weekend, Point Shirley, revisited, on my grandmother. Oddly powerful and moving to me in spite of rigid formal structure. Evocative. Not so one-dimensional. 95. Goatsucker. Nightjar, fern owl, etc. Nocturnal bird of many names. Esther Baskin was collecting material for a book about night creatures, and this poem was SP's contribution. On 20 January, she noted, Spent a really pleasant afternoon, rainy, in the library looking up goatsuckers for a poem for Esther's night creature book. Much more than on frogs, and a much more congenial subject. I have 8 lines of a sonnet on the bird, very alliterative and colored. She collected several pages of detailed notes. 96. Watercolor of Grantchester Meadows. On 19 February, she noted, Wrote a Grantchester poem of pure description, a fury of frustration, some inhibition keeping me from writing what I really feel. Grantchester Meadows lie along the River Cam, towards Grantchester, near Cambridge. 99. 2 views of a cadaver room. The Bruegel painting is the triumph of death. 101. The ravaged face. On 9 March, she wrote, After a lugubrious session with R.B., much freed.
Good weather, good bits of news. If I don't stop crying, she'll have me tied up. Got idea on trolley for a poem because of my ravaged face, called The Ravaged Face. A line came too. Wrote it down, and then the 5 lines of a sestet. Wrote the first 8 lines after coming back from a fine day in Winthrop yesterday. I rather like it. It has all the forthrightness of suicide off Egg Rock. From her earlier suicide attempt, SP carried a broad patch of scar tissue across her cheek. 103, Electra. On Azalea Path was the name of the cemetery path beside which SP's father's grave lies. On 9 March, she wrote, "A clear blue day in Winthrop. Went to my father's grave, a very depressing sight. 3 graveyards separated by streets, all made within the last 50 years or so, ugly, crude black stones, headstones together, as if the dead were sleeping head to head in a poorhouse. In the 3rd yard, on a flat, grassy area looking across a sallow, barren stretch to rows of wooden tenements, I found the flat stone. Otto E. Plath, 1885-1940. Right beside the path where it would be walked over. Felt cheated. My temptation to dig him up. To prove he existed and really was dead. How far gone would he be? No trees, no peace, his headstone jammed up against the body on the other side. Left shortly. It is good to have the place in mind. On 20 March she wrote, "Finished. Electra on Azalea Path. They are never perfect, but I think have goodnesses." And on 23rd April, "Must do justice to my father's grave. Have rejected the Electra poem from my book. Too forced and rhetorical." 104, The Beekeeper's Daughter. The detail in the last verse is mentioned in her father's book Bumblebees and Their Ways, and had been demonstrated to him by him. 105, The Hermit at Outermost House. The Outermost House, a popular classic about Cape Cod. 113, The Manor Garden. The setting is the gardens of the manor at Yaddo. SP called this a poem for Nicholas, but her first child, born 5 months later, was a girl. 119, Poem for a Birthday. In Boston earlier in the year, she had tried for a way out through Robert Lowell's earlier manner of writing, as in Point Shirley. She had always responded strongly to Theodore Roethke's poems, but it was only at Yaddo in October that she realized how he could help her. This sequence began as a deliberate Roethke pastiche, a series of exercises which would be light and throwaway to begin with, but might lead to something else. On 22nd October she wrote, "Ambitious seeds of a long poem, made up of separate sections. Poem on her birthday. To be a dwelling on madhouse, nature, meanings of tools, greenhouses, florist shops, tunnels, vivid and disjointed, an adventure, never over, developing, rebirth, despair, old women, block it out." And then on 4 November, "Miraculously, I wrote 7 poems in my Poem for a Birthday sequence. 120, The Burnt Out Spa. The old health spa at Saratoga Springs remained only as a burned-out ruin. 121, Mushrooms. On 14 November, wrote an exercise on mushrooms yesterday, which Ted likes, and I do too. My absolute lack of judgment when I've written something, whether it's trash or genius. 1960, back in England before Christmas 1959, the poet and her husband found a flat at 3 Chalcott Square near Primrose Hill in London. In February, she signed a contract with Heinemann for the publication of her first collection of poems, The Colossus. On April 1st, her daughter Frida was born at home. In October, The Colossus was published in London. 130, Magi. Abstractions, by definition, are withdrawn from life and formulated in despite of life's minute and vital complexities. In this poem, Magi, I imagine the great absolutes of the philosophers gathered around the crib of a newborn baby girl who is nothing but life. So SP introduced this poem in a BBC radio broadcast reading. 133, Waking in Winter. This poem has been extracted from a tangle of heavily corrected manuscript lines and must be regarded as unfinished. Another poem from this same period, which she seems to have finished, but which she never included in her own file, is the following: Queen Mary's Rose Garden.
In this day before the day, nobody is about. A sea of dreams washes the edge of my green island. In the center of the garden, named after Queen Mary. The great roses, many of them scentless, rule their beds like beheaded and resurrected and all silent royalty. The only fare on my bare breakfast plate. Such a waste of brightness I can't understand. It is 6 in the morning and finer than any Sunday. Yet there is no walker and looker but myself. The sky of the city is white, the light from the country. Some ducks step down off their green reeded shelf and into the silver element of the pond. Hedged in and evidently inviolate, though hundreds of Londoners know it like the palm of their hand. The roses are named after queens and people of note, or after gay days or colors the grower found good. And I have no intention to disparage them for being too well bred and smellless and liking the city. I enjoy petticoats and velvets and gossip of court, and a titled lady may frequently be a beauty. A Devon meadow might offer a simpler sort of personages, single-skirted, perfumed, a gem. But I am content with this more pompous lot. 161 Parliament Hill Fields, part of Hampstead Heath, in North London.
Introducing this poem in a BBC broadcast, SP said, "This poem is a monologue. I imagine the landscape of Parliament Hill Fields in London seen by a person overwhelmed by an emotion so powerful as to color and distort the scenery. The speaker here is caught between the old and the new year, between the grief caused by the loss of a child, miscarriage, and the joy aroused by the knowledge of an older child safe at home. Gradually, the first images of blankness and silence give way to images of convalescence and healing, as the woman turns, a bit stiffly and with difficulty, from her sense of bereavement to the vital and demanding part of her world which still survives. 136 Zookeeper's Wife. Chalcot Square is close to Regent's Park Zoo, which she visited regularly. 137 Facelift. The experience of an acquaintance requisitioned for the poet's myth of self-renewal. 141 In Plaster. In March of this year, SP spent a week in hospital undergoing an appendectomy. The patient in complete plaster lay on a neighboring bed. This and the next poem, Tulips, number 142, were written during this week. 147 The Rival. This poem originally had 2 further sections, as follows. 2. Compared to you, I am corruptible as a loaf of bread. While I sleep, the black spores nod. Their magnified heads and plan to kill me as soon as possible. The wrinkles creep up like waves, one camouflaging itself behind another. I should have a steel complexion like yours, in which the minutes could admire their reflections and forget about me. 3. I try to think of a place to hide you, as a desk drawer hides a poison pen letter, but there is no drawer to hold you. Blue sky or black, you preoccupy my horizon. What good is all that space if it can't draw you off? You are the one eye out there. The sea also is ineffectual. It keeps washing you up like an old bone. And I, on the sky mirroring, bland sands, find you over and over, lipped like a skate and smiling, with the sound of the sea in your mouth. Angel of coldness, surely it is not I you want so badly. I thought Earth might use you. She has a terrible way with minerals, but even her tonnage doesn't impress a diamond. Your facets are indestructible. Their lights whiten my heart. Toadstone, I see I must wear you in the center of my forehead, and let the dead sleep as they deserve. 149. Blackberrying. In a cliff cove looking out onto the Atlantic. 150. Finisterre, the westernmost tip of Brittany. The same outlook as blackberrying, number 149, but a different country. 153. The Moon and the Yew Tree. The yew tree stands in a churchyard to the west of the house in Devon, and visible from SP's bedroom window. On this occasion, the full moon, just before dawn, was setting behind this yew tree, and her husband assigned her to write a verse exercise about it. Speaking about this poem in a BBC radio broadcast, she said, "I do not like to think of all the things, familiar, useful, and worthy things, I have never put into a poem. I did once put a yew tree in, and that yew tree began with astounding egotism to manage and order the whole affair. It was not a yew tree by a church on a road past a house in a town where a certain woman lived, and so on, as it might have been in a novel. Oh no, it stood squarely in the middle of my poem, manipulating its dark shades, the voices in the churchyard, the clouds, the birds, the tender melancholy with which I contemplated it, everything. I couldn't subdue it. And in the end, my poem was a poem about a yew tree. The yew tree was just too proud to be a passing black mark in a novel." 1962. On 17 January, S.P.'s second child, a son, Nicholas, was born. In May, The Colossus was published in the U.S. by Knopf. In this year, she signed a contract with Heinemann for the publication in England of her novel The Bell Jar. Both Harper's and Knopf in the U.S. rejected the novel. She and her husband separated in October. Thereafter, she was dependent on home help. In December, she moved with her 2 children to London to a flat at 23 Fitzroy Road, NW3, close to Chalcot Square. 156, New Year on Dartmoor. A fragment extracted from a tangle of corrected manuscript, this poem must be regarded as unfinished. 157, Three Women. This piece was written for radio at the invitation of Douglas Cleverdon, who produced it with great effect on the BBC's third program on 19 August 1962. The text was published by Turret Books in 1968 in a limited edition of 180 copies. 161, Little Fugue. Although never until now showing more than a general interest in music, about this time S.P. became keenly interested in Beethoven's late quartets, the Grosse Fugue in particular. 161, Among the Narcissi. Percy Key was the next-door neighbor whose eventual death is commemorated in Burke Plage, number 167. The orchard in Devon was thick with daffodils and narcissi. 163, Elm. The house in Devon was overshadowed by a giant wych elm, flanked by 2 others in a single mass growing on the shoulder of a moated prehistoric mound. This poem grew, 21 sheets of working drafts, from a slightly earlier fragment. She is not easy, she is not peaceful. She pulses like a heart on my hill. The moon snags in her intricate nervous system. I am excited seeing it there. It is like something she has caught for me. The night is a blue pool. She is very still. At the center she is still, very still with wisdom. The moon is let go, like a dead thing. Now she herself is darkening, into a dark world I cannot see at all. These lines were a premature crystallization out of 4 densely crowded pages of manuscript. In her next attempt, some days later, she took them up and developed out of them the final poem Elm. 167, Burke Plage. A beach on the coast of Normandy which S.P. visited in June 1961. Overlooking the sea, there was a large hospital for mutilated war veterans and accident victims who took their exercise along the sands. The funeral in the poem is that of Percy Key, coffin note on number 161, who died in June 1962, exactly a year after her visit to Burke Plage. Stanza 7, line 17, Flowery Cart. The old-fashioned funeral handcart on which the coffin, piled with wreaths, was wheeled through the town ahead of the mourning cars. Stanza 7, line 16, Mouth, red and awkward. The soil and subsoil of the graveyard is red. 176, The Bee Meeting. S.P. kept 1 hive of bees and attended meetings of the local Beekeepers Association. This poem draws on her experience of the first meeting she attended. 178, Stings. The first stirring of this sequence of poems appeared on August 2nd, when S.P. attempted to write a poem, which she never finalized in any way, titled Stings. The following can be extracted from a mass of corrected manuscript. What honey summons these animalcules?
What fear? It has set them zinging on envious strings, and you are the center. They are assailing your brain like numerals. They contort your hair, beneath the flat handkerchief you wear instead of a hat. They are making a cat's cradle. They are suicidal. Their death pegs stud your gloves. It is no use running. The black veil molds to your lips. They are fools. After, they stagger and weave, under no banner. After, they crawl, dispatched into trenches of grass, ossifying like junked statues, gelded and wingless. Not heroes, not heroes. 189. Blackberrying. In a cliff cove looking out onto the Atlantic. 150. Finisterre. The westernmost tip of Brittany. The same outlook as blackberrying, number 149, but a different country. 153. The moon and the yew tree. The yew tree stands in a churchyard to the west of the house in Devon, and visible from SP's bedroom window. On this occasion, the full moon, just before dawn, was setting behind this yew tree, and her husband assigned her to write a verse exercise about it. Speaking about this poem in a BBC radio broadcast, she said, "I do not like to think of all the things, familiar, useful, and worthy things, I have never put into a poem. I did once put a yew tree in, and that yew tree began, with astounding egotism, to manage and order the whole affair. It was not a yew tree by a church on a road past a house in a town where a certain woman lived, and so on, as it might have been in a novel. Oh, no. It stood squarely in the middle of my poem, manipulating its dark shades, the voices in the churchyard, the clouds, the birds, the tender melancholy with which I contemplated it, everything. I couldn't subdue it. And in the end, my poem was a poem about a yew tree. The yew tree was just too proud to be a passing black mark in a novel." 1962. On 17 January, SP's second child, a son, Nicholas, was born. In May, the Colossus was published.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. He wants to be sure the applicant for his marvelous product really needs it and will treat it right. 183. Daddy. In a read-in prepared for BBC Radio, she said of this poem, "Here is a poem spoken by a girl with an Electra complex. Her father died while she thought he was God. Her case is complicated by the fact that her father was also a Nazi, and her mother very possibly part Jewish. In the daughter, the two strains marry and paralyze each other's. She has to act out the awful little allegory once over before she is free of it." 188. Fever 103. In a BBC radio reading she prepared, SP introduced this poem as follows, "Is about two kinds of fire, the fires of hell, which merely agonize, and the fires of heaven, which purify. During the poem, the first sort of fire suffers itself into the second." She had made a somewhat earlier but undated attempt to break through to the substance of this poem. After several pages of what looks like feverish exploration of the theme, her earlier controls took over and reduced the confusion to the following, which she left in manuscript, unfinalized. 4 o'clock, and the fever soaks from me like honey. O ignorant heart! All night I have heard the meaningless cry of babies. Such a sea broods in the newsprint. Fish grease, fish bones, refuse of atrocities. Bleached and finished, I surface, among the blanched, boiled instruments, the virginal curtains. Here is a white sky. Here is the beauty of cool mouths and hands open and natural as roses. My glass of water refracts the morning. My baby is sleeping. 192. By candlelight. The candlestick was a small brass image of Hercules, in his lion's pelt, kneeling under the candle. Behind his heels, 5 brass balls completed the design. See the poem Nick and the Candlestick, number 196. 194. Ariel. The name of a horse which she rode at a riding school on Dartmoor, in Devonshire. 196. Nick and the Candlestick. In this poem, she said in a reading prepared for BBC Radio, a mother nurses her baby son by candlelight and finds in him a beauty which, while it may not ward off the world's ill, does redeem her share of it. 198. Lady Lazarus. In a reading prepared for BBC Radio, SP introduced this poem. The speaker is a woman who has the great and terrible gift of being reborn. The only trouble is she has to die first. She is the phoenix, the libertarian spirit, what you will. She is also just a good, plain, very resourceful woman. 201. The Night Dances. A revolving dance which her baby son performed at night in his crib. 203. Thalidomide. By the time this poem was written, the connection between the tranquilizing drug thalidomide and the 1960 crop of deformed babies was well established. 205. Death Co. Introducing this poem in a reading prepared for BBC Radio, she said, "This poem is about the double or schizophrenic nature of death. The marmoreal coldness of Blake's death mask, say, hand in glove with the fearful softness of worms, water, and other catabolists. I imagine these two aspects of death as two men, two business friends, who have come to call. The actual occasion was a visit by two well-meaning men who invited TH to live abroad at a tempting salary, and whom she therefore resented." 208. Mary's Song. 1. 10. Over the Cicatrix of Poland. In one of the final typescripts of this poem, a carbon, this line is corrected, in SP's hand, to "Over scoured Poland, burnt out Germany." The earlier reading has been kept, as in all published versions. 212. Eavesdropper. This poem was written in slightly longer form on 15 October 1962, but reduced to its present length by simple deletions on 31 December. No final copy was made. 1963. From the beginning of this year, in what was to be the coldest winter in England since 1947, SP lived at 23 Fitzroy Road. On 23 January, her novel The Bell Jar, published under the pseudonym Victoria Lucas, came out in London. On 11 February, she died by her own hand. 213. Sheep in Fog. Introducing this poem in a reading prepared for BBC Radio, SP said, "In this poem, the speaker's horse is proceeding at a slow, cold walk down a hill of macadam to the stable at the bottom. It is December. It is foggy. In the fog, there are sheep. It was first written on 2 December 1962. The last 3 lines of the original version were replaced by the present final 3-line verse on 28 January 1963. Totem. She explained this poem in conversation as a pile of interconnected images, like a totem pole. 1. Farmers. She imagines the West Country farmers in the early morning train on their way up to London to the great meat market at Smithfield, whose white towers she had been able to see from Primrose Hill during her first residence in London. 1.11. In the Bowl. A Pyrex bowl used on different occasions both for her son's afterbirth and the cleaned body of a hare. 1.18. A counterfeit snake. An articulated toy snake of scorch-patterned bamboo joints. The Ariel Poems. Sylvia Plath's own prepared collection of poems, titled Ariel, was ordered as follows. 1. Morning Song. 2. The Couriers. 3. The Rabbit Catcher. 4. Thalidomide. 5. The Applicant. 6. Barren Woman. 7. Lady Lazarus. 8. Tulips. 9. A Secret. 10. The Jailer. 11. Cut. 12. Elm. 13. The Night Dances. 14. The Detective. 15. Ariel. 16. Death Co. 17. Magi. 18. Lesbos. 19. The Other. 20. Stopped Dead. 21. Poppies in October. 22. The Courage of Shutting Up. 23. Nick and the Candlestick. 24. Burke Plage. 25. Gulliver. 26. Getting There. 27. Medusa. 28. Purdah.
29. The Moon and the Yew Tree. 30. A Birthday Present. 31. Letter in November. 32. Amnesiac. 33. The Rival. 34. Daddy. 35. Your. 36. Fever 103. 37. The Bee Meeting. 38. The Arrival of the Bee Box. 39. Stings. 40. The Swarm. 41. Wintering. Translation. The only translations by Sylvia Plath that survive are 4 sonnets of Ronsard and 1 poem by Rilke, made in the course of studying French and German literature. Following is her literal rendering of Rilke's A Prophet, made about 1954. Dilated by immense visions bright with the firelight from the outcome of judgments which never destroy him, are his eyes, gazing out from under thick brows. And in his inmost soul already words are raising themselves again. Not his words, for what would his be, and how indulgently would they be lavished? But others, severe, pieces of iron, stones, which he must dissolve like a volcano, in order to cast them forth in the outburst from his mouth, which curses and damns, while his forehead, like the face of a hound, seeks to transmit that which the master chooses in his mind. This one, whom they all might find if they followed the great pointing hand which reveals him as he is, enraged. A concordance with published volumes. Following are the contents of the 4 previously published volumes of Sylvia Plath's poetry, with the poems listed according to the numbers they have been given in the present collected edition. The Colossus, London 1960, New York 1962. Numbers 13, 15, 17, 35, 37, 38, 41, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46, 47, 49, 50, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 100, 102, 104, 105, 106, 112, 113, 114, 119, 120, 121, 122. Ariel, London and New York, 1965. Numbers 122, 123, 138, 142, 147, 153, 158, 163, 167, 170, 173, 176, 177, 178, 180, 191, 194, 195, 196, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 205, 206, 123, 124, 125, 126, 198, 199, 205.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion is a trademark of HarperCollins Publishers. The collected poems. Poems copyright 1960, 1965, 1971, 1981 by the estate of Sylvia Plath. Editorial material copyright 1981 by Ted Hughes. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions. By payment of the required fees, you have been granted the non-exclusive, non-transferable right to access and read the text of this ebook on screen. No part of this text may be reproduced, transmitted, downloaded, decompiled, reverse engineered, or stored into or introduced into any information storage and retrieval system in any form or by any means, whether electronic or mechanical, now known or hereafter invented, without the express written permission of HarperCollins eBooks. First Harper Perennial Edition, published 1992. First Harper Perennial Modern Classics Edition, published 2008. The Library of Congress has cataloged the previous edition as follows. Plath, Sylvia. The Collected Poems. Includes index. ISBN 0006013369-4. ISBN 0006090000-5.
P-back. I. Hughes, 1980-1998. 2. Title: PS 3566 L27A17, 1981. POA 11547520575. AAC R2. EPUB edition September 2016. ISBN 978-006-266-9452. ISBN 978-006-155-894-. P-back. 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, RRD 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Since completing this essay, I have come upon Roy Fuller's complex consideration of Nietzschean tragedy and its relationship to the literature of the present day. Professors and Gods, in the Times Literary Supplement, March 9, 1973. He acknowledges that poetry in our time has lost much to the novel, but that it need not surrender entirely what the art of the novel forces upon the novelist, a viewpoint not always his own, and a regard for the situation of others. Fuller's distinction between the dramatized tragedy of the individual and the higher, more formal, and far more idealistic tragedy of the community is an important one, helping to explain why tragedy as an art form is so difficult and, in execution, so often disappointing in our time. Index of titles and first lines. Poems 1956 to 1963. The pagination of this electronic edition does not match the edition from which it was created. To locate a specific entry, please use your ebook reader search tools. A Dream Tree, Polly's Tree, 128. A Garden of Mouthings, purple, scarlet speckled, black, 118. A Secret, 219. A Smile Fell in the Grass, 249. A Squeal of Brakes, 230. Above the Oxbow, 87. Above World Spindling Gorse, 71. Aftermath, 113. Alicante Lullaby, 43. All Summer We Moved in a Villa Brimful of Echoes, 68. All the Dead Deers, 70. Amnesiac, 232. Among Orange-Tiled Rooftops, 28. Among the Narcissi, 190. An Old Beast Ended in This Place, 137. Anansi, Black Busybody of the Folktales, 48. An Appearance, 189. The Applicant, 221. Apprehensions, 195. Arena Dust Rusted by 4 Bulls' Blood to a Dull Redness, 47. Ariel, 239. The Arrival of the Bee Box, 212. As the Gods Began One World and Man Another, 79. At this wharf there are no grand landings to speak of, 112. Axes, After Whose Stroke the Wood Rings, 270. The Babysitters, 174. Balloons, 271. Bare-Handed I Hand the Combs, 214. Barren Woman, 157. Battle Scene from the comic operatic fantasy The Seafarer, 84. The Beast, Poem for a Birthday, 4, 134. The Bee Meeting, 211. The Beekeeper's Daughter, 118. The Beggars, 47. Behind him the hot dogs split and drizzled, 115. Burke Plage, 196. Better that every fiber crack, 40. A Birthday Present, 206. Black Lake, Black Boat, 2 Black Cut Paper People, 190. Black Rook in Rainy Weather, 56. Blackberrying, 168. Blameless as Daylight, I Stood Looking, 109. Blue Moles, 126. Born Green We Were, 30. Brasilia, 258. Bucolics, 23. The Bull of Bendelaw, 108. Burning the letters, 204. The burnt-out spa, 137. But I would rather be horizontal, 162. By a mad miracle I go intact, 35. By candlelight, 236. By the gate with star and moon, 124. By the roots of my hair some god got hold of me, 141. Candles, 148. Channel crossing, 26. Child, 265. Childless woman, 259. Child's park stones, 100. Clocks, belled 12. Main Street showed otherwise, 101. Clown-like, happiest on your hands, 141. Color floods to the spot, dull purple, 271. Color of lemon, mango, peach, 26. The Colossus, 129. Come, lady, bring that pot, 34. The Companionable Ills, 105. Compelled by Calamity's magnet, 113. Contusion, 271. Conversation among the ruins, 21. The Courage of Shutting Up, 209. The Couriers, 247. Crossing the Water, 190. Crystal Gazer, 54. Cut, 235. Dark House, Poem for a Birthday, 2, 132. Dark Wood, Dark Water, 127. Day of Mist, Day of Tarnish, 52. Death, 254. The Death of Myth-Making, 104. Departure, 51. The Detective, 208. Dialogue between Ghost and Priest, 38. Dialogue over a Ouija board, 276. The Disquieting Muses, 74. Dream with Clam Diggers, 43. Eavesdropper, 260. Edge, 272. Electra on Azalea Path, 116. Ella Mason and her 11 Cats, 53. Elm, 192. Empty, I echo to the least footfall, 157. Enter the chilly no-man's land of about, 90. Epitaph, for fire and flower, 45. Even the sun clouds this morning cannot manage such skirts, 240. Event, 194. The Everlasting Monday, 62. The Eye Mote, 109. Fable of the Rhododendron Stealers, 103. Face Left, 155. Fawn, 35. The Fearful, 256. Fever, 103. Fiesta Melons, 46. Finisterre, 169. Fired in Sanguine Clay, the Model Head, 69. Fire Song, 30. First, Are You Our Sort of Person? 221. First Frost, and I Walk Among the Rose Fruit, the Marble Toes, 130. Flint-like, Her Feet Struck, 62. Flute Notes from a Reedy Pond, Poem for a Birthday, 5, 134. For a Fatherless Son, 205. Frog Autumn, 99. From My Rented Attic with No Earth, 53. From Under Crunch of My Man's Boot, 29. From Water Tower Hill to the Brick Prison, 110. Full Fathom 5, 92. Gerd sits spindle-shanked in her dark tent, 54. Getting There, 247. The Ghost's Leave-Taking, 90. Digalow, 267. The Glutton, 40. Go Get the Glass Then, but I Know Tonight Will Be, 276. Goatsucker, 100.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Will it go on? 266. It is a chilly God, a God of shades. 77. It is no night to drown in. 94. It is 10 years now since we rode to Children's Island. 174. It was a place of force. 193. It was not a heart beating. 76. I've got a stubborn goose whose guts. 50. Jadestone of the Side. 242. The Jailer. 226. Kindness, 269. Kindness glides about my house, 269. The Lady and the Earthenware Head, 69. Lady Lazarus, 244. Lady, your room is lousy with flowers, 145. Landowners, 53. Last words, 172. Leaving early, 145. Lesbos, 227. A lesson in vengeance, 80. Letter in November, 253. Letter to a purist, 36. A life, 149. Little fugue, 187. Little poppies, little hell flames, 203. Lorelei, 94. Love letter, 147. Love set you going like a fat gold watch, 156. Love, the world, 253. Lioness, 233. Maenad, poem for a birthday, 3. 133. Magi, 148. Magnolia Shoals, 121. Man in Black, 119. The Manor Garden, 125. Mary's Song, 257. Maudlin, 51. Mayday, two came to field in such wise, 23. Mayflower, 60. Meadows of Gold Dust. The Silver, 99. Medallion, 124. Medusa, 224. Memoirs of a Spinach Picker, 89. Metaphors, 116. Midnight in the Mid-Atlantic. On Deck, 142. Mirror, 173. Miss Drake proceeds to supper, 41. Monologue at 3 a.m., 40. The Moon and the Yew Tree, 172. Morning Rise, 98. Morning Song, 156. Mother, Mother, what ill-bred aunt, 74. Mud Mattress under the sign of the Hag, 51. The Munich Mannequins, 262. Mushrooms, 139. Mussel Hunter at Rock Harbor, 95. My father kept a vaulted conch, 78. My night sweats grease his breakfast plate, 226. Mystic, 268. Natural History, 71. The Net Menders, 121. New Year on Dartmoor, 176. Nick and the Candlestick, 240. The Night Dances, 249. Night Shift, 76. Nightfall, Cold, I Neither Disheartens, 47. No lame excuses can gloss over, 104. No map traces the street, 122. No novice, 41. No use, now, begging, recognize, 232. No use whistling for lioness, 233. Nobody in the lane, and nothing but blackberries, 168. Not easy to state the change you made, 147. November Graveyard, 56. Now coldness comes sifting down, layer after layer, 134. Now this particular girl, 49. Oh half moon, 252. Oh maiden aunt, you have come to call, 237. Oh mud, mud, how fluid, 202. Ode for Ted, 29. Off that landspit of stony mouth plugs, 224. Old Ella Mason keeps cats, 11 at last count, 53. Old goatherds swear how all night long they hear, 111. Old Ladies' Home, 120. Old Man, you surface seldom, 92. On Boston Common a red star, 86. On Deck, 142. On Storm-Struck Deck, wind sirens caterwaul, 26. On the Decline of Oracles, 78. On the Difficulty of Conjuring Up a Dryad, 65. On the Plethora of Dryads, 67. On the Stiff Twig Up There, 56. On this bald hill the new year hones its edge, 152. Once I was ordinary, 133. Open-mouthed, the baby god, 106. The other, 201. The other two, 68. Ouija, 77. Out here there are no hearthstones, 143. Outlandish as a circus, the ravaged face, 115. Over your body the clouds go, 251. Overnight, very, 139. Owl, 101. Paralytic, 266. Parliament Hill Fields, 152. Perfection is terrible. It cannot have children, 262. Perseus, the triumph of wit over suffering, 82. Pheasant, 191. Pocket watch, I tick well, 267. Poem for a birthday, 131. Poems, potatoes, 106. Point Shirley, 110. Polly's tree, 128. Poppies in July, 203. Poppies in October, 240. Private ground, 130. Prospect, 28. Perda, 242. Pure, what does it mean? 231. Pursuit, 22. Queen Mary's Rose Garden, 290. The Queen's Complaint, 28. The Rabbit Catcher, 193. The Ravaged Face, 115. Ravening through the persistent bric-a-brac, 65. Recantation, 41. Resolve, 52. Rhyme, 50. Rigged poker stiff on her back, 70. The Rival, 166. Rosebud, knot of worms, 73. Sculptor, 91. A Secret, 219. Sharded in black, like beetles, 120. Sheep in fog, 262. The Shrike, 42. Since Christmas they have lived with us, 271. Sky and sea, horizon hinged, 118. Sleep in the Mojave Desert, 143. The Sleepers, 122. Snake Charmer, 79. The Snowman on the Moor, 58. Solitary of the Solipsist, 37. Somebody is shooting at something in our town, 215. Song for a Summer's Day, 30. Southern Sunrise, 26. Sow, 60. Spider, 48. Spinster, 49. Spry, wry, and gray as these March sticks, 190. Stalemated their armies stood, with tottering banners, 58. Stars are dropping thick as stones into the twiggy, 165. Stars over the Dordogne, 165. Stasis in darkness, 239. Stillborn, 142. Stings, 214. The Stones, Poem for a Birthday 7, 136. Stopped Dead, 230. Street Song, 35. Strumpet Song, 33. Suicide off Egg Rock, 115. Summer Grows Old, Cold-Blooded Mother, 99. The Surgeon at 2 a.m., 170. The Swarm, 215. Tale of a Tub, 24. Tea Leaves I've Given Up, 41. Thalidomide, 252. That Grandiose Colossus, who, 36. That Lofty Monarch, Monarch Mind, 71. The Abstracts Hover Like Dull Angels, 148. The Air is a Mill of Hooks, 268. The Black Bull Bellowed Before the Sea, 108. The Courage of the Shut Mouth, in spite of artillery, 219. The Day She Visited the Dissecting Room, 114. The Day You Died I Went into the Dirt, 116. The Engine is Killing the Track is Silver, 264. The Figs on the Fig Tree in the Yard are Green, 51. The Fountains are Dry and the Roses Over, 125. The Groundhog on the Mountain Did Not Run, 100. The Hills Step Off into Whiteness, 262. The Horizons Ring Me Like Faggots, 167. The Month of Flowering's Finished, the Fruit's In, 131. The Moon's Man Stands in His Shell, 62. The night sky is only a sort of carbon paper, 163. The nose end that twitches, the old imperfections, 105. The photographic chamber of the eye, 20.
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. In air, 111. These poems do not live. It's a sad diagnosis. 142. They are always with us, the thin people, 64. They are the last romantics, these candles, 148. They called the place Lookout Farm, 89. They enter as animals from the outer, 255. They're out of the dark's ragbag, these two, 126. The thin people, 64. This dream budded bright with leaves around the edges, 43. This is a dark house, very big, 132. This is newness, every little tawdry, 176. This is not what I meant, 153. This is the city where men are mended, 136. This is the easy time, there is nothing doing, 217. This is the light of the mind, cold and planetary, 172. This is the sea then, this great abeyance, 196. This is winter, this is night, small love, 236. This man makes a pseudonym, 256. This was the land's end, the last fingers, knuckled and rheumatic, 169. This wood burns a dark, 127. 3 women, 176. Through fen and farmland walking, 30. Through frost-thick weather, 32. Through portico of my elegant house you stalk, 21. Throughout black winter the red haws withstood, 60. The times are tidy, 107. Tinker Jack and the tidy wives, 34. To his house the bodiless, 91. Totem, 264. Touch it, it won't shrink like an eyeball, 149. The tour, 237. Tulips, 160. 2 campers in cloud country, 144. 2 girls there are, within the house, 31. 2, of course there are 2, 254. 2 sisters of Persephone, 31. 2 views of a cadaver room, 114. 2 views of Withens, 71. 2 virtues ride, by stallion, by nag, 104. Unlucky the hero born, 107. Up here among the gull cries, 121. Vanity Fair, 32. Viciousness in the kitchen, 227. Virgin in a tree, 81. Waking in winter, 151. Water in the mill race, through a sluice of stone, 111. Watercolor of Grantchester Meadows, 111. We came over the moortop, 72. What a thrill, 235. What is this, behind this veil? Is it ugly? Is it beautiful? 206. What though green leaves only witness? 44. What was she doing when it blew in? 208. When night comes black? 42. Where the 3 magenta? 119. Whiteness being what I remember? 102. Whiteness I remember? 102. Whitsun, 153. Who, poem for a birthday 131. Who are these people at the bridge to meet me? They are the villagers, 211. Widow, 164. Widow, the word consumes itself, 164. Will they occur? 258. Winter landscape, with rooks, 21. A winter ship, 112. Winter trees, 257. Wintering, 217. A winter's tale, 86. Witch burning, poem for a birthday 6, 135. With white frost gone, 33. Wood smoke and a distant loudspeaker, 123. Words, 270. Words for a nursery, 73. Words heard by accident over the phone, 202. Wreath for a bridal, 44. Wuthering Heights, 167. Yado, the Grand Manor,
123. Jadwiga, on a red couch among lilies, 85. Jadwiga, the literalists once wondered how you, 85. Years, 255. You bring me good news from the clinic, 155. You come in late, wiping your lips, 201. You might as well haul up, 45. You said you would kill it this morning, 191. You will be aware of an absence, presently, 205. Your brother will trim my hedges, 260. Your clear eye is the one absolutely beautiful thing, 265. Your, 141. Zookeeper's wife, 154. 50 early poems, admonitions, 319. Arielist, 331. All day she plays at chess with the bones of the world, 301. All right, let's say you could take a skull and break it, 304. All that morning in the strawberry field, 309. Always in the middle of a kiss, 302. An ill wind is stalking, 336. April Aubade, 312. April 18, 301. Aquatic Nocturne, 305. Begin by dipping your brush into clear light, 324. Bitter Strawberries, 309. Black Pine Tree in an Orange Light, 328. Bluebeard, 305. Cinderella, 303. Circus in Three Rings, 321. Twalk's Cry, Stillness is a Lie, my dear, 303. Cold and Final, The Imagination, 327. Cold Moons Withdraw, Refusing to Come to Terms, 307. Cold on my narrow cot I lie, 309. Dance Macabre, 320. The Dead, 320. Deep in Liquid Indigo, 305. Denouement, 326. Dialogue and Route, 308. Dirge for a Joker, 302. The Dispossessed, 318. Doom of Exiles, 318. Doomsday, 316. Down Among Strict Roots and Rocks, 320. The Dream, 310. Each Night, This Adroit Young Lady, 331. Epitaph in Three Parts, 337. Family Reunion, 300. Female Author, 301. From Fabrication Springs the Spiral Stair, 333. Go Get the Goodly Squab in Gold-Lobbed Corn, 313. Gold Mouths Cry with the Green Young, 302. Here are two pupils, 325. I am sending back the key, 305. If only something would happen, 308. I'm through with this grand-looking glass hotel, 324. In dark room of your eye, the moonly mind, 323. In the circus tent of a hurricane, 321. Insolent storm strikes at the skull, 325. Jilted, 304. Lament, 315. Last night, he said, I slept well, 310. Love is a parallax, 329. Major faults in granite, 313. Metamorphoses of the moon, 307. Midsummer Mobile, 324. Morning in the hospital solarium, 332. My thoughts are crabbed and sallow, 304. Never try to trick me with a kiss, 319. Notes to a Neophyte, 306. Now we, returning from the vaulted domes, 318. O moon of illusion, 316. Oh, throw it all away on the wind, 322. Oh, never try to knock on rotten wood, 319. On looking into the eyes of a demon lover, 325. Outside in the street, I hear, 300. Perspective betrays, with its dichotomy, 329. The Princess and the Goblins, 333. Prologue to Spring, 322. Revolving in oval loops of solar speed, 320. Riding home from credulous blue domes, 328. Rocking across the lapis lazuli sea, 337. Sing praise for statuary, 335. Song for a revolutionary love, 322. Sonnet to Eva, 304. Sonnet to Satan, 323. Sonnet to Time, 311. A sorcerer bids farewell to seem, 324. Sunlight strikes a glass of grapefruit juice, 332. Take the general mumble, 306. Tell me what you see in it, 328. Temple of Time, 336. Terminal, 328. The enormous mortgage must be paid somehow, 318. The idiot bird leaps out and drunken leans, 316. The ordinary milkman brought that dawn, 312. The prince leans to the girl in scarlet heels, 303. The slime of all my yesterdays, 301. The sting of bees took away my father, 315. The telegram says, you have gone away, 326. The winter landscape hangs in balance now, 322. To a jilted lover, 309. To Eva descending the stair, 303. Today we move in jade and cease with garnet, 13. Touch and go, 335. The trial of man, 312.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. A fortnight later, the title had become Full Fathom 5, after what I consider one of my best and most curiously moving poems about my father, sea god, Muse. The earthenware head is out. Once, in England, my best poem. Too fancy, glassy, patchy, and rigid, it embarrasses me now, with its 10 elaborate epithets for head in 5 verses. During the next year, Full Fathom 5 was replaced by The Bull of Bendilaw. But then, in May 1959, she wrote, Changed title of poetry book in an inspiration to The Devil of the Stairs. This title encompasses my book and explains the poems of despair, which is as deceitful as hope is. This title lasted until October, when she was at Yaddo, and now, on a different kind of inspiration, she noted, wrote 2 poems that pleased me. One, a poem to Nicholas, she expected a son, and titled the poem The Manor Garden, and one, the old Fowler worship subject, which she titled The Colossus. But different, weirder. I see a picture, a weather, in these poems. Took Medallion out of the early book and made up my mind to start a second book, regardless. The main thing is to get rid of the idea that what I write now is for the old book, that soggy book. So I have 3 poems for the new, temporarily called The Colossus and Other Poems. This decision to start a new book regardless and get rid of all that shed written up to then coincided with the first real breakthrough in her writing, as it is now possible to see. The actual inner process of this quite sudden development is interestingly recorded in a metaphorical way in Poem for a Birthday, which she was thinking about on 22 October 1959. CF note on number 119. On 4 November, she wrote, Miraculously, I wrote 7 poems in my Poem for a Birthday sequence, and the 2 little ones before it, The Manor Garden and The Colossus, I find colorful and amusing. But the manuscript of my book seems dead to me, so far off, so far gone. It has almost no chance of finding a publisher. Just sent it out to the 7th. There is nothing for it but to try to publish it in England. A few days later, she noted, I wrote a good poem this week on our walk Sunday to the burnt-out spa, a second book poem. How it consoles me, the idea of a second book with these new poems. The Manor Garden, The Colossus, the 7 birthday poems, and perhaps Medallion, if I don't stick it in my present book. But then she realized, if I were accepted by a publisher, I would feel a need to throw all my new poems in to bolster the book. This last is exactly what happened. With time running out at Yaddo, which had suddenly become so fruitful for her, followed by the upheaval of returning to England in December, she was able to add very little to her second book. So it was this combination of the old poems, which she had inwardly rejected, and the few new ones that seemed to her so different, that James Mitchie told her in January 1960 Heinemann would like to publish, under the title of The Colossus. Once that contract had been signed, she started again, though with a noticeable difference. As before, a poem was always a book poem or not a book poem, but now she seemed more relaxed about it, and made no attempt to find an anxious mothering title for the growing brood over the next 2 years until she was overtaken by the inspiration that produced the poems of the last 6 months of her life. Sometime around Christmas 1962, she gathered most of what are now known as the Ariel poems in a black spring binder and arranged them in a careful sequence. At the time, she pointed out that it began with the word love and ended with the word spring. The exact order of her text is given in the notes, page 295. This collection of hers excluded almost everything she had written between the Colossus and July 1962, or 2.5 years' work. She had her usual trouble with a title. On the title page of her manuscript, the rival is replaced by a birthday present, which is replaced by Daddy. It was only a short time before she died that she altered the title again to Ariel. The Ariel, eventually published in 1965, was a somewhat different volume from the one she had planned. It incorporated most of the dozen or so poems she had gone on to write in 1963, though she herself, recognizing the different inspiration of these new pieces, regarded them as the beginnings of a third book. It omitted some of the more personally aggressive poems from 1962 and might have omitted 1 or 2 more if she had not already published them herself in magazines, so that by 1965 they were widely known. The collection that appeared was my eventual compromise between publishing a large bulk of her work, including much of the post-Colossus but pre-Ariel verse, and introducing her late work more cautiously, printing perhaps only 20 poems to begin with. Several advisors had felt that the violent, contradictory feelings expressed in those pieces might prove hard for the reading public to take. In one sense, as it turned out, this apprehension showed some insight. A further collection, Crossing the Water, 1971, contained most of the poems written between the 2 earlier books, and the same year, the final collection, Winter Trees, was published, containing 18 uncollected poems of the late period, together with her verse play for radio, 3 Women, which had been written in early 1962. The aim of the present complete edition, which contains a numbered sequence of the 224 poems written after 1956, together with a further 50 poems chosen from her pre-1956 work, is to bring Sylvia Plath's poetry together in one volume, including the various uncollected and unpublished pieces, and to set everything in as true a chronological order as is possible, so that the whole progress and achievement of this unusual poet will become accessible to readers. The manuscripts on which this collection is based fall roughly into 3 phases, and each has presented slightly different problems to the editor. The first phase might be called her juvenilia, and the first slight problem here was to decide where it ended. A logical division occurs, conveniently, at the end of 1955, just after the end of her 23rd year. The 220 or more poems written before this are of interest mainly to specialists. Sylvia Plath had set these pieces, many of them from her early teens, firmly behind her, and would certainly never have republished them herself. Nevertheless, quite a few seem worth preserving. At their best, they are as distinctive and as finished as anything she wrote later. They can be intensely artificial, but they are always lit with her unique excitement. And that sense of a deep mathematical inevitability in the sound and texture of her lines was well developed quite early. One can see here, too, how exclusively her writing depended on a supercharged system of inner symbols and images, an enclosed cosmic circus. If that could have been projected visually, the substance and patterning of these poems would have made very curious mandalas. As poems, they are always inspired hijinks, but frequently quite a bit more. And even at their weakest, they help chart the full acceleration towards her final takeoff. The greater part of these early poems survive in final typed copies. Some others have been recovered from magazines, and still others, not in the typescript and not appearing in any magazine, have turned up in letters and elsewhere. Presumably, there may be more, still hidden. The chronological order of the work of this period is often impossible to determine, except in its broadest outlines. A date can sometimes be fixed from a letter or from the date of magazine publication, but she occasionally took poems up again, sometimes years later, and reworked them. From this whole pre-1956 period, I have selected what seemed to be the best, some 50 pieces, and these are printed, as nearly as possible, in the order of their writing at the back of the book, as an appendix.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Also, given there is a complete list, alphabetically by title, of all the pre-1956 poems that survive, with dates where these can be assigned. The second phase of Sylvia Plath's writing falls between early 1956 and late 1960. Early 1956 presents itself as a watershed because from later this year come the earliest poems of her first collection, the Colossus. And from this time I worked closely with her and watched the poems being written, so I am reasonably sure that everything is here. Searching over the years, we have failed to unearth any others. Final typescripts exist for all of them. The chronological order also is less in doubt here, though the problem does still linger. Her evolution as a poet went rapidly through successive molts of style, as she realized her true matter and voice. Each fresh phase tended to bring out a group of poems bearing a general family likeness, and is usually associated in my memory with a particular time and place. At each move we made, she seemed to shed a style, so the sequence of the groups of poems through this period is fairly certain. But I am rarely sure now which poem comes before which in any particular group. In among them, the odd poem will pop up that looks like a leftover from long before. Occasionally, she anticipated herself and produced a poem, Two Lovers and a Beachcomber by the Real Sea, for instance, in the pre-1956 selection, or The Stones from her 1959 poem For a Birthday, which now seems to belong quite a bit later. In several cases, I can fix poems precisely to a date and place. She was writing Miss Drake Proceeds to Supper on a Parapet over the Seine on 21 June 1966. Then again, in one or two cases, the dates she left on the manuscripts contradict what seem to me very definite memories. So, I have nowhere attempted to affix a date where none appears on the manuscript. Fortunately, after 1956, she kept a full record of the dates on which she sent her poems off to magazines, and she usually did this as soon as possible after writing them, which sets one limit to my approximations of order. The third and final phase of her work, from the editorial point of view, dates from about September 1960. Around that time, she started the habit of dating the final typescript of each poem. On the 2 or 3 occasions when she modified a poem later, she dated the revision as well. From early 1962, she began to save all her handwritten drafts, which up to that time she had systematically destroyed as she went along. And provisional final versions among these are usually dated as well. So throughout this period, the calendar sequence is correct, and the only occasional doubt concerns the order of composition among poems written on the same day. I have resisted the temptation to reproduce the drafts of these last poems in variorum completeness. These drafts are arguably an important part of Sylvia Plath's complete works. Some of the handwritten pages are a swarm with startling, beautiful phrases and lines, crowding all over the place, many of them in no way less remarkable than the ones she eventually picked out to make her final poem. But printing them all would have made a huge volume. A poem for 2 voices, never produced or published, is given in the notes to the poem Uji, number 62, where it is relevant. Some cancelled but quite large fragments or sections of poems are also given in the notes, and the poet's literal rendering of Rilke's A Prophet. The notes provide brief biographical information for each of the years 1956 to 1963, and the background on certain poems. A concordance sets out the contents of each of the 4 published volumes in terms of the chronological numbering adopted in this complete edition. Thanks and acknowledgments are due to Judith Kroll, who went over the manuscripts and did much to establish many of the final texts in their detail, and to the Lilly Library, Indiana University, Bloomington, for access to the Sylvia Plath Archive of Juvenilia. August 1980, Ted Hughes, Poems.
1963, Juvenilia. P.S. Insights, interviews, more. About the author. Meet Sylvia Plath. About the book. Sylvia Plath and the Death Throes of Romanticism. Read and listen. On Have You Read? More by Sylvia Plath. Have You Heard? Read and listen. On Have You Read? More by Sylvia Plath. Treasure. Now, finally, readers can see Plath's actual manuscript in this handsome facsimile, which provides a missing piece in the Plath annals and proves that there's nothing like going to the source. Book list. Ariel, the restored edition. Upon the publication of her posthumous volume of poetry, Ariel, in the mid-1960s, Sylvia Plath became a household name. Readers may be surprised to learn that the draft of Ariel left behind by Sylvia Plath when she died in 1963 is different from the volume of poetry eventually published to worldwide acclaim. This facsimile edition restores for the first time the selection and arrangement of the poems as Sylvia Plath left them at the point of her death. In addition to the facsimile pages of Sylvia Plath's manuscript, this edition also includes in facsimile the complete working drafts of the title poem Ariel, in order to offer a sense of Plath's creative process, as well as notes the author made for the BBC about some of the manuscript's poems. In her insightful foreword to this volume, Frida Hughes, Sylvia Plath's daughter, explains the reasons for the differences between the previously published edition of Ariel, edited by her father, Ted Hughes, and her mother's original version published here. With this publication, Sylvia Plath's legacy and vision will be re-evaluated in the light of her original working draft. Crossing the Water. Transitional Poems. First published in 1971, the second posthumous volume of Sylvia Plath's poems includes Parliament Hill Fields and many other arresting works. Such is Plath's control that the book possesses a singularity and certainty, which should make it as celebrated as the Colossus or Ariel. In this period of Plath's poetry, objects come toward the reader like frightening Greek messengers. New Statesman, 1971. Johnny Panic and the Bible of Dreams. Short stories, prose, and diary excerpts. This collection of short stories, essays, and diary excerpts highlights Sylvia Plath's fierce concentration on craft, the vitality of her intelligence, and the yearnings of her imagination. Featuring an introduction by Plath's husband, the late British poet Ted Hughes, these writings also reflect themes and images she would fully realize in her poetry. All the pieces presented here are revealing. Margaret Atwood, New York Times. Letters Home, Correspondence, 1950 to 1963. Selected and edited with commentary by Aurelia Schober Plath. Nearly 400 of Sylvia Plath's letters comprise this remarkably insightful volume, which spans the poet's life from her freshman year at Smith College to the days approaching her death in London. Finally now, young women writers can cease to identify with the apparent self-destroyer in Sylvia Plath and begin to understand the forces she had to reckon with. What comes across in these letters is a survivor who knew that to be a writer means discipline, indefatigable commitment, and passion for hard work. The Colossus and Other Poems. This powerful collection, originally published in the United States in 1960, contains some of the best poems ever written by Plath, including The Beekeeper's Daughter, The Disquieting Muses, and I Want, I Want. Winter Trees. First published in the United States in 1972, Winter Trees is one of Plath's most searing collections and contains the radio play 3 Women, which was set in a maternity ward. The Bed Book. Plath's book for children is a delightful look at beds more fun than the average bed, such as a jet-propelled bed, a snack bed, a pocket-sized bed, and a bounceable bed. The Unabridged Journals of Sylvia Plath, edited by Karen B.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Kukyul, a fascinating and comprehensive transcription of Plath's journals from age 11 to her death at age 30. Have You Heard? The Bell Jar CD unabridged on CD. For the first time, this unabridged edition of Sylvia Plath's classic novel is performed by Maggie Gyllenhaal. Sylvia Plath reads,
This unique, compelling recording has been heralded as a significant tribute to and record of the lyric art that Sylvia Plath left to the literary heritage of America. Book list. Listening to her poetry, full of alliteration and liquid vowel sounds, is something like listening to music. Philadelphia Inquirer. Discover great authors, exclusive offers, and more at hc.com. About the author. Meet Sylvia Plath. Sylvia submitted 45 pieces to 17 before her first short story was published. Sylvia Plath was born in 1932 in Massachusetts and spent her early years in the seaside town of Winthrop. Her mother's parents were Austrian. Her father, a professor of biology at Boston University and an internationally known authority on bees, had emigrated to the States as an adolescent from a Prussian town in the Polish corridor. She had one brother, Warren, 2.5 years younger. When she was 8, her father died after a long, difficult illness. The family then moved inland to the town of Wellesley, a conservative, upper-middle-class suburb of Boston. Sylvia's mother, Ariel Plath, taught students in the medical secretarial training program at Boston University, while Sylvia and Warren attended local public schools. At an early age, Sylvia began to write poems and to draw in pen and ink. She submitted 45 pieces to 17 before her first short story was published in the August 1950 issue. That same year, she entered Smith College, where she held class and college offices, became a member of the Smith Review's editorial board, and published poems and stories in 17 and the Christian Science Monitor. In August 1951, she won Mademoiselle's fiction contest. The following year, she won 2 Smith College Poetry Prizes and was chosen to be a guest editor in New York in Mademoiselle's College Board contest. That summer, she published 3 poems in Harper's Magazine. Poems were significantly different. Ted Hughes has written that tulips marked the first sign of what was on its way. This poem came at top speed, as one might write an urgent letter. From then on, all her poems were written in this way. Sylvia insisted on separation from Ted during the late summer of 1962, having learned of Ted's affair with their friend Assia Weevil. Winter alone in Devon seemed impossible. Sylvia began to commute to London, where she was getting work with the BBC, and hunted for an apartment there. The manuscript of The Bell Jar had been accepted for publication by William Heinemann Limited, and Sylvia continued working on the Ariel poems, producing many of them during an astonishingly prolific period in October and November. Of the extraordinary poems Sylvia Plath left behind, 11 were completed during her brief time in London. In mid-December, Sylvia moved herself and the children to London, where she had signed a lease on a seemingly auspicious flat. Walking desolate around my beloved Primrose Hill in London and brooding on the hopelessness of ever finding a flat, I passed Yeats' house with its blue plaque, "Yeats lived here," which I'd often passed and longed to live in. I am here on a 5-year lease, and it is utter heaven. And it's Yeats' house, which right now means a lot to me. Ted Hughes was later to tell his daughter, Frida, that Sylvia willed herself right into that flat with every fiber of her being. Reviews of The Bell Jar, published January 1963, distressed her. It was the most bitterly cold winter London had known since 1813-14. During the few weeks she lived in Yeats' house, the lighting and heating went off at unannounced intervals, the telephone was not yet connected, she had fired the au pair and was waiting for a replacement, she suffered repeated attacks of flu, and the children had miserable colds. Sylvia fell into a deepening depression. Her doctor prescribed antidepressants, to which, in the United States, she was known to react badly, but in England they went under a different brand name, and Sylvia was unaware she was taking the very medication she should avoid. Her doctor was trying to get her into hospital and was arranging a psychiatrist, but on February 11, 1963, she took her own life. Of the extraordinary poems Sylvia Plath left behind, 11 were completed during her brief time in London. The last poem, Edge, was written on February 5, 1963. It begins, "The woman is perfected. Her dead body wears the smile of accomplishment." Discover great authors, exclusive offers, and more at hc.com. About the book. Sylvia Plath and the Death Throes of Romanticism by Joyce Carol Oates. The following essay appears in New Heaven, New Earth, The Visionary Experience in Literature, 1974, copyright 2008 by Ontario Review, reprinted with permission of Joyce Carol Oates. I am not cruel, only truthful. The Eye of a Little God. Sylvia Plath, Mirror. Tragedy is not a woman, however gifted, dragging her shadow around in a circle, or analyzing with dazzling scrupulosity the stale, boring inertia of the circle. Tragedy is cultural, mysteriously enlarging the individual so that what he has experienced is both what we have experienced and what we need not experience, because of his or her private agony. It is proper to say that Sylvia Plath represents for us a tragic figure, involved in a tragic action, and that her tragedy is offered to us as a near-perfect work of art in her books The Colossus, 1960, The Bell Jar, 1963, Ariel, 1965, and the posthumous volumes published in 1971, Crossing the Water and Winter Trees. This essay is an attempt to analyze Plath in terms of her cultural significance, to diagnose, through Plath's poetry, the pathological aspects of our era that make a death of the spirit inevitable for that era and all who believe in its assumptions. It is also based upon the certainty that Plath's era is concluded, and that we may consider it with the sympathetic detachment with which we consider any era that has gone before us and makes our own possible. The cult of Plath insists she is a saintly martyr, but of course she is something less dramatic than this, but more valuable. The eye of the poems is an artful construction, a tragic figure whose tragedy is classical, the result of a limited vision that believed itself the mirror held up to nature, as in the poem Mirror. The eye of a little god who imagines itself without preconceptions, unmisted by love or dislike. This is the audacious hubris of tragedy, the inevitable reality-challenging statement of the participant in a dramatic action he does not know is tragic. He dies, and only we can see the purpose of his death, to illustrate the error of a personality who believed itself godlike. The assumptions of the essay are several: that the artist both creates and is created by his art, and that the self, especially the eye of lyric poetry, is a personality who achieves a kind of autonomy, free not only of the personal life of the artist, but free as well of the part-by-part progression of individual poems. That the autobiographical personality is presented by the artist as a testing of reality, and that its success or failure or bewilderment will ultimately condition the artist's personal life. That the degree to which an audience accepts or rejects or sympathetically detaches itself from a given tragic action will ultimately condition the collective life of an era, and that the function of literary criticism is not simply to dissect either cruelly or reverentially, to attack or to glorify, but to illustrate how the work of a significant artist helps to explain his era and our own. The significance of Plath's art is assumed. Her significance as a cultural phenomenon is assumed. What needs desperately to be seen is how she performed for us, and perhaps in place of some of us, the concluding scenes in the fifth act of a tragedy, the first act of which began centuries ago. Narcisse Lawrence said in Apocalypse that when he heard people complain of being lonely, he knew their affliction. They have lost the cosmos. It is easy to agree with Lawrence, but less easy to understand what he means. Yet, if there is a way of approaching Plath's tragedy, it is only through an analysis of what Plath lost and what she was half-conscious of having lost. I am solitary as grass. What is it I miss? Shall I ever find it, whatever it is? 3 women. We must take this loss as a real one, not a rhetorical echoing of other poets' cries. not a yearning that can be dismissed by the robust and simple-minded among us who, like that formidably healthy and impossible Emerson, sought to dismiss the young people of his day diseased with problems of original sin, evil, predestination, and the like by contemptuously diagnosing their worries as the soul's mumps and measles and whooping coughs, spiritual laws. Emerson possessed a consciousness of such fluidity and exploratory intelligence that any loss of the cosmos for him could seem nothing more serious than an adolescent's perverse rebelliousness, at its most profound, a doubt to be answered with a few words. These few words in our era are multiplied endlessly. All the books, the tradition at our disposal, the example of a perpetually renewed and self-renewing nature, and yet they are not convincing to the Sylvia Plaths of our time. For those who imagine themselves as filled with emptiness, as wounds walking out of hospital, as the pronouncements of a practical-minded, combative, healthy society of organized individuals, are meaningless. Society, seen from the solitary individual's viewpoint, is simply an organization of the solitary, linked together materially, perhaps in fact crowded together, but not together, not vitally related. One of Plath's few observations about larger units of human beings is appropriately cynical. And then there were other faces, the faces of nations, governments, parliaments, societies, the faceless faces of important men. It is these men I mind. They are so jealous of anything that is not flat. They are jealous gods that would have the whole world flat because they are. And, in a rapid associative leap that is typical of her poetry and typical of a certain type of frightened imagination, Plath expands her sociological observation to include the mythical figures of father and son, who conspire together to make a heaven of flatness. Let us flatten and launder the grossness from these souls. 3 women. The symbolic figures of father and son do not belong to a dimension of the mind exclusive, let alone transcendent, of society, and if they embody the jealous assumptions of an imagined family of parent and child, they are more immediate, more terrifyingly present than either. Nations, governments, parliaments, societies conspire only in lies and cannot be trusted. Moreover, they are male in their aggression and their cynical employment of rhetoric. Their counterparts cannot be women like Plath, but the creatures of heavy women, who smile to themselves above their weighty stomachs and meditate devoutly, as the Dutch bulb, absolutely mute among the archetypes. Between the archetypes of jealous, ruthless power, represented by the father-son of religious and social tradition, and the archetypes of moronic fleshly beauty, represented by these smug mothers, there is a very small space for the creative intellect, for the employment and expansion of a consciousness that tries to transcend such limits. Before we reject Plath's definition of the artistic self as unreasonably passive, even as infantile, we should inquire why so intelligent a woman should assume these limitations, why she should not declare war against the holders of power and of the mysteries of the flesh, why her poetry approaches but never crosses over the threshold of an active, healthy attack upon obvious evils and injustices. The solitary ego in its prison cell is there by its own desire, its own admission of guilt in the face of even the most crazily ignorant of accusers. Like Eugene O'Neill, who lived into his 60s with this bewildering obsession of the self annihilated by others, Plath exhibits only the most remote and rhetorical sympathy with other people. If she tells us she may be a bit of a Jew, it is only to define herself, her sorrows, and not to involve our sympathies for the Jews of recent European history. Of course, the answer is that Plath did not like other people, like many who were persecuted. She identified in a perverse way with her own persecutors, and not with those who, along with her, were victims. But she did not like other people because she did not essentially believe that they existed. She knew intellectually that they existed, of course, since they had the power to injure her, but she did not believe they existed in the way she did, as pulsating, breathing, suffering individuals. Even her own children are objects of her perception, there for the restless scrutiny of her image-making mind, and not there as human beings with a potentiality that would someday take them beyond their immediate dependency upon her, which she sometimes enjoys and sometimes dreads. The moral assumptions behind Plath's poetry condemned her to death, just as she, in creating this body of poems, condemned it to death. But her moral predicament is not so pathological as one may think, if conformity to an essentially sick society is taken to be, as many traditional moralists and psychologists take it, a sign of normality. Plath speaks very clearly a language we can understand.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. She is saying what men have been saying for many centuries, though they have not been so frank as she. And, being less sensitive as well, they have not sickened upon their own hatred for humanity. They have thrived upon it, in fact, sublimating it into wondrous achievements of material and mechanical splendor. Let us assume that Sylvia Plath acted out in her poetry and in her private life the deathliness of an old consciousness, the old corrupting hell of the Renaissance ideal and its I-ness, separate and distinct from all other fields of consciousness, which exist only to be conquered or to inflict pain upon the I. Where at one point in civilization this very masculine, combative ideal of an I set against all other I's and against nature as well, was necessary in order to wrench man from the hermetic contemplation of a God-centered universe and get him into action, it is no longer necessary. Its health has become a pathology, and whoever clings to its outmoded concepts will die. If romanticism and its gradually accelerating hysteria are taken as the ultimate ends of a once vital Renaissance ideal of subject-object antagonism, then Plath must be diagnosed as one of the last romantics. And already her poetry seems to us a poetry of the past, swiftly receding into history. The I that is declared an enemy of all others cannot identify with anyone or anything, since even nature, or especially nature, is antagonistic to it. Man is spirit body, but, as in the poem Last Things, Plath states her distrust of the spirit that escapes like steam. In dreams, through the mouth hole or eye hole, I can't stop it. Spirit is also intellect, but the intellect exists uneasily inside a prison house of the flesh. A small, desperate, calculating process, like the ego in Freud's psychology, that achieves only spasmodic powers of identity in the constant struggle between the id and the superego, or between the bestial world of fleshly female archetypes and hypocritical, deathly male authorities. This intellect does not belong naturally in the universe and feels guilt and apprehension at all times. It does not belong in nature. Nature is outside man, superior in brute power to man, though admittedly inferior in the possibilities of imagination. When this intellect attempts its own kind of creation, it cannot be judged as transcendent to the biological processes of change and decay, but as somehow conditioned by these processes, and of course found inferior. Why else would Plath call a poem about her own poetry stillborn, and lament the deadness of her poems, forcing them to compete with low but living creatures? They are not pigs, they are not even fish. It is one of the truly pathological habits of this old consciousness that it puts all things into immediate competition, erecting Aristotelian categories of X and non-X, assuming that the distinction between two totally unconnected phases of life demands a kind of war, a superior-inferior grading. For instance, let us examine one of Plath's lighter and more positive poems. This is Magi, included in the posthumous Crossing the Water.
It summons up literary affiliations with Eliot and Yeats, but its vision is exclusively Plath's, and, in a horrifying way, very female. Here, Plath is contemplating her 6-month-old daughter, who smiles into thin air and rocks on all fours like a padded hammock. Imagined as hovering above the child, like dull angels, are the magi of abstraction, the intellectual, philosophical concepts of good, true, evil, love, the products of some lamp-headed Plato. Plath dismisses the magi by asking, what girl ever flourished in such company? Her attitude is one of absolute contentment with the physical, charming simplicities of her infant daughter. She seems to want none of that multiplication table of the intellect. If this poem had not been written by Sylvia Plath, who drew such attention to her poetry by her suicide, one would read it and immediately agree with its familiar assumptions. How many times we've read this poem, by how many different poets? But Plath's significance now forces us to examine her work very carefully, and in this case, the poem reveals itself as a vision as tragic as her more famous, more obviously troubled poems. It is, in effect, a death sentence passed by Plath on her own use of language, on the abstractions of culture or the literary, as opposed to the physical immediacy of a baby's existence. The world of language is condemned as only ethereal and blank, obviously inferior to the world of brute, undeveloped nature. Plath is saying here, in this agreeable-mannered poem, that because good and evil have no meaning to a 6-month-old infant beyond the facts of mother's milk and a bellyache, they have no essential meaning at all to anyone. And the world of all adult values, the world of complex linguistic structures, the world in which Plath herself lives as a normal expression of her superior intellect, is as loveless as the multiplication table and therefore must be rejected. It is extraordinary that the original romantic impulse to honor and appreciate nature, especially mute nature, should dwindle in our time to this: a Sylvia Plath willfully admitting to herself and to us that she is inferior to her own infant. The regressive fantasies here are too pathetic to bear examination, but it is worth suggesting that this attitude is not unique. It reveals much that is wrong with contemporary intellectuals' assessment of themselves. A total failure to consider that the undeveloped, whether people or nations, are not sacred because they are undeveloped, but sacred because they are part of nature. That, and the role of the superior intellect, is not to honor incompletion in itself or in anything, but to help bring about the fulfillment of potentialities. Plath tells us that a 6-month-old infant shall pass judgment on Plato. And in the poem Candles, she asks, "How shall I tell anything at all to this infant still in a birth drowse?" It is impossible, of course, for her to tell the infant anything if she assumes that the infant possesses an intuitive knowledge superior to her own. And yet, she does desire to tell the infant, and us. But her telling cannot be anything more than a half-guilty assertion of her own impotence, and she will ultimately condemn it as wasteful. The honoring of mute nature above man's ability to make and use language will naturally result in muteness. This muteness will force the individual into death, for the denial of language is a suicidal one, and we pay for it with our lives. Back from the maternity ward, resting after her painful experience, the most positive of Plath's 3 women is reassured when she looks out her window at dawn to see the narcissi opening their white faces in the orchard. And now she feels uncomplex again. She is relieved of the miraculous pain and mystery of childbirth and wants only for herself and for her child the clear, bright colors of the nursery, the talking ducks, the happy lambs. She meditates, "I do not will to be exceptional. It is the exception that interests the devil. I will him to be common." It seems to us pitiful that Plath should desire the common, should imagine that her loving words for her infant are anything less than a curse. But her conviction that the exception interests the devil is very familiar to us. an expression of our era's basic fear of the intellect. The centuries-old division between intellect and instinct has resulted in a suicidal refusal to understand that man's intelligence is instinctive in his species, simply an instinct for survival and for the creation of civilization. Yet, the loving of muteness we find in Plath is understandable if it is seen as a sensitive revulsion against the world of strife, the ceaseless battle of the letter I to make victories and extend its territory. Even the highest intelligence, linked to an ego that is self-despising, will utter curses in the apparent rhythms of love. Right now you are dumb.
And I love your stupidity. The blind mirror of it I look in and find no face but my own. For a fatherless son. The narcissi of the isolated ego are not really quick and white as children, see among the narcissi, but victimized, trampled, and bitter unto death. Plath's attitude in these gentler poems about her motherhood is, at best, a temporary denial of her truly savage feelings. We are shocked to discover her celebration of hatred in Lesbos and similar poems, where she tells us what she really thinks about the stink of fat and baby crap that is forcing her into silence, hate up to my neck. The poems of hatred seem to us very contemporary, in their jagged rhythms and surreal yoking together of images, and in their defiant expression of a rejection of love, of motherhood, of men, of the good, the true, the beautiful. If life really is a struggle for survival, even in a relatively advanced civilization, then very few individuals will win, most will lose, and nearly all women are fated to lose. Something is rotten in the very fabric of the universe. All this appears to be contemporary, but Plath's poems are in fact the clearest, most precise, because most private, expression of an old moral predicament that has become unbearable now. And its poignant genesis is very old indeed. And now I was sorry that God had made me a man. The beasts, birds, fishes, etc., I blessed their condition, for they had not a sinful nature. They were not to go to hell after death. John Bunyan, Grace Abounding. Male, female. Nature as object and as nightmare. All this involves a variety of responses, though behind them is a single metaphysical belief. The passive, paralyzed, continually surfacing and fading consciousness of Plath in her poems is disturbing to us, because it seems to summon forth, to articulate with deadly accuracy, the regressive fantasies we have rejected and want to forget. The experience of reading her poems deeply is a frightening one. It is like waking to discover one's adult self, grown to full height, crouched in some long-forgotten childhood hiding place, one's heart pounding senselessly, all the old rejected transparent beasts and monsters crawling out of the wallpaper. So much for Plato, so much for adulthood. Yet I cannot emphasize strongly enough how valuable the experience of reading Plath can be, for it is a kind of elegant dreaming back, a cathartic experience that not only cleanses us of our personal and cultural desires for regression, but explains by way of its deadly accuracy what was wrong with such desires. The same can be said for the reading of much of contemporary poetry and fiction, fixated as it is upon the childhood fears of annihilation, persecution, the helplessness we have all experienced when we are, for one reason or another, denied an intellectual awareness of what is happening. For instance, the novels of Rob Grillet and his imitators emphasize the hypnotized passivity of the I in a world of dense and apparently autonomous things. One must never ask who manufactured these things, who brought them home, who arranged them, for such questions destroy the novels. Similarly, the highly praised works of Pynchon, Barthelmy, Purdy, Barth, the Barth of the minimal stories, not the earlier Barth, and countless others are verbalized screams and shudders to express the confusion of the ego that believes, perhaps because it has been told so often, itself somehow out of place in the universe,
a mechanized creature, if foolish enough to venture into nature, a too natural creature for the mechanical urban paradise he has inherited but has had no part in designing. The I generated by these writers is typically a transparent, near-nameless personality. In the nightmarish works of William Burroughs, the central consciousness does not explore a world so much as submit pathetically to the exploration of himself by a comically hostile world, all cartoons and surprising metamorphoses. Plath's tentative identity in such poems as Winter Trees, Tulips, and even the robustly defiant Daddy is essentially a child's consciousness, seizing upon a symbolic particularity, tulips for instance, and then shrinking from its primary noon, so that the poems, like the fiction we read so often today, demonstrate a dissolution of personality. As Jan B. Gordon has remarked in a review of Winter Trees, Modern Poetry Studies, Volume 2, Number 6, page 282, Plath's landscapes become pictorial without any intermediate stage, so that we discover ourselves in una selva oscura, where associations multiply endlessly, but where each tree looks like every other one. That is the danger risked by those minimal artists of our time whose subject is solely the agony of the locked-in ego. Their agonies, like Plath's landscapes, begin to look alike. But if we turn from the weak and submissive ego to one more traditionally masculine, activated by the desire to name and to place and to conquer, we discover a consciousness that appears superficially antithetical. Average reality begins to rot and stink as soon as the act of individual creation ceases to animate a subjectively perceived texture. Vladimir Nabokov, from an interview. The obscure moon lighting an obscure world of things that would never be quite expressed, where you yourself were never quite yourself and did not want nor have to be, desiring the exhilarations of changes, the motive for metaphor, shrinking from the weight of primary noon, the ABC of being, Wallace Stevens' motive for metaphor, where in Plath and in countless of our contemporaries, the ego suffers dissolution in the face of even the most banal of enemies. In such writers as Nabokov and Stevens, the ego emerges as confident and victorious. Yet we see that it is the same metaphysics, the same automatic assumption that there is an average reality somehow distinct from us, either superior and therefore terrifying, or inferior and therefore saved from rot and stink only by our godly subjective blessing. This is still the old romantic bias, the opposition between self and object, I and non-I, man and nature. Nabokov and Stevens have mastered art forms in which language is arranged and rearranged in such a manner as to give pleasure to the artist and his readers, excluding any referent to an available exterior world. Their work frees the ego to devise and defend a sealed-off universe, inhabited chiefly by the self as artist, so that it is quite natural to assume that Nabokov's writing is about the art of writing, and Stevens' poems about the art of writing, that the work gives us the process of creativity that is its chief interest. Again, as in Plath, the work may approach the threshold of an awareness of other inhabitants of the human universe, but it never crosses over because, basically, it cannot guarantee the existence of other human beings. Its own autonomy might be threatened or at least questioned. The mirror and never the window is the stimulus for this art that, far from being overwhelmed by nature, turns from it impatiently in order to construct the claustrophobic Ada or the difficult later poems of Stevens, in which metaphors inhabit metaphors and the weight of primary noon is hardly more than a memory. The consciousness discernible behind the works of Nabokov and Stevens is like that totally autonomous ego, totally imagined by Sartre, which is self-created, self-named, untouched by parental or social or cultural or even biological determinants. Since so refined an art willfully excludes the emotional context of its own creation, personality is minimal, art is all. It is not surprising that the harsh, hooking images of Plath's poetry should excite more interest, since Plath is always honest, perhaps more honest than we would like, and her awareness of a lost cosmos involves her in a perpetual questioning of what nature is, what the other is, what does it want to do to her, with her, in spite of her?
In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. Nabokov and Stevens receive only the most incidental stimuli from their average reality and obscure world, but Plath is an identity reduced to desperate statements about her dilemma as a passive witness to a turbulent natural world. There is no life higher than the grass tops or the hearts of sheep, and the wind pours by like destiny, bending everything in one direction. The sheep know where they are, browsing in their dirty wool clouds, gray as the weather. The black slots of their pupils take me in. It is like being mailed into space, a thin, silly message. Wuthering Heights. And in Two Campers in Cloud Country, the poet and her companion experience a kind of comfort up in Rock Lake, Canada, where they mean so little and where they will wake blank-brained as water in the dawn. If the self is set in opposition to everything that excludes it, then the distant horizons of the wilderness will be as terrible as the kitchen walls and the viciousness of hissing fat. There is never any integrating of the self and its experience, the self and its field of perception. Human consciousness to Plath is always an intruder in the natural universe. This distrust of the intellect in certain poets can result in lyric meditative poetry of an almost ecstatic beauty, when the poet acknowledges his separateness from nature but seems not to despise or fear it. O swallows, swallows, poems are not the point. Finding again the world, that is the point, where loveliness adorns intelligible things, because the mind's eye lit the sun. Howard Nemeroff, The Blue Swallows. Nemeroff shares with Stevens and Plath certain basic assumptions, that poems are not the point in the natural universe, and that the poet, therefore, is not in the same field of experience as the swallows. Poetry, coming from the mind of man, not from the objects of mind's perception, is somehow a self-conscious, uneasy activity that must apologize for itself. In this same poem, the title poem of Nemeroff's excellent collection, The Blue Swallows, the poet opposes the real world and the spelling mind that attempts to impose its unreal relations on the blue swallows. But despite Nemeroff's tone of acquiescence and affirmation, this is a tragic assumption, in that it certainly banishes the poet himself from the world. Only if he will give up poetry and find again the world has he a chance of being saved. It is a paradox that the poet believes he will honor the objects of his perception, whether swallows, trees, sheep, bees, infants, only by withdrawing from them. Why does it never occur to romantic poets that they exist as much by right in the universe as any other creature, and that their function as poets is a natural function, that the adult imagination is superior to the imagination of birds and infants? In art, this can lead to silence. In life, to suicide. The Deadly Mirror, The Risks of Lyric Poetry. Among the lesser-known of Theodore Rothkos's poems is Lines Upon Leaving a Sanitarium, in which the poet makes certain sobering, unambiguous statements. Self-contemplation is a curse that makes an old confusion worse. The mirror tells some truth, but not enough to merit constant thought. Perhaps it is not just Plath's position at the end of a once energetic tradition and the circumstances of her own unhappy life that doomed her and her poetry to premature dissolution, but something in the very nature of lyric poetry itself. What of this curious art form that, when not liberated by music, tends to turn inward upon the singer, folding and folding again upon the poet? If he is immature to begin with, of what can he sing except his own self's immaturity? And to what task can his imagination put itself except the selection of ingenious images to illustrate this immaturity?
Few lyric poets, beginning as shakily as the young Yeats, will continue to write and rewrite, to imagine and reimagine in a heroic evolution of the self from one kind of personality to another. The risk of lyric poetry is its availability to the precocious imagination, its immediate rewards in terms of technical skill, which then hypnotize the poet into believing that he has achieved all there is to achieve in his life as well as in his art. How quickly these 6-inch masterpieces betray their creators! The early successes, predicated upon ruthless self-examination, demand a repeating of their skills even when the original psychological dramas have been outgrown or exhausted, since the lyric poet is instructed to look into his heart and write, and, by tradition, he has only his self to write about. But poetry, like all art, demands that its subject be made sacred. Art is the sacralizing of its subject. The problem, then, is a nearly impossible one. How can the poet make himself sacred? Once he has exposed himself, revealed himself, dramatized his fantasies and terrors, what can he do next? Most modern poetry is scornful, cynical, contemptuous of its subject, whether self or others, bitter or amused or coldly detached. It shrinks from the activity of making the world sacred, because it can approach the world only through the self as subject, and the prospect of glorifying oneself is an impossible one. Therefore, the ironic mode. Therefore, silence. It is rare to encounter a poet like Robert Lowell, who, beginning with the stunning virtuosity of his early poems, can move through a period of intense preoccupation with self, life studies, into a period of exploratory maneuvers into the personalities of poets quite unlike him, imitations, and, though a shy, ungregarious man, write plays and participate in their productions, the Old Glory, and move into a kind of existential, political, historical poetry in which the self is central but unobtrusive, Notebook. Most lyric poets explore themselves endlessly, like patients involved in a permanent psychoanalysis, reporting back for each session, determined to discover, to drag out of hiding, the essential problem of their personalities, when, perhaps, there is no problem in their personalities at all, except this insane preoccupation with the self and its moods and doubts, while much of the human universe struggles simply for survival. If the lyric poet believes, as most people do, that the I he inhabits is not integrated with the entire stream of life, let alone with other human beings, he is doomed to a solipsistic and ironic and self-pitying art, in which metaphors for his own narcissistic predicament are snatched from newspaper headlines concerning real atrocities. The small enclosed form of the typical lyric poem seems to preclude an active sanctifying of other people. It is much easier, certainly, for a novelist to investigate and rejoice in the foreign, intimate nature of other people, regardless of his maturity or immaturity. When the novel is not addressed to the same self-analysis as the lyric poem, it demands that one look out the window and not into the mirror. It demands an active involvement with time, place, personality, pasts and futures, and a dramatizing of emotions. The novel allows for a sanctification of any number of people, and if the novelist pits his I against others, he will have to construct that I with care and love. Technical virtuosity is so hard to come by, had Dostoevsky the virtuosity of Nabokov, that it begins to seem irrelevant. The novelist's obligation is to do no less than attempt the sanctification of the world, while the lyric poet, if he is stuck in a limited emotional cul-de-sac, will circle endlessly inside the bell jar of his own world, and only by tremendous strength is he able to break free. The implications of this essay are not that a highly self-conscious art is inferior by nature to a more socially committed art. On the contrary, it is usually the case that the drama of the self is very exciting. What is a risk for the poet is often a delight for his reader. Controlled hysteria is more compelling than statements of Spinozan calm.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion.
When Thomas Merton cautioned the mystic against writing poems, believing that the poet and the mystic must never be joined, he knew that the possession of any truth, especially an irrefutable truth, cannot excite drama. It may be a joy to possess wisdom, but how to communicate it? If you see unity beneath the parts, bits, and cogs of the phenomenal world, this does not mean you can make poetry out of it. All leaves are this leaf, all petals this flower, in a lie of abundance. All fruit is the same. The trees are only one tree, and one flower sustains all the earth. Unity, from Manual Metaphysics by Pablo Neruda, trans by Ben Bellet. Not Neruda's best poetry. By contrast, Plath's poems convince us when they are most troubled, most murderous, most unfair, as in Daddy, where we listen in amazement to a child's voice cursing and re-killing a dead man in a distorted rhythmic version of what would be in an easier world a nursery tune. An unforgettable poem, surely. The parts, bits, cogs, the shining multiples, three women, constitute hallucinations that involve us because they stir in us memories of our own infantile pasts and do not provoke us into a contemplation of the difficult and less dramatic future of our adulthood. The intensity of Lesbos grows out of an adult woman's denying her adulthood, her motherhood, lashing out spitefully at all objects, babies or husbands or sick kittens, with a strident, self-mocking energy that is quite different from the Plath of the more depressed poems. And I, love, am a pathological liar, and my child, look at her, face down on the floor, little unstrung puppet, kicking to disappear. Why, she is schizophrenic, her face red and white, a panic. You say I should drown my girl? She'll cut her throat at 10 if she's mad at 2. The baby smiles, fat snail, from the polished lozenges of orange linoleum. You could eat him. He's a boy. Though Plath and her friend, another unhappy mother, obviously share the same smoggy hell, they cannot communicate, and Plath ends the poem with her insistence upon their separateness. Even in your Zen heaven, we shan't meet. A woman who despises herself as a woman obviously cannot feel sympathy with any other woman. Her passionate love-hate is for the aggressors, the absent husbands, or the dead fathers who have absorbed all evil. But because these male figures are not present, whatever revenge is possible must be exacted upon their offspring. The poem For a Fatherless Son is more chilling than the cheerful anger of Daddy because it is so relentless a curse. And if it hints of Plath's own impending absence by way of suicide, it is a remarkably cruel poem indeed. Here the mother tells her son that he will presently be aware of an absence, growing beside him like a death tree, an illusion, and a sky like a pig's backside. The child is temporarily too young to realize that his father has abandoned him, but one day you may touch what's wrong. The small skulls, the smashed blue hills, the god-awful hush. This is one of the few poems of Plath in which the future is imagined, but it is imagined passively, helplessly. The mother evidently has no intention of rearranging her life and establishing a household free of the father or of his absence. She does not state her hatred for the absent father, but she reveals herself as a victim, bitter and spiteful, and unwilling to spare her son these emotions. Again, mother and child are roughly equivalent. The mother is not an adult, not a participant in the world of archetypes. So unquestioningly is the division between selves accepted, and so relentlessly the pursuit of the solitary, isolated self by way of the form of this poetry, that stasis and ultimate silence seem inevitable. Again, lyric poetry is a risk because it rarely seems to open into a future. The time of lyric poetry is usually the present or the past. This is a disease I carry home. This is a death, Plath says in Three Women, and indeed, this characterizes most of her lines. All is brute process, without a future. The past is recalled only with bitterness, a stimulus for present dismay. When the epic promise of one self I sing is mistaken as the singing of a separate self and not the universal self, the results can only be tragic. Crossing the water, Plath understood well the hellish fate of being Swift's true counterpart, the woman who agrees that the physical side of life is a horror, an ungainly synthesis of flesh and spirit, the disappointment of all the romantic love poems and the nightmare of the monkish soul. Since one cannot make this existence sacred, one may as well dream of massacres, or, like the third voice in the play Three Women, express regret that she had not arranged to have an abortion. I should have murdered this, she says in a Shakespearean echo, that murders me. Crossing the water, crossing over into another dimension of experience, cannot be a liberation, an exploration of another being, but only a quiet movement into death for two black cut-paper people. Cold worlds shake from the oar. The spirit of blackness is in us. It is in the fishes. Are you not blinded by such expressionless sirens? This is the silence of astounded souls, crossing the water. In most of the poems, and very noticeably in the Bell Jar, Plath exhibits a recurring tendency to dehumanize people, to flatten everyone into cut paper people, most of all herself. She performs a kind of reversed magic, a desacralizing ritual, for which psychologists have terms: reification, rubricization. Absolute dramatic boundaries are set up between the I and all others, and there is a peculiar refusal to distinguish between those who mean well, those who mean ill, and those who are neutral. Thus, one is shocked to discover in the Bell Jar that Esther, the intelligent young narrator, is as callous toward her mother as the psychiatrist is to her, and that she sets about an awkward seduction with the chilling precision of a machine, hardly aware of the man involved, telling us very little about him as an existing human being. He does not really exist. He has no personality worth mentioning. Only Esther exists. Lady Lazarus, risen once again from the dead, does not expect a sympathetic response from the mob of spectators that crowd in to view her, a mock phoenix rising from another failed suicide attempt. To Plath, there cannot be any connection between people, between the I who performs and the crowd that stares. All deaths are separate and do not evoke human responses. To be really safe, one must be like the young man of Gigolo, who has eluded the bright fishhooks, the smiles of women, and who will never age because, like Plath's ideal self, he is a perfect Narcissus, self-gratified. He has successfully dehumanized himself. The cosmos is indeed lost to Plath and her era, and even a tentative exploration of a possible God is viewed in the old terms, in the old images of dread and terror. Mystic is an interesting poem on a subject rare indeed in Plath's, and seems to indicate that her uneasiness with the mill of hooks of the air, questions without answer, had led her briefly to thoughts of God. Yet whoever this God is, no comfort is possible, because the ego cannot experience any interest or desire without being engulfed. Once one has seen God, what is the remedy? Once one has been seized up, without a part left over, not a toe, not a finger, and used utterly. What is the remedy? Used, the mystic will be exploited, victimized, hurt. He can expect no liberation or joy from God, but only another form of dehumanizing brutality. Plath has made beautiful poetry out of the paranoia sometimes expressed by a certain kind of emotionally disturbed person, who imagines that any relationship with anyone will overwhelm him, engulf and destroy his soul.
Imagine it helping. In moments addressing pain or struggle, speak with compassion. For a brilliant poem about the savagery of erotic love between lovers who cannot quite achieve adult autonomy, or the generosity of granting humanity to each other, see Ted Hughes' love song in Crow, not inappropriate in this context. The dread of being possessed by the other results in the individual's failure to distinguish between real and illusory enemies. What must be in the human species a talent for discerning legitimate threats to personal survival evidently never developed in Plath. This helps to explain why she could so gracefully fuse the evil of her father with the historical outrages of the Nazis, unashamedly declare herself a Jew because the memory of her father persecuted her. In other vivid poems, she senses enemies in tulips. Oxygen-sucking tulips? Surely they are human. Or sheep, which possess the unsheep-like power of murdering a human being. Or in the true blankness of a mirror, which cannot be seen as recording the natural maturation process of a young woman, but must be reinterpreted as drawing the woman toward the terrible fish of her future self. Plath's inability to grade the possibilities of danger is reflected generally in our society and helps to account for peculiar admissions of helplessness and confusion in adults who should be informing their children. If everything unusual or foreign is an evil, if everything new is an evil, then the individual is lost. The political equivalent of childlike paranoia is too obvious to need restating, but we have a cultural equivalent as well that seems to pass unnoticed. Surely the sinister immorality of films like A Clockwork Orange, though not the original English version of the Burgess novel, lies in their excited focus upon small, isolated, glamorized acts of violence by non-representative individuals, so that the unfathomable violence of governments is totally ignored or misapprehended. Delmore Schwartz said that even the paranoid has enemies. Indeed, he has enemies, but paranoia cannot allow us to distinguish them from friends. In the summer of 1972, I attended a dramatic reading of Plath's Three Women, given by three actresses as part of the International Poetry Conference in London. The reading was done in a crowded room, and unfortunately the highly professional performance was repeatedly interrupted by a baby's crying from another part of the building. Here was, quite accidentally, a powerful and perhaps even poetic counterpoint to Plath's moving poem. For there, in the baby's cries from another room, was what Plath had left out: the reason for the maternity ward, the reason for childbirth and suffering and motherhood and poetry itself. What may come to seem obvious to people in the future, that unique personality does not necessitate isolation, that the I of the poet belongs as naturally in the universe as any other aspect of its fluid totality, above all, that this I exists in a field of living spirit of which it is one aspect, was tragically unknown to Plath, as it has been unknown or denied many. Hopefully a world of totality awaits us, not a played-out world of fragments. But Sylvia Plath acted out a tragically isolated existence, synthesizing for her survivors so many of the sorrows of that dying age, romanticism in its death throes, the self's ship, Ariel, prematurely drowned. It is so beautiful to have no attachments. I am solitary as grass. What is it I miss? Shall I ever find it, whatever it is? Three Women.